remember that the future of our country lies not only in the hands of our leaders, but in our own actions. We cannot demand integrity from others if we do not hold ourselves accountable.
The NRMG is geared towards promoting Nigeria's positive image nationally and globally through strategic communication and proactive public relations engagements to protect Nigeria's reputation from negative local and international narratives. Hamman Jabani, NTA News.
Nigeria's headline inflation rose to 32.70% in September 2024 from 32.15% in August, marking a 0.55% increase. Latest inflation by National Bureau of Statistics indicates that on year, inflation was up 5.98 percentage points from 26.72% in September 2023. The increase was driven by higher prices in key categories: food and non-alcoholic beverages, 16.94%, housing and utilities, 5.47%, clothing, 2.50%, transport, 2.13%, household equipment, 1.64%, education, 1.29%, and health, 0.98%. Food inflation rate on month-on-month basis in September 2024 was 2.64%, which shows a 0.27% increase compared to the rate 2.37% recorded in August 2024. Bauchi, Sokoto, and Jigawa recorded the highest annual inflation, while Sokoto, Taraba, and Anambra led in monthly increases. Delta, Benue, and Katsina saw the slowest annual rise. And the mouth is one of the gateways through which germs easily gain access into the body. To guide against this, experts advise that effective hand washing should be advised as a habit and not a periodic act to forestall the spread and outbreak of diseases. Charles Alpha tells us why this act is still important as the world commemorates the International Hand Washing Day.
I speak for myself that I wash my hands as often as I can.
When I'm home, I don't really do it because I feel I'm indoors, so there's no point washing my hands.
Home science, it was called back in the days of Felicia Sani. She understands the importance of regular washing of hands, and despite her age, she still rallies market men and women on the importance of keeping a clean hand as the Ministry of Environment and Development partners commemorate Global Hand Washing Day at the Gariki International Market, Abuja.
Wash your vegetable, wash your hand. This money that you put your hand in your mouth and catch one is a big disease.
About 1.8 million children under the age of 5, reports say, die each year from diarrhea and pneumonia. And for the Minister of State for Environment, who is a medical doctor by profession, hand washing is the safest way of cutting down this number.
If you practice it diligently, I can assure you is your #1 preventer of diseases.
Even in our engagements as President's eyes and ears in the communities, we will trickle down this program to our communities.
Because you are the ones that are going to take those messages within this market, within your own homes.
This year's Global Hand Washing Day reflects a significant progress in hand hygiene awareness and improving hand hygiene behaviors, which remains crucial beyond public health emergencies. Charles Alpha, NTA News.
In a bid to safeguard public health, prevent infections and promote the well-being of Nigerians, the federal government and the National Task Group on Sanitation, NTGS, has reaffirmed commitment to promoting hand hygiene as a key aspect of public health in Nigeria. Usman Zubair reports that stakeholders re-echoed this at the commemoration of the Global Hand Washing Day held in Abuja.
Always wash our hands to prevent the spread of disease, loss of life.
I learned that hand washing, it helps to stop the spread of microbes.
Hand washing with soap is not just a hygiene practice, but a global health necessity. Globally, the 15th of October is set aside by the United Nations for global advocacy on hand washing. In recent time, Nigeria has faced a resurgence of cholera outbreaks, which is further compounded by inadequate hygiene practice and poor access to safe water and sanitation facilities. Ensuring the success of the United Nations campaign drive is the focus of this gathering. The federal government and the National Task Group on Sanitation reaffirm commitment to increasing awareness on the importance of hand washing, which is an effective and affordable way to prevent diseases and save lives.
The NCGS, through the leadership of the Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation, is in the forefront of promoting and advocating for increased adoption.
See somebody sitting down to eat and you know they didn't wash their hands, call them out, tell them, you really need to wash your hands, you could get sick.
Minister of Water Resources and Sanitation, represented by Permanent Secretary, noted that proper hand washing is essential in preventing diseases and also plays a significant role in mitigating the impact of future pandemics. He called for behavioral change and urged parents to encourage their children or wards to wash their hands regularly.
All know that clean hands remain a fundamental defense against the spread of infections, illnesses, and harmful germs.
High point of the event was presentation of prize for winners of the inter-schools competition, among others. The theme for this year's celebration is why are clean hands still important. Usman Zubair, NTA News.
As technology continues to advance, health experts are exploring new ways to provide safe and efficient healthcare services. A 3-day training workshop organized by National Institute for Cancer Research and Treatment, NICRAT, for biomedical engineers and medical physicists aims to leverage innovation to bridge the gap in cancer diagnosis and treatment in Nigeria. Uche Ogochukwu reports.
Visualize walking into a hospital for a CT scan or MRI and being told there is no personnel to man the machine. Or worse, a patient with a brain tumor receiving the wrong dose of radiation or an incorrect diagnosis. Unfortunately, this does happen. In Nigeria, the demand for biomedical engineers and medical physicists is overwhelming, yet there is a severe shortage of trained professionals. This, combined with the deadly and ever-mutating nature of cancer, underscores the urgent need for more training in these fields. Participants in this training will gain advanced skills and knowledge in cancer diagnosis and treatment. NICRAT, organizers of the event, are leveraging the platform of the Federal Ministry of Health to ensure inclusive participation.
Let me assure all stakeholders in the cancer space, and indeed all Nigerians, that NICRAT will continue to train and retrain all relevant healthcare personnel with a view to improve their capacity for greater productivity and optimal performance in the treatment of all forms of cancers.
Like everyday engineers and roadside mechanics, biomedical engineers and medical physicists work behind the scenes to keep cancer care safe, precise, and efficient. With enhanced training, their contributions can make cancer treatments more accessible and effective, bringing hope to patients across the country. Uche Ogochukwu, NTA News.
You're watching the news on NTA International. We now take a break. We'll be back shortly. Do stay with us.
Tell me how come this. I'm trying my best, Jaja. You're not a slave.
I am trying to help you, and you make a mockery of me.
Hey, calm down. Don't tell me to calm down. She always does this. You're mad. Answer me. For you to die.
Imagine a world where your potential is unlimited by your bank account, where your financial dreams can become reality. That world is here with the Nigerian Consumer Credit Corporation scheme, Credico. Credico is one of President Tinubu's initiatives designed to put the power of consumer credit in the hands of working Nigerians. Here to help you achieve your goals, whether it's providing for your family or expanding your home or business. Visit www.credico.ng today for details. This is the renewed hope.
The Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, in collaboration with the Office of the First Lady, is reintroducing Young Farmers Club in schools. Minister of State for Agriculture and Food Security, Aliyu Sabi Abdullahi, made this announcement while inspecting school farms in Dutse, Buhari Area Council.
Ramat Muhammad, an SS3 student of Government Girls Secondary School Dutse, along with other members of her farm club, are cultivating yam and cowpea on a plot of land in their school premises.
We planted them in May 2024 and we are hoping to harvest May 2025 next year by God's grace.
The school is also engaged in fish farming, livestock rearing and vegetable production. Minister of State for Agriculture Aliyu Sabi Abdullahi visited the school to further motivate the students and management for embracing the school garden program.
We are having what we call adopted school program. So by adopting you as a school, you come in here to share latest technology and what is happening in the field of agriculture.
Following the visit to the school, the minister and the country director of FAO visited a farming cluster in Buhari Area Council. He encouraged the community to enhance their farming activities as government plans to provide more support for smallholder farmers.
And the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, is for us to help him achieve a nation where no man goes to bed hungry. And we can only do this with great farmers.
And part of what the government is doing is what we are here to do, supporting the farmers to really improve in their production.
Right to food for better life and a better future is the theme for this year's World Food Day. Musa Baba Aliyu, NTA News.
Now, the governor of Borno State, Babagana Umar Zulum, is leading the advocacy for application of local technology in food production in Nigeria. To this end, the governor has pledged to partner fabricators to make available Nigerian-made farm implements to drive a food security agenda of the federal government. Kelvin Onwaye reports that the governor spoke at the 24th International Conference of the Nigerian Institution of Agricultural Engineers in Abuja.
Food security is an important element in national security, but the challenges of meeting the food supply needs of the citizens is being impacted by climate change, compounded by age-long subsistence farming method. To boost food production, irrigation and mechanization are considered viable options by experts. This in itself requires application of new technologies. Borno State Governor himself, an agricultural engineer, is convinced that Nigeria has the wherewithal in this regard, but deliberate policy shift in favor of local implement fabrication is needed to make the application sustainable and affordable for farmers.
Planters that I saw in Inca, they are working. But again, we shall look into it and then see how we shall improve upon what has been produced. With a very good political will, I think we can rise up, go to the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, go even to see Mr. President to see how funding shall be provided in order to produce more.
Reinvigorating the dynamics of our professional existence in the national governance space and repositioning our institution as vanguard for promoting agricultural mechanization development.
This conference of the Nigerian Institution of Agricultural Engineers is being used to aggregate opportunities for members in the agricultural sector as Nigeria strives for food security in a sustainable environment. In Abuja, Kelvin Onwaye, NTA News.
The third annual National Conference on Judges' Performance Evaluation at the instance of the National Judicial Council is underway in Abuja. The two-day event is a self-appraisal of the judiciary and a platform to forge a way forward for efficiency in the dispensation of justice. Delia Tumbi of our Judiciary Desk tells us more.
The Performance Evaluation Committee of Judicial Officers of Superior Courts of Records, which was established in 2003, has the aim of improving the performance and ethical conduct of judicial officers nationwide, with the mandate of evolving judicial performance policy, thereby giving prominence to strategies to strengthen judicial performance through constant monitoring and evaluation, as well as through continuous monitoring and assessment of the adequacy of the facilities available to judicial officers for efficient performance. In addition, the Judicial Performance Evaluation Committee is expected to strengthen the quarterly evaluation mechanisms already put in place and introduce new measures to ensure improved performance of judicial officers. It is in the light of this that the ongoing third annual National Conference on Judges' Performance Evaluation is aimed at improving access to justice and boosting the confidence of the people on the judiciary. The conference expresses concern on the volume of pending cases in the dockets of Superior Courts of Record in Nigeria.
No doubt, enhancing the effectiveness and integrity of our judicial system is a responsibility we all share. And to achieve this, we must continually strive for mastery and excellence in our craft. As your lordships are aware, the term judgecraft encompasses the art and skill of judging. It goes beyond mere legal knowledge, but touches on our capacity to render justice impartially and efficiently.
As of the first quarter of 2024, we now have a total of 243,253 cases pending. This, no doubt, is a staggering number indeed. Urgent and decisive action is therefore required. The second issue is the consistently low performance of some of the judicial officers, despite the continuous guidance given by the committee.
The conference with the theme Judgecraft, Performance and the Way Forward is expected to involve speedy dispensation of justice in Nigeria. In Abuja, Dele Atumbi, NTA News.
The ECOWAS Court of Justice has a new president. He is Justice Ricardo Claudio Monteiro, who has been elected for a 2-year term in office. Following an election by the College of 5 judges of the court, Justice Ricardo succeeds Justice Edward Amoako Asante, who led the court for 6 years since assuming office on July 31st, 2018. A statement by ECOWAS recalls that Justice Ricardo was sworn in on Thursday, October 6, 2022 in Guinea-Bissau by former President of the Conference of Heads of State and Government of the Community, President Umaru Sissoko Embalo, for a non-renewable term of 4 years. It also confirms the election of Justice Ricardo Sengu Mohamed Koroma as Vice President of the ECOWAS Court of Justice. Now, authorities in Côte d'Ivoire have arrested members of a student federation accused of inflicting terror on campuses. The arrest followed the investigation of a murder case involving 2 persons and its leader's main rival. Francis Odojo has a report.
Police and prosecutors arrested 6 members of the Côte d'Ivoire Student and School Federation FESI, one of the country's student unions, halting all its activities. Many in Côte d'Ivoire hope this could mean the end of the impunity enjoyed by FESI, which for years is accused of reigning unchallenged on campuses in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire's biggest city. The authorities acted following the death in late September of a student, Zogwe Mas Albin Digao, a rival of FESI's leader, Say Kabo. Digao was found dead overnight between September 29 and 30. A government statement said he had been abducted by individuals identified as members of FESI. After a police investigation was opened, officers arrested and detained 6 members of the union, Kambo included. The prosecutor said they were being held on charges including murder and criminal conspiracy. They have also been detained for conspiracy to murder in connection with the death at the end of August of Khalifa Diomande, another student and FESI's member. Reports say several of FESI's high-ranking members declined to respond to the allegations of violence. The FESI, set up in the 1990s, was originally a protest movement against the single ruling party at the time of the Democratic Party of Côte d'Ivoire Democratic African Rally. Its early leaders included a future Prime Minister, Guillaume Soro, and Charles Blair Gode. Charles went on to become the right-hand man of Laurent Gbagbo, who was president from 2000 until an election crisis in 2010. Both former FESI's leaders were implicated at the highest level in the post-violence in 2010 to 2011, in which more than 3,000 people were killed. Francis Udojo, NTA News.
UNICEF says more than 400,000 children in Lebanon have been displaced over the last 3 weeks, just as Israel pushes ahead with its campaign against Hezbollah. Francis Udojo again tells us more.
Ted Chaiban, Deputy Executive Director for Humanitarian Actions at UNICEF, warned that the fighting is also taking a heavy toll on the country's school system. He revealed that 1.2 million children are deprived of education. Ted Chaiban added that public schools have either been rendered inaccessible, damaged by the war, or are being used as shelter. The last thing the country needs, in addition to everything else it has gone through, Ted said, is the risk of a lost generation.
As we sit here today, 1.2 million children are deprived of education. Their public schools have either been rendered inaccessible, have been damaged by the war, or are being used as shelter.
Reports say the fighting has also impacted access to health care, putting dozens of primary health facilities out of service. In addition, 12 hospitals are either no longer functioning or only partially functional. Tess Ingram, UNICEF spokesperson for Middle East and North Africa, fears the consequences for migrant women.
If there's any sort of complications, and then of course deliver the baby safely. So the fact that we've already seen one really serious case like this on the streets of Beirut tells us that it's happening more broadly across Lebanon. And so we need to make sure that pregnant women have the essential services that they need to safely see out their pregnancies and to deliver their babies.
After a year of cross-border exchanges of fire.
And that is where we end the news on NTA International. Thank you so much for being a part of it. My name is Justin Bemunyi, and Anna Olainka has been the sign language interpreter. We say bye for now.
Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel. And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters.
You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
This phase one of the Kubo International Market, by every inch of expectation, a dream come true, has some 2,200 shops and are now ready for commission. The co-managing directors of Mesotho Group Limited, Honorable Jerry Joseph Damara and Pastor Mesoma Chinemerem Dixon, are confident that in less than 4 months from now, the facility will be welcoming and hosting both business owners and prospective customers.
You know, the market is not a market that we're building completely at once because of its level of space. We are ready for phase one. And you can see in each block we have 60 shops. And we have over 100 blocks to be commissioned. We have over 8 banks to be commissioned. We have an administration office. We have the police station. We have the toilets. We have the cold room. We have the warehouses. You are even standing close to one now. So every facility is involved in this commissioning we are trying to do.
Because you can see that the place is ready for occupation, and we've done a very good job to get it to that level that this market requires, to become functional, ranging from, access road, drainage, that is secondary infrastructure, that the market needs.
Only on Wednesday, September 25, 2024, the FCT Minister, Barrister Nyesom Wike, during an impromptu inspection visit, gave kudos to the managers and developers of the Kubo International Market for the advanced level of work and particularly the quality of construction done in the ultra-modern market.
It speaks for itself if, first of all, we have a market where that will create a lot of employment for people. People will carry out economic activities. Again, it will decongest the roads, where you see everybody takes the road as a market. Anybody who's coming to market now, I'm going to Kubo International Market, whether it is in terms of manufacturing, whether it is in terms of other things. So there are so many advantages. It will boost the economic activity, it will boost the revenue of the government. More importantly, it will create a lot of employment. That's what is key to us. Employment, job creation, very key.
The workaholic minister of the FCT said his visit was to enable him have first-hand information about the level of work done so far in the ultra-modern Kubo International Market. Wike promptly announced January 2025 as the time fixed to commission phase 1 of the Kubo International Market. During the inspection visit by the FCT Minister, Nyesom Wike, Mr. Project, as he is popularly called, he said Kubo International Market would generate substantial employment opportunities. He reaffirmed the commitment of the FCT administration to supporting the developers to achieve the January 2025 commissioning date.
I've asked him when he thinks that the hotel will be ready. He has said we should give him till January. However, the first phase has been completed. We will therefore see what we can do to see that we open the first phase. And some of these are traders on the road has to come in here and give the free traffic that we desire. We'll do everything we can to support people. Those who have not indicated interest will see how, through the empowerment program of the Ready Hope agenda in FCT, we'll see whether we can also put in some funds by taking some stores and giving it to our people in order to be involved in one trade or the other. So we'll do everything to see that people move into this market as quickly as possible. That's the first phase. So we're happy what we have seen.
While taking a tour of the facility, the minister noticed an encroachment on the Kubo International Market Road corridor, and he wasted no time in giving directives to the FCT Department of Development Control to do the needful.
Secondly, this is an investment that should be encouraged. The international markets of standard, and there are a lot of problems. There was encroachment, and I've directed the development control to immediately demolish anything that is going to cause as an impediment. This is a road corridor, and we will not allow that. And the development control director is there. He has been ordered to immediately move in with his men to demolish whatever is an obstacle. Again, the contractor should, as a matter of fact, too, the investor should, as a matter of fact, see that he puts in more funds to see the realization of the entire market.
The Department of Development Control indeed did the needful by swinging into action with its bulldozers, which pulled down any noticeable encroachment on the major road corridor to the market. The Group Managing Director, Abuja Investment Group Limited, Maureen Tamuno, said the Kugbo International Market has met global standards and it will definitely address the high-level market deficit in the FCT and the neighboring states.
Well, you can see that it's one of those very major projects that will really decongest some of our markets that are happening, on the roads in Abuja. And this level of market with almost about 5,312 shops and warehouses or thereabout, it's something that everybody is looking forward to the day it's going to start. You can see the construction that is very solid. You can see the road network. It's ready for business. And so we want to see how we could, solve the problems of the encroachment that is ongoing at this minute.
The management and staff of Mesotho Group Limited, the developers of the Kugbo International Market, have in partnership with the Abuja Investment Group Limited worked tirelessly even in the face of skyrocketing prices of building materials to make the dream of construction of this world-class market a reality.
I don't know about the high cost. It's somebody invested his money, and that is not why we should allow traders to be on the road. We have to take into cognizance all those things. An investor must also make a profit. We're not running a socialist economy. People should know. You invest your money. You don't expect that an investor will just come open it for you and then you pack it for free. Nobody does that. And we should not encourage that. And that is not why I would allow people to trade on the road. The issue before that there's no alternative, there's no market. Now market is being provided. I have said that is the cost. What is the cost? Anyway, we will not also allow the investor to take advantage of that, and then the people cannot afford. No, we'll also look into. We'll know the cost. Our father from the MD and Chief Executive of the Investment Company to sit down with the investor to see what agreement we can reach, and even if our own stake, you can put our own stake to see that people get allocations there.
The co-managers of Mesotho Group Limited said as top flight professionals, the completion of the first phase is for them a dream come true. Phase 1 of the Kugbo International Market will accommodate over 5,000 people per day. Honorable Jerry Joseph Damara and Pastor Mmesoma Chinemerem Dixon told the visiting FCT minister that the market is equipped with standard facilities including banking space, security outposts, a fire service station, a parking space, a filling station, among others. They therefore expressed optimism that the approval for commencement of operations on the first phase by the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike will certainly help in the decongestion in the Abuja city center.
Today is a beautiful day that Kugbo International Market is being projected and visited by the Honorable Minister of FCT, His Excellency Nyesom Wike, to see the level of work that Mesotho Group have done in Kugbo International Market to alleviate the needs of a general market a suitable general market that befits FCT and its environs.
He's the minister that you cannot report a matter to him and he will just keep it aside. He don't know how to throw fire. He's a practical human being. That is His Excellency Yeltsin Ezoma Wike. I have never seen a minister like him, to be sincere. And by the grace of God, he is going to make history. He's going to make history in the biggest market in Abuja. He's going to make history for providing this to the people. He's going to make history for decongesting the center to this area. So you can see today is a very remarkable day in the history of Kubo International Market.
Mesotho Group Limited's site engineer, James Abulari, said that from the outlet, emphasis was on professionalism, espresso in the construction of the buildings and other facilities, as traders should expect nothing but the best from Mesotho Group Limited, the developers of Kubo International Market.
Abuja is expanding every blessed day, and Abuja needs this kind of market. We don't need to have many markets, clumsy, inside residential areas and all of that. And that's why this market, which is for Abuja investment, is a federal government market, is given a land expanse of land of 11.8 hectares, which will accommodate a lot of traders.
The co-managing directors, Mesotho Group Limited, say they are grateful to the minister, Nyesom Wike, for his support and determination to ensure that the Kubo International Market begins operation in the interest of the traders in the nation's capital in the first quarter of 2025.
Sao Tome and Principe, officially the Democratic Republic of Sao Tome and Principe, is a twin island nation found on the equatorial west coast of Africa. The country consists of two archipelagos, that is, a cluster or collection of islands, about 140 kilometers apart. Principe is the closest island to the mainland Africa, and it is about 225 kilometers off the northwestern coast of Gabon. The name Sao Tome is of Portuguese origin, named after St. Thomas by Portuguese explorers, marking their arrival on the island, which coincided with St. Thomas' Day. History has it that the islands served as a vital commercial and trade center for the Atlantic slave trade. The country had a peaceful independence in 1975 and has since then remained one of Africa's most stable and democratic countries, although there was an attempted coup d'etat on July 16, 2003, when the then President Frederick Menzies was out of the country on a private visit to Nigeria. The current population of Sao Tome and Principe, according to Worldometer data, is about 223,931 people, an increase of over 22,000 people from the 201,800 official estimate in 2018. The country is said to be the second smallest African sovereign state after Seychelles, as well as the smallest Portuguese-speaking country. Standard Portuguese is the official language of the country and is understood by virtually all islanders. In addition, 3 Portuguese-based mother tongues are spoken, namely Sao Tomeans, spoken by the Foros and having by far the largest number of speakers. Angola, the language of the Angolaris, spoken on the southern tip of Sao Tome, and Principes, spoken by only a few hundred individuals on the Principe Island. The country is endowed with excellent weather conditions for tropical agriculture. Cocoa, for instance, is the main agricultural produce of the island nation, and it represents about 95% of the country's export. Once said to be the largest producer of cocoa in the world. Also, the rich volcanic soil and proximity to the equator has made the country ideal for sugar cultivation. Other cash crops such as coffee and coconut are cultivated in large quantity and has hugely contributed to the gross domestic product of the country. Tourism is another major contributor to the country's economy, attracting tourists from Portugal and other European countries. Most notable tourist destinations in the country include the Obo National Park, covering about 30% of the country with white and black sandy beaches and around 700 species of flora and fauna. The Bombom Island, off the northern coast of Principe, is a tourist resort and one of the must-visit places in the country because of its beauty. Famous for its humpback whale sighting and the magical Cascata Sao Nicola waterfall, another beautiful gift of nature. Interestingly, the islands of Sao Tome and Principe are home to a large number of birds. Yes, you will find the world's smallest ibis and the largest sunbirds in the country. It is indeed a bird-watching paradise. The country has a homogeneous culture, profoundly marked by centuries of blending elements of the dominant Roman Catholic Portuguese culture with various African influences. The kinship system is bilateral, although men traditionally are known to be polygamous. With the virtual absence of monogamous marriage, the conjugal system is characterized by a high incidence of multiple and serial customary unions and visiting relationships. Sao Tomeans are known for Uswa and Sukuk readings, while Principe is home to the Dexa beats. Portuguese ballroom may have played an integral part in the development of these rhythms and their associated dances. Chiloli, for instance, is a musical dance performance that tells a dramatic story of Sao Tomeans. And the Danko Congo is similarly a combination of music, dance and theater. The islands that make up Sao Tome and Principe are great for people who love nature. With about 30% of the country's territory covered by rainforest, and unlike mainland Africa, there is no threat of large dangerous animals or poisonous snakes. The only thing you have to look out for is mosquitoes. So, pick up that mosquito repellent and venture into the jungle as the smallest yet beautiful African country, and her people are welcoming and peaceful.
Now, if you are that person that you cannot even move from one pole to another, or you cannot move this distance, you notice this numbness, or the numbness is too much, and you notice your body is like your circulation is not going at all, or you notice this kind of pains during your joints, even your feet. At your feet, you feel this sensation or your pains. You notice you cannot even move because of your knee, this osteoarthritis. If you have all those kind of challenges, please try and visit us at Greenland Natural Medicine. It's a center where you can solve your problem. Just come and give us your problem. We assure you will not go back with them. And also, our services we render is among the therapy we mentioned earlier. This traditional physiotherapy performs it like a magic. It just works like magic. If you visit us, your pains will go immediately. You will not leave here without your stick by God's grace. What we advise you is just try and visit us and come and have this touch of healing in Greenland Natural Medicine. We also have the one that has to do with your fertility. When we talk about fertility, fertility is very broad. There are so many things we cannot mention on air when it comes to fertility, please. But if you have anything that has to do with your fertility, be it from the woman, be it from the male, please, the husband. Once you have issue and you know your issue already, be it the spouse, you have been trying the surrogate, you have been trying so many things and it's not working. Your IVF, all those things, and it's not working out. Please just try and visit us here. We are not the maker of the children, but we will give you things that will help you to recover and be able to have your own children. In Greenland Natural Medicine, we have them a lot. We cannot elaborate much on. We have the one that has to do with your blood pressure. We have the one that has to do with your sugar levels. We have the ones that has to do with your cholesterol. Yes, cholesterol. And if you are this person that is very fat or you are obese, rather, please just come here and give us a complaint and we assure you the problem will never remain the same. If you have these pains that has to do with your early menopause, madam, the early menopause have issue it contributes a lot in woman's health. If you have issue that has to do with menopause and you noticed your menopause is coming as early as so much, please try and give us a call and visit any of our nearest branch. They will advise you and they will give you a best thing that will help you to get rid of all this your menopause symptoms and all the kind of challenges that can be coming up that of your menopause. If you have any kind of challenges like that, please try and visit us at Greenland Natural Medicine. It's a center for alternative therapy. Your time, you will never regret it. Spending a dime in Greenland Natural Medicine, you will never regret it. When it comes to all those things I've mentioned, we have specialists in each of the departments. If you have any kind of health challenges, in Greenland, we run it like a hospital, but it's alternative medicine. It's purely alternative, where you take your organic medicine, you use them to take care of your health challenges. Please and please, if you have any kind of health challenges, just try and visit us at Ongoing here in Greenland Natural Medicine, where our office is located. We have our branch in Port Harcourt, we have our branch in Lagos, we have our branch in Abuja. All these branches are ready to satisfy you, are ready to take your complaint, and are ready to give you the best of services when we call about services. Our services are available in all those 3 branches. Please and please, try and visit us. We assure you your problem will never remain the same. Thank you, and remain blessed as you come.
We all get that party where they get your back anytime or day. E go carry a matter for head like say na your own. Na so GoTV tanda for your side as your party for correct enjoyment. We not a tear pocket. For this GoTV Super Plus Golden Window, you fit touchlight all the 380 Premier League games, correct local shows, and better film. We day for you. Make your sharply upgrade or recharge your GoTV on top Super Plus to enjoy every today. The Super Plus Golden Window don't come out money now. No do yourself, oh. GoTV, love it.
Today's recipe is 2 ingredients crunchy sesame bars. We'll require these 2 ingredients: sesame seeds and some sugar. Let's begin by roasting the sesame for 2 to 3 minutes on low flame. We'll set that aside to let it cool down for some minutes. Meanwhile, let's get a baking paper and grease it with butter. We'll set that aside too. Here I have some sugar. This is 2/3 a cup. I'll caramelize the sugar till it turns golden brown. Let's lower the flame. Introduce the roasted sesame seeds and mix it well. Pour onto the greased paper. Cut it while it is still hot to your desired shape. Then we'll let it cool down. Now, your crunchy sesame bars, kantu, riɗi, or whatever you call it in your dialect, is ready to be enjoyed.
This is the network service of the NTA.
As your president, I assure you that we are committed to finding sustainable solutions to alleviate the suffering of our citizens. Once again, I plead for your patience as the reforms we are implementing show positive signs, and we are beginning to see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Download OneXpress app and enjoy the variety of sports anytime, anywhere. OneXpress app at the heart of the game.
At Home Options,
You're welcome to a world of elegance, where every corner whispers sophistication. Step into our showroom and indulge your senses with our timeless designs and craftsmanship, from plush sofas to magnificent dining tables that host lifetime celebrations. Our collections, the hallmark of luxury. Create your haven with exclusive bedroom selections and turn your sanctuary into a realm of refined tranquility. When it comes to bathroom solutions, our stylish fixtures, lavish tubs and showers are crafted for your well-being, transforming your daily routine into a ritual of indulgence. At Home Options, we provide lifestyle solutions. So, visit our showrooms in Lagos and Port Harcourt, because your space deserves to mirror your impeccable taste. Home Options. Live well.
A new edition of TV Guide is out.
This time, we got up close and personal with the transformational legislator, the Deputy President of the Senate, distinguished Senator Barrow Jibrin.
We've created a difference in terms of representation through interventions that have brought an unprecedented infrastructural development to my area.
This edition is a compendium of mind-blowing stories for your reading pleasure, ranging from technology, entertainment, economy, media, politics, family, and lots more.
It is indeed a park of excitement as we take you through every aspect of life. Pick up your copy and get abreast with issues and trending features within our space.
TV Guide, very incisive, very educative and compelling. Grab a copy at the vendor near you or any NTA station nationwide. TV Guide, your indispensable companion.
From the Atlantic across the savannah to the Sahara, we rise, a land of the free, we know they tire. We dream great, our spirit is undying.
Resilient, rooted like palm tree, we sway in colors, we turn dark into light, we make solutions, we ignite passion, yeah. Each ethnicity is unique, we have more than just solution.
We are Nigeria, we are Nigeria, strengthening unity, we know they carry lives. We are Nigeria, we are Nigeria, together live the dream of a land with great destiny. We are Nigeria.
I am the real Nigerian. Brought to you by the National Orientation Agency, NOA.
And welcome. It's good to have you join us. It's another edition of NAFDAC and Your Health, where you get to know about the activities of NAFDAC, which is geared towards safeguarding the health of Nigerians. I am your host, Amanda Ugo. On today's edition of NAFDAC and Your Health, we will be discussing food labeling. We'll talk about the significance of food labeling and why consumers need to always read the labels on the packaged food products they buy. We'll go on to talk about international standards in safety and particularly food labeling, as well as the role of Codex Alimentarius in all of this. And in the second segment, we'll be bringing you highlights from the recently held preparatory meeting for the 48th session of the Codex Alimentarius, scheduled to hold in Canada later this year. The labels on packaged food products are not supposed to be optional. They are compulsory as they communicate information about the products to the consumers. Labels on food products supply information such as dates, ingredients used, allergens, instructions for storage and preparation, as well as advisory and warning statements. In essence, labels help to protect the consumers and help them make informed decisions when shopping. These factors that point to the significance of labels are the reasons NAFDAC, as an agency charged with the responsibility of safeguarding public health, takes the issue of labeling on her regulated product very seriously.
In terms of additives in food, I'm very finicky because I go to the grocery store to buy food. I don't have that much time as a DG, but I still go to ShopRite. I look at the label. Before, I was not. When I was in the US, I wasn't. The first maybe few years, 10 years or whatever, even FDA US wasn't focusing on labeling as such. But later, they also developed, their not developed their guidances, revised their guidances and so on, and started paying attention to some food additives. One of them is MSG. It was around that time that I started paying attention as consumer. You have to pay attention. We now have a guidance or regulation that was published 2021 in terms of food labeling. So if it is bromate, if it is sugar or salt or MSG, all this must be on the label, not just flavor. What type of flavor? So why is this so important? Bromate can cause all sorts of damage to the liver, to central nervous system, may cause seizures. Aside from the fact that some people may be allergic to it. My own son is allergic to, and myself, we're allergic to MSG. So it's not even the tiny amount, it is the presence at all. That doesn't mean it's not good if it's used reasonably, at a reasonable level, but there are some people that have reaction to it. And there's nothing we can do except put that in the labeling. But consumers must educate themselves that they have to read label. Because some of these additives have side effects. Allergic reaction, asthmatic-like reaction. Cancer, like I said before, something you eat every day for the rest of your life, maybe 60 years, 80 years. After tiny amount, will start getting lodged in different organs. Before you know it, cancer. Before you know it, one form of the disease or the other. That is why we have to read label, but we have the responsibility of ensuring that what is put on the label is what we approved. And if they change label on us, we yank them off. We close them down. We do not give room for people to use whatever they want. Even the advertisement, the packaging, the drawing, the artwork must be consistent with what we approved.
NAFDAC does not carry out her regulatory activities in isolation, but in accordance with the stipulations and guidelines of international regulatory bodies. This is because of the trade with other countries of the world through importation and exportation of products regulated by NAFDAC. This also covers food products as a major product regulated by NAFDAC. Based on this, NAFDAC's regulatory activities on food are usually in tandem with the guidelines and resolutions of Codex Alimentarius.
Codex Alimentarius is an entity that enforces or put guidances out in terms of food, what is inside the food, levels at which something should be present in food. And it is a global entity. It is made up of FAO and WHO. When they meet, they become during the discussion, you will see to the minutest level of something present in the food. They will say, okay, 0.02 milligram should be there. Now, 0.02 milligram may be for Nigeria or the African continent. It may be different from another population. Why? Because through studies, they found out it is not that they are discriminating. It is that they have found out that the way we handle products or additives or whatever is different. So that is why Nigeria goes to Codex Alimentarius meeting every year. It is also a trade organization in a way. And you will see each country try to put their better foot forward. That is why SON and NAFDAC work very closely in the country to ensure that what we are getting is what we are supposed to get based on Codex Alimentarius. It's not a static organization. They improve and change their guidances with time. I want to talk about salt and sugar. If Codex says X amount is okay, we also have the national body that will say, oh, okay, X amount is okay, or X amount is not okay. We want it lower, based on studies. So Codex Alimentarius doesn't force itself on any country, but if for UK, for example, it is 0.2, for Nigeria or Africa is 0.3, you cannot ship things to that country and use 0.3. You have to use whatever that country has been linked with, their whatever concentration or whatever that is associated with that country. So that is part of why during exportation or rejection sometimes we think that our own standards are different or are the same. No. The same thing with if they are bringing something to our country. If ours is 0.2 and theirs is 0.3, we will not accept it, because these things have been stipulated for different countries or different geographical zones.
NAFDAC and Your Health continues after the short break. Please stay with us.
God bless this home.
Please come in.
Thank you very much.
Have a seat.
Where is Mommy and Junior?
Uncle T! I heard your voice. Uncle T!
You will quickly go and buy Shakis for your uncle from Auntie Carol's shop.
What? Uncle, don't you know that sending Junior to buy Shakis at this tender age could instill in him the urge to drink alcohol? Persons under the age of 18 should have nothing to do with alcohol. Uncle, please, give me the money. I'll go buy it by myself.
Honestly, I didn't know.
What? But I told you before.
The Federal Ministry of Health has warned that persons under the age of 18 should have nothing to do with alcohol.
I will never send him on such errands again.
It is the responsibility of all of us, parents, sellers, guardians, to stop underage drinking of alcohol. Join us today.
Welcome back. You are still watching NAFDAC and Your Health.
The vital role Codex Alimentarius plays in the regulatory directives and laws, NAFDAC and other relevant regulatory bodies on food issue is the reason the Codex Technical Committee in Nigeria attends the annual global meeting of Codex Alimentarius to present the country's position to be part of deliberations that will guide the regulations of food products vis-a-vis global standards. The 48th session of the Codex Alimentarius global meeting will therefore be focused focusing on food labeling, and in preparation for the meeting scheduled to hold in Canada between the 27th of October and the 1st of November, a preparatory meeting was held at the Lagos office of NAFDAC recently. The Director General of NAFDAC, Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, who chaired the meeting, was represented at the Codex Alimentarius preparatory meeting by Mrs. Eva Edwards, the agency's Director of Food Safety and Applied Nutrition. In her opening remarks, Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, speaking through the FSAN Director, expressed her gratitude to the stakeholders present at the meeting for their consistency and commitment towards advancing food safety and consumer protection. She also explained the significance and role of Codex food labeling standards.
Codex food labeling standards offer a range of benefits that enhance food safety and consumer awareness globally. These standards provide consumers with essential information about ingredients, about nutritional content, and allergens, enabling them to make informed choices about the foods they purchase and consume. For businesses, compliance with these standards facilitate access to international markets by ensuring that products meet various regulatory requirements. This not only reduces the risk of legal issues, but also enhances the competitiveness of products on a global scale. In addition, these standards can highlight sustainable practices, promoting environmental awareness and encouraging responsible consumption. As we embark on this preparatory meeting, let us put at the fore the vital role that food labeling plays in our increasingly globalized food system. Accurate, clear, and comprehensive labeling not only empowers consumers to make informed choices, but also fosters trust in our food supply chains. It is our duty to ensure that these labels reflect the highest standards of safety, quality, and transparency. I am confident that our discussions here will contribute significantly to these goals. In preparation for the 48th session of the Codex Committee on Food Labeling, we must address a range of crucial topics that reflect both the challenges and opportunities we face in food labeling today. From nutritional information and health claims to allergy management and environmental sustainability, our agenda is comprehensive and speaks to the current realities of our times. It is imperative that we approach these discussions with a spirit of collaboration and open-mindedness in the best interest of Nigeria, recognizing the diverse perspectives and experiences that each delegate brings to the table.
The NAFDAC DG further emphasized the significant place of Codex standards.
I would also like to emphasize the important place of Codex standards. First, as a mark of consumer protection and as a means of facilitating trade in safe, wholesome foods across borders. Codex standards are therefore strategic in enhancing our capacity to engage meaningfully with trading partners in the global space. As Nigeria's delegates, we bear the responsibility of having a strong voice at the table to put forward Nigeria's positions on issues as they relate to our national interests, while remaining committed to the principles of science-based decision-making and consumer protection, which are the hallmarks of Codex.
The NAFDAC DG, speaking further through the FSAN Director, also implored participants at the preparatory meeting to share their insights and experiences so that they could be leveraged to foster dialogue, build consensus, and arrive at national positions for the 48th session of the Codex Committee on Food Labeling that will advance the cause of food labeling and consumer protection in Nigeria. The stakeholders represented at the meeting included the Standards Organization of Nigeria, the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Agency, Nestle PLC, among others.
With respect to this physical participation of Nigerians delegation at this session, the Codex Contact Point, CCP, has registered representatives of the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment. Also registered delegates from the Standards Organization of Nigeria, National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, and the Association of the Food, Beverage and Tobacco Employers, AFBTA.
As we gather to discuss food safety and quality standards, I'd like to emphasize the importance of aligning our national standards with international best practices. This is crucial for Nigeria's non-oil export goods, as it enables our products to compete favorably in the global market. At NDPC, our vision is to make the world a marketplace for Nigerian non-oil export products. To achieve this, we are committed to diversifying Nigerian product base, promoting export readiness, enhancing trade facilitation. In this context of food safety, we recognize the need for science-based standards. That is, ensuring that our national standards align with international codex standards. Quality competent authorities, that is, strengthening our regulatory framework to guarantee safe and nutritious food. Export incentives, encouraging Nigerian exporters to meet international food safety requirements. We appreciate the National Codex Committee, Technical Committee's efforts to develop and harmonize national standards. Nigeria Export Promotion Council is committed to supporting this initiative and ensuring that Nigeria's non-exports meet global standards.
It's an honor to be here. I'm glad to be here to be part of this discourse because the issues that we're going to discuss today are very pertinent to our work and crucial to consumer protection. So it's an honor to be here. I'm glad, and I'm glad that I'm going to also have the opportunity to rub minds with people in the industry and other NGOs and to get prepared for the session in Canada. It's a delight to be here this morning, and the topic of food labeling is critical to all of us here present, be regulators, industry, all stakeholders, as it impacts choices, it impacts and ultimately relates to food safety and quality, which are very critical topics. As industry, we are excited to be here to be part of this discourse this morning. The topics for the CCFL meeting, which we are congregated here for, are very interesting, and we look forward to an engaging and fruitful deliberation this morning as we align on a common position in promotion of consumer health and fair trade practices.
There have been lots of hullabaloo out there on whether GMO is safe or not. And one of the major issues being discussed is labeling. The issue of labeling, as far as the global community is concerned on GMO, is voluntary. However, in NPM in Nigeria, we choose that it's compulsory. Fortunately, unfortunately, we do not have a guideline on labeling yet. We have it in our policy, we have it in our act, we also have it in our regulations. We've just started the process of developing a guideline. And so what we did was to go to NAFDAC, who is in charge. We had a meeting and we have agreed to set the ball rolling. And this meeting is very, very pertinent to us.
Deliberations held included revision of current food packaging and labeling in Codex, as well as other issues that have to do with food labeling, positions to be presented at the meeting in Canada.
Here on the agenda today, we're talking about the revision of the food labeling, pre-packaged food labeling standard in Codex. So a lot of things, they want to talk about the allergens, because we know allergens, people react to some things, so they want to talk about it. They want to talk about e-commerce. We know there's a lot of selling things online, and it's become popular since after COVID. A lot has been happening in the virtual space. So Codex still wants to be sure that there's a guidance. So the guidelines are being talked about here. So, and you know what labeling does? It enlightens the consumer. You know, it tells you so you can make an informed decision.
That is all we have for you on this edition of the program. Another educative edition will come your way again next week. Meanwhile, if you have any information for NAFDAC that will aid its efforts to safeguard the health of Nigerians, please reach out to us.
You can reach NAFDAC via toll-free numbers. For inquiries, call 0700 162 3322. For complaints, call 0800 162 3322. You may also email NAFDAC at nafdac.gov.ng. If you have complaints about any form of misconduct, you can reach the Reforms Unit via email, reforms@nafdac.gov.ng, or call the Reforms hotlines on 0909 763 0506 or 0909 763 0507. NAFDAC, customer focused, agency minded.
Do not be part of the criminal act of producing, importing, distributing, marketing, advertising, or selling of unwholesome food products, fake drugs, cosmetics, and medical equipment. These acts pose great danger to the health of Nigerians. Till we meet again next week, stay safe.
More areas in the Niger Delta are witnessing large-scale developments as NNPC Limited intensifies efforts to bridge the gap within host communities and foster peaceful coexistence in the region. This comes amidst cheers for a $3.3 billion gas agreement that was reached with Brass Fertilizer and Petrochemical Company Limited. It is expected to benefit the people of Brass Island in southern Bayelsa. Hello and welcome to the program. This is Energy and You, a show that brings you developments in the energy sector with a focus on NNPC Limited. I'm Erusa Igumbo. Also on the show, we'll update you with NNPC's latest gains in the fight against crude oil theft and pipeline vandalism, plus a look at the operations of NNPC Retail Limited. We'll bring you all the details in a moment. Please join us again. NNPC Limited is intensifying its efforts to foster lasting peace and economic prosperity in the Niger Delta through collaborative engagement with local communities. During a recent dialogue in Yanagwa, the Bayelsa state capital, Group Chief Executive Officer Malam Melekiari emphasized the significance of sustained communication with traditional leaders, ex-agitators, and youth leaders.
This initiative aligns with the third phase amnesty program and aims to address local issues and rebuild trust across the region. The group CEO of NNPC Limited, Mr. Mele Kyari, who was represented at the event by Mr. Sani Kabo, Head Business Services, NNPC Upstream Investment Management Services, NAMES, highlighted the commitment of NNPC Limited to a robust and sustained engagement. A noteworthy aspect of this commitment is the implementation of the Petroleum Industry Act, PIA 2021, which mandates that 3% of NNPC Limited's operational expenditures be allocated to community development projects. This funding approach is designed to ensure that development initiatives align with the community's priorities, focusing on skills acquisition, empowerment, and sustainable livelihoods. Kyari's vision underscores the company's dedication to transforming the Niger Delta into a beacon of unity and progress rooted in mutual respect and cooperative efforts. NNPC Limited is poised to be a key partner in driving meaningful change and economic opportunities in the region.
We are the largest single asset holder in Africa's oil and gas industry and poised to be the dynamic global energy company of choice. We are constantly innovating to be the prime company for energy sufficiency. We are NNPC Limited. Energy for today, energy for tomorrow.
The federal government, through NNPC Limited, has signed a $3.3 billion agreement to begin sale of gas to Brass Fertilizer and Petrochemical Company Limited for the methanol manufacturing project. The gas sales and purchase agreement was signed with Shell, Total Energies and Ajip in Abuja.
The signing ceremony on the agreement to begin sales of gas to the Brass Fertilizer and Petrochemical Company Limited, GSPA, drew representatives from the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, NNPC Limited, and the IOCs, Shell, Total Energies and Ajip. Speaking at the event held at the headquarters of the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources Gas, Right Honorable Ekperipe Ekpo, said the signing represented a significant milestone in ongoing efforts to monetize Nigeria's vast gas reserves, indicating that the agreement is a significant milestone in efforts to utilize the abundant natural gas resources in Nigeria for rapid industrialization and economic growth.
While this signing ceremony is a significant milestone in the development of $3.3 billion brass fertilizer project, it is one more step in the journey to making the project a reality. And I urge all parties to continue in the same steadfastness that has enabled us to surmount all previous hurdles.
NNPC's Executive Vice President Upstream, Orishemeyiwa Eyesan, said the agreement will progress one of the vital boxes to achieve a 10,000-ton methanol plant in Nigeria, where NNPC Limited and its partners, the IOCs here, are expected to deliver an estimated 270 million standard cubic feet of gas daily to the project located on Brass Island in southern Bayelsa State.
I must commend Mr. President, who has also provided the enabling environment for us to even go ahead to do this signing. The executive orders, especially the executive order on NAC, is an enabler to assuring that we will develop the NAG resources that we have towards this project. So we must commend Mr. President for his continued support, his responsiveness to the industry, and his unflinching support to making the decade of gas for us a reality.
With the successful deal signed for the $3.3 billion Nigerian methanol plant now in place after a period of 9 years, it is projected that the plant will contribute around $600 million annually to Nigeria's GDP, with a broader economic impact of up to $2 billion per year, owing to the growth it will spur in related industries.
We'll take a moment here, but there'll be plenty more when we return. Please stay with us. You're still watching Energy and You. Now, the war on crude oil theft continues to gain momentum, with NNPC Limited and its partners recording more gains with the discoveries of illegal mercenaries around the production field. Take a look.
In a bold crackdown on crude oil theft, an illegal connection was discovered and shut down by Joint Task Force at Ijo, River State. Drone footage reveals an illegal pipeline connected to a major crude oil line, buried underground, leading to a compound that appears to operate as a shipping company. Crude oil is visibly stored in pits and packed in sacks ready for transport to undisclosed locations. Similar discoveries were made at Bile, Umwajiloke community in River State, Ipu South and Umwahala in Abia State. All illegal connections were safely removed and repairs were promptly made to restore the integrity of the pipelines. The war on crude oil theft is on, and the industry-wide security collaboration on hydrocarbon infrastructure continues to record remarkable progress. Between the 5th and 11th of October 2024, a total of 200 incidents were recorded across the Niger Delta region. These incidents were detected and reported by NNPC Limited's Command and Control Centers, Tantita Security Agency, Shell Petroleum Development Company, Pipeline Infrastructure Nigeria Limited, Maton Engineering Nigeria Limited, Oando PLC, and government security agencies. In one of the most striking discoveries, drone footage captured security forces dismantling an illegal refining site at Obiaku River State, where significant environmental damage and loss of revenue were evidence. Swift action prevented further harm. Other illegal refineries at Konsho, Okoloma, Bile, Asa, and North-South Group, all in River State, were also dismantled, averting more environmental degradation. Storage sites used for crude oil theft were uncovered and destroyed by security forces in Bile River State, as well as in Igbomoturu and Ogbia, Bayelsa State. On land, vehicles carrying stolen crude oil were intercepted at Ahuada, Ebocha, and Omoku in River State, Emeshoe in Delta State, and Aba in Akwa Ibom State. On water, a tugboat at Okrika 6 in River State, laden with stolen automotive gas oil, also known as AGO, was intercepted and confiscated. Additionally, wooden boats transporting stolen crude were seized in Bile, North-South Group, and Omuku in River State, Ipu South in Abia, and Ibomotoru in Bayelsa State. The incident spread across various corridors. 102 in the Central Corridor, 50 in the Eastern Corridor, 3 in the Western Corridor, and 45 in Deep Blue Water. In total, 43 suspects were arrested during this period, all of whom have been handed over to government security agencies for further investigation. For NNPC Limited, there is no backing down in the war against crude oil theft until the menace is eradicated for good.
To report crude oil theft or suspicious activities within your area, call the numbers on your screen now or send an email to report@stopcrudetheft.com. Handsome rewards await the whistleblower. Do your part. Report oil theft today.
For non-players in the energy industry, the terms upstream, midstream, and downstream businesses can be confusing and difficult to differentiate. While upstream in the oil and gas sector involves exploration, development, and production of crude oil and natural gas, amongst others, the midstream is on transporting, storing, and processing of these petroleum products and more. While downstream, on the other hand, refers to the entire process and operations, including refining, marketing and distribution of crude or petroleum products down to the point of sale, also known as retail activities. Today we discuss the sale of refined products, that is the retail end of the business chain. Director of Operations, NNPC Retail Limited, Baba Shetima Kukawa, takes us through the operations of NNPC Retail as a brand to be reckoned with in the Nigerian downstream sector, the premium services and operations at NNPC Retail, which attest to the constant patronage of the retail outlets all over Nigeria, as seen daily with the inflow of consumers, all of which aligns with NNPC Limited's goals of securing Nigeria's energy future.
With over 900 retail outlets in the country, NNPC Retail Limited has positioned itself to be a consumer's first point of call due to its wide outreach and constant availability of products. Mr. Baba Shetima Kukawa, Director Operations, NNPC Retail Limited, shares with us the mandate of NNPC Retail as well as the current trends in the Nigerian downstream sector, which the company keyed into in shaping its general operations for premium service delivery to Nigerians.
NNPC Retail is the last mile aspect of NNPC Limited. It is expected to deliver the products and also support the energy security mandate of NNPC Limited as enshrined by the PIE. NNPC Retail is expected to ensure availability of product across all its stations, and also not just that, also service other aspects of the energy needs of the industries, aviation, and also lubricants, and all area of products that we're supposed to deliver that forward. So our mandate is to profitably operate the business like any other venture, and also support the mandate of NNPC Limited in aspect of energy security. The key thing today that is shaping the industry is the regulation, and also the coming up of the local refining capacities in the country. So that will clearly also bring in competition into the industry, and competition is good for the consumer. At the end of the day, every player will ensure that there is efficient sourcing of the product in the first place, and then that product that has been sourced should be efficiently distributed across the network.
NNPC Retail is strategic to the NNPC's overall desire to meet the energy needs of the people through availability of petroleum products at its outlets. The ceaseless inflow of customers and consumers alike is a show of its top-notch services, ranging from quality assurance to reliability of products, convenience, and widespread. He speaks more on expansion initiatives and supply chain management.
We are positioning ourselves for CNG. Today we have 6 active sites in Abuja. It's supposed to be 10 before the end of the year. We're also delivering 10 sites before the end of the year into Lagos. And by next year, we're also delivering large number of stations to cover all parts of Nigeria. We're definitely positioned to be leaders in CNG in Nigeria. So we're well positioned for that, and with the support of our parent company, we're positioned to do that. Also, other things that are also consumer behavior. Consumers are price conscious. Consumers are also very conscious of the kind of quality of service you give to them at the forecourt. So we're very aware of that. We're doing a lot of things to ensure that our frontline personnel, the people you see at the stations, are well trained. We have developed a robust framework for that.
As NNPC Retail successfully achieved customer trust for its brand, its continued innovation and expansion initiatives is changing the narrative in the downstream sector through the leverage on innovation and technology for its sustainability strategies. Partnership also plays a key role for the brand.
Our stations are automated. Our forecourt is automated. We're rolling out that plan. We also are partnering with NIPET to also do that with other partners. So what it means is that remotely you can actually see each nozzle at our stations. You can actually see the tanks in the stations. You can do a lot of things. Or that if we could even change prices on automations. So we're really doing a lot on automation. And specifically with RTI, we've been involved with them. We've done robotics for some of our reports. And currently we're also working on a very key tool for us. All the forecourt automations we've done, we're trying to also develop a tool that will check two critical things for us. One, ensure that products are not diverted from our stations, and also products that are not ours are also not dumped into our stations. So we're actually we're doing data cleansing and testing for that tool has been developed. And hopefully before the end of the month, we should be able to roll out on that. We also have about 2 other proposals that once this is done, we will also take it up with them. We've keyed into RTI. We have a very direct and cordial relationship with them. And we're seeing that because innovation is the only thing that will make us different from the other customers.
Aside the supply of premium motor spirits, PMS, the business unit has other quality products for Nigerians, just as customer satisfaction is critical for the business. Mr. Kukawa tells us more on these products, customer feedback, and what his company is doing to ensure staff deliver on premium services.
We are also leading today in aviation fuel, ATK. We're not just providing the local airlines, we're providing a whole lot of international airlines today. So we're also in that field. Lubricant, we're strongly in that field with our own plants and all that. So we're also doing very well. We're coming up with CNG. LPG also, it's also available. We're also looking at the non-fuel revenue aspects of the business, which we're also trying to sweat, because all our assets across the country, we're trying to put in partnership with our partners. We put in quick service restaurants, lube bays, car wash, mini marts. All these are things that we're currently having conversations around to making sure that we optimize them. We've actually conducted a brand audit that has given us insight into the entire country, how we're doing and how customers feel and perceive us. And we've seen the gaps. Kano, for instance, is a place that we've already identified as a white point in our map, and we're addressing that. In fact, I just came back from Kano, and those are the things that we do. And all other parts of the country that are critical, that we're not doing well, we're also trying to cover that. We did the Customer Appreciation Week, where we gave out, I think, 5,000 to 10,000 naira fuel to thousands of customers. During that period, we did the International Women's Day campaign, where we gave out gifts to women. In fact, we've seen a significant increase in women coming into our focus for that. Doing our Oleum promo, which is coming up very soon, and that is expected for our customers that are using the product also. We give back gifts and a lot of rewards to them. So actually, within the past 2 years, under the leadership of Mr. Hoop Stockman, NNPC Retail has actually transformed into not just a company that's selling fuel, but also a full-fledged marketing company.
Looking into the future of the downstream sector in Nigeria, the Director Operations shares some future plans of NNPC Retail Limited to further incorporate sustainability and expansion of its services.
Service delivery is the key to us. We're gradually moving to a very customer-centric company to making sure that whatever we do revolves around our customers. We are also introducing products and services that are also enable customers to do business with us. We have the Fuel app, which we're relaunching very soon. We're trying to make sure that for our B2B and B2C customers, we try to make sure that technology becomes a very good interface for us, and making sure that transacting business with us becomes much, much easier and very efficient, so thereby driving value and also making sure that people come back to the stations for repeat business.
Without a doubt, NNPC Retail Limited is leaving no stone unturned in ensuring that it continues to stay top in the downstream business sector. Just as the company promises a sustained top-notch service to Nigerians through quality products, customer satisfaction and wider outreach. All of this aimed at achieving NNPC Limited's set goals of attaining energy sufficiency for Nigerians.
Let's go. Energy for today, energy for tomorrow.
We'll take a moment here to top global news around the energy sector.
Oil prices fell at the start of the week, erasing nearly all the gains made last week after China's inflation rate declined and the lack of clarity on the country's economic stimulus plans raised fears about fuel demand in the world's biggest crude importer. Brent crude futures fell by as much as $1.35 to sell at $77.69 per barrel. The negative news from China outweighed market concerns over the lingering possibility an Israeli response to Iran's October 1 missile attack could disrupt oil production, though the U.S. has cautioned Israel against targeting Iranian energy infrastructure. India needs to explore a production-linked incentive scheme to improve its renewable energy transmission capacity. That's according to the Power Secretary, Panjak Agarwal. He said there's need to think about localizing supply chain for transmission equipment, adding that 1,650 gigawatts of global renewable energy capacity is waiting to be connected to the grid. India has rolled out multiple schemes for manufacturing to reduce dependency on global supply chains and to spur domestic production. India's coal-fired power output fell for a second straight month in September on an annual basis due to slower growth in electricity usage as solar power generation picks up pace. In a nation where fuel is the lifeblood of daily activities, finding a reliable source is crucial. With over 900 retail outlets nationwide, NNPC Limited has established itself as a leading provider of petroleum products.
But what exactly draws people to these stations? We went to the streets to explore why consumers across Nigeria are flocking to NNPC Limited retail stations for their petroleum needs. Take a look.
I can't go to another prison. Some stations they will write 95, but it will be 120 inside they know. The meter is not good. It's better than others. That's why we are coming. If you see the line, sometimes from Uye after bridge.
Recently, I bought fuel from, I don't want to mention the name of the filling station, and my catalyst got destroyed. And then it occurred to me that, okay, I had gotten very bad fuel. So I think this happened like maybe 3-4 months ago. And like I said, I do your job. So I did 1 or 2 questioning like this. And I discovered that, okay, probably NNPC has one of the best fuel. And it was a loss for me because I know how much I spent fixing my catalysts. It would have been better for me to just come and stay on the queue because really standing on this queue is not funny. But I think I'd rather stay on the queue to buy from NNPC.
Their fuel are actually, they last longer and they are also cheaper in price. Yes. I guess that's why you see so much queue in the NNPC filling station.
Why I prefer NNPC is the cheaper filling station among others.
Now, from quality assurance to reliability and convenience to community involvement, it's clear that NNPC Limited's retail stations have earned their spot as a preferred choice among consumers. The retail stations have become a trusted choice for many Nigerians as they continue to innovate and expand. One thing is clear, they're fueling more than just vehicles, they're fueling trust and community pride. And that's our wrap on Energy and You this week. Thank you for joining us. If you missed any part of the show or previous episodes, you can catch up by scanning the QR code on your screen now. Remember, you can get updates of other events of NNPC Limited through the social media handles showing on your screen. From all of us here, thanks for watching. I'm Egosa Megumbo. See you again next time.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel. And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
This matter deserves very, very serious and urgent investigation to make sure that similar incident does not occur in the future.
Upset over the shabby treatment of Super Eagles in Libya, House of Representatives calls for investigation.
It is the determination of the government to ensure that we bring to conclusion this agreement.
Federal government inaugurates yet another committee on the 2009 agreement with ASU.
I believe that we are going to turn the corner. We are already beginning to see signs of that. Reforms all over the world.
Towards promoting Nigeria's image nationally and globally, Nigeria Institute of Public Relations unveils Reputation Management Group. Good evening and welcome to the Network News on NTA. I'm Elizabeth Omori. Hingino John Adams will be reading from Lagos. Our busy businessman, Benny Adams, has the latest from the business arena. Benny?
Well, headline inflation rises marginally, but no cause for alarm as the economy is on course.
Of course, no cause for alarm. For sporting stories, Bade Adeleye will bring us up to speed. Now, Bade, since the game between Libya and Nigeria has been postponed, so what next?
Well, the matter has been referred to the appropriate CAF committee to investigate and take their decision. But the Nigerian authorities are warning that they will not accept any shifting of the goalpost. And of course, CAF knows that the entire football community, is watching.
All right, that's good to know. Don't forget to follow this newscast live on our website, nt.ng/live, NT News Now on X, and other social handles displayed on the screen. And do endeavor to subscribe to all our channels. Now the news. Pending the outcome of investigations by the Confederation of African Football into Super Eagles' ill treatment in Libya, Minister of Foreign Affairs Yusuf Tugar, who received the NFF President Ibrahim Musa Gusau in his office, says henceforth the ministry will ensure briefing on current situation of any host country before traveling. Garba Natala reports.
Apart from reactions condemning Super Eagles' ordeal in Libya, the Confederation of African Football, CAF, also says it is investigating the unacceptable situation. Minister of Foreign Affairs Yusuf Tugar warmly received the NFF President Ibrahim Musa Gusau and narrated their ordeal when they were held in that country.
We also tried to make an effort to see how we can get out and see how we can move ourselves to even have something to eat, but that was not accepted by the authorities that were meant to stay and put us under that hostage.
It's unfortunate, but it means also that we have to work closely together with the NFF.
It took diplomatic efforts made by the minister for the Libyan authorities to release players and officials to depart.
We had to engage with the foreign minister of the eastern side of Libya, and I believe it was only after that engagement that we were able to get concrete action and results.
Now, awaiting the decision of the Confederation of African Football after an investigation in regards to their unplayed match, the Nigerian team's fate is hanging in the balance whether they will qualify for the Africa Cup of Nations. In Abuja, Garba Muhammad Atala, NTA News.
Meanwhile, the House of Representatives has asked the federal government to invite the Libyan ambassador to Nigeria as it seeks explanation over the humiliating treatment experienced by the Super Eagles by the Libyan Football Federation. This followed a motion of urgent public importance moved on the floor of the House. National Assembly correspondent Mitari Ikmin reports on this and other resolutions at Tuesday's plenary.
Many are yet to come to terms with the maltreatment of Nigeria's Super Eagles by the Libyan authorities prior to the return leg of the 2025 AFCON qualifiers. The House condemned the embarrassment of the Nigerian team and called for an investigation.
Despite their biting the plight to a small airport with little or no amenities, the Libyan authority does not allow the team to get out of the airport or move to their hotel. No access to internet, no food. The airport was cordoned and they were held hostage for 18 hours.
This for me is an embarrassment, not only for the team, Nigerians, and also Africans. This matter deserves very, very serious and urgent investigation to make sure that similar incident does not occur in the future.
In another development, the House sought lasting solutions to the periodic release of water from the Lagdo Dam in Cameroon.
Mandate the Federal Minister of Water Resources and Federal Minister of Works to expedite the completion of the Dasin Hausa Dam in Adamawa State, which will act as a buffer and help to absorb excess water released from Lagdo Dam and rehabilitation of critical infrastructure in flood-prone areas.
Also note, the recent flooding in Sokoto State, which resulted in the destruction of Sokoto, Goranyo, Sabon Birni, and Niger border roads.
Another motion highlights the dilapidation of federal highways as lawmakers advocate increased allocation to the Federal Road Maintenance Agency.
Allocate 20% of the Ministry of Works budget to enable Federal Road Maintenance Agency to function effectively.
The House passed 3 bills, including a bill for an act to establish the Federal College of Education Special in Duku, Gombe State. From the National Assembly, Mitaire Ikben, NTA News.
To other news, Vice President Kashim Shettima has charged the newly appointed Board of Directors of the Nigeria Sovereign Investment Authority to diversify the nation's investment portfolio in order to support key sectors of the economy. He gave the charge during a meeting with the Board of Directors of the NSIA, outlining the administration's vision for the authority, drawing comparison with more established sovereign wealth funds. State House correspondent Abdurrahman Jibrila reports.
Acknowledging Nigeria's late entry into the Sovereign Wealth Fund, Vice President Kashim Shettima stressed the need to support the real economy, particularly highlighting the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority's role in agricultural revitalization, assuring the Board of Tinubu administration full support in achieving national aspirations, emphasizing the critical need for teamwork.
We have been supporting the nation in our agricultural revitalization efforts. You are part of the success story, especially in bringing in agricultural inputs. I want you to sustain that tempo, and ours is a young nation. The average age of the Nigerian nation is 16.9. 70% are below the age of 30. Plans are in the pipeline by the federal government to establish a youth entrepreneurship investment bank, all geared towards assisting our youth to be gainfully employed. It's going to be a bank by the youth, for the youth.
Chairman of the board commended the effort of the federal government, particularly members of the National Economic Council, saying they treasure the confidence the council has reposed in the board.
The Sovereign Fund is a fund that is set up for a number of reasons. One, to provide support to government during volatility. The second reason is to provide savings for the future generation. And we're also here to catalyze additional investment for various sectors of the economy. We've done this very, very well. So we tend to continue doing this, make sure we protect the sovereign wealth of this country, to be sure that when we all live, our children's wealth is protected, our children's wealth is protected. That's what we have to do.
What is next after this meeting is the submission of the last audit account to the National Economic Council, with the intent to work with the principles of the Nigeria Sovereign Investment Authority. From the State House, Abraham Jibrila, NTA News.
To drug reduction and demand, Senate wants the fight against drug abuse to be taken a notch higher as it seeks the establishment of a National Institute for Drug Awareness and Rehabilitation. National Assembly correspondent Lami Ali reports that the proposed legislation passed second reading after intense debates.
Opinions were divided during debate on general principles of the bill.
The establishment of the institute is informed by the high record of substance abuse in Nigeria.
It is very important to the extent that drug abuse affects every sector of the society.
My worry is that we are spending so much money on overhead.
Most of the existing laws are more of arresting, taking punitive measures, and they say prevention is better than cure.
It will not serve the purpose for which it is intended.
Some legislators suggested that the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency could rather be strengthened to make it more effective in the fight against the menace of drug abuse.
If actually we want to end drug trafficking in Nigeria, we should make drug trafficking a capital offense.
We have a practice here to always allow bills to go further, to allow for proper scrutiny.
Another bill that passed second reading after eliciting diverse views in the Red Chamber is the bill to establish a Nigerian Coast Guard to secure maritime zones.
There is no marine and blue economy without Coast Guard. Suffice also to say that all the countries with the best navy, they have Coast Guards.
Is an initiative that, if it is done, will complement what the Navy and other security agencies are doing.
The first people that will apprehend smugglers will be the coastal guards.
Annually, we lose 35 billion to illegal fishing.
We need to be extremely very careful on matters that has to do with national security. It's a lot more than we are seeing.
Away from plenary, the special advisor to the President on National Assembly Matters, Senate, Bashir Lado, has urged heads of ministries, departments and agencies to honor invitations from Parliament.
It remains essential that these opportunities for engagement are prioritized to demonstrate our continued collective commitment to accountability and good governance.
From the National Assembly, Lami Ali, NTA News.
Having a crisis communication plan in place that outlines steps to mitigating damages and communication transparently will go a long way in ensuring a better society. This is what the Nigerian Institute of Public Relations is championing with the coming on board of the Nigeria Reputation Management Group. Harman Jabani takes us through the unveiling.
The journey, which started 3 years ago, is designed to be inclusive and conceived as a professional, private, secure, complementary solution aimed at strengthening and repositioning Nigeria's reputation capital as a core national asset for stronger domestic relevance and global competitiveness on a deliberate, sustainable basis through collaboration and partnership. For Nigeria Institute of Public Relations, reputation is birth. Reputation needs air to survive. Reputation is nurtured with the right character, and when reputation is created and built as an asset, it continuously managed and effectively sustained. This is why Nigerian Reputation Management Group should be Nigeria's biggest possible and core assets for investable value.
The image of Nigeria needs conscious, deliberate attention. Today's event is NIPR's robust response to the call. We have the biggest body of knowledge in Africa. NIPR is well positioned and ready to deal on this matter.
The Nigerian Reputation Management Group is designed to propagate and project a positive national reputation in order to promote our core values, principles, and beliefs as a people.
The NRMG will stand on 6 core values of ethics, professionalism, trust, communication, and ownership, while focusing on Reputation Summit, Nigeria's Reputation Day, Charter, and Champions, among others.
Our citizens have a key role to play. The image of any nation is not shaped solely by leaders, diplomats, or businesses, but also by the actions, attitudes, and behaviors of its citizens.
I urge you to remember that the future of our country lies not only in the hands of our leaders, but in our own actions. We cannot demand integrity from others if we do not hold ourselves accountable.
The NRMG is geared towards promoting Nigeria's positive image nationally and globally through strategic communication and proactive public relations engagements to protect Nigeria's reputation from negative local and international narratives. Harman Jabani, NTA News.
Still on the initiative to inculcate the spirit of building a reputation for Nigerians and Nigeria by the Nigerian Institute of Public Relations is in line with the vision of the current administration based on the revelation by the Minister of Information and National Orientation. Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, says reputation is an asset for Nigeria. Saliu Abdullah Iguanara tells us more.
Unrelenting efforts to build a nation whose citizens demonstrate acceptable standards of reputation in order to transform the country's image and socio-economic development. Nigerians from across every sector are here demonstrating commitment to a proposed template for reputation management. This groundbreaking initiative, according to the Minister of Information and National Orientation, requires the collective efforts of citizens in order to complement and fast-track the ongoing national reorientation agenda through the National Identity Project approved by the Federal Executive Council.
As we are all aware, a country's brand reputation is one of its core assets, alongside its financial and natural mineral resources. Charity, they say, begins at home. All of us at the Ministry of Information and National Justice Agencies, especially the National Orientation Agency, is playing a pivotal role in ensuring that Nigeria reclaims its steps. Nigeria comes back to those ideals for which our founding fathers put on course for this country. I believe that we are going to turn the corner. We are already beginning to see signs of that. Reforms all over the world are extremely challenging. It is your ability to rise up to the occasion that makes the difference. I think the President is doing that with every sense of responsibility. I call on all Nigerians to support him and give him more time. Nigeria will reach its desired destination.
He was emphatic that the resilience spirit of Nigerians will add value to the proposed reputation project and want Nigerians to distinguish themselves as brand ambassadors.
Especially for the media, reporting accurately, objectively, and also being patriotic about their country.
The Nigeria Reputation Management Group logo was unveiled at the event in Abuja. Salihu Abdullahi Gwanara, NTA News.
Away from the unveiling, Justice Ricardo Claudio Monteiro Gonçalves has been elected as the new president of the ECOWAS Court of Justice for a 2-year term of office, following an election by the College of 5 judges of the court. Justice Ricardo succeeds Justice Edward Amoka Asante, who led the court for 6 years since assuming office on July 31, 2018. A statement by ECOWAS notes that Justice Ricardo was sworn in on Thursday, October 6, 2024. During the tenure of Asante as president, the community of justice witnessed remarkable growth and transformation in its jurisprudence, including its case management system and physical infrastructure. Justice Asante oversaw the historic relocation of the court from its former overcrowded location to its new headquarters complex in Abuja in 2003. You're watching the Network News on NTA. More facts on cleaner energy through the CNG initiative with Lydia Sampson on Fact Sheet after the break. To stay with us.
The Association of Chairmen of Local Government Service Commissions in Nigeria presents a 3-day annual national summit. Theme: addressing security and other contemporary challenges at the local government areas in Nigeria. Special guest of honor is Excellency Kashim Shettima, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Chairman of the occasion, Right Honorable Zephaniah Gisalo, Minister of Special Duties and Intergovernmental Affairs. Date: Wednesday, 16th October 2024. Time: 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Venue: National Center for Women Development, Abuja. Announcer: Barrister Mohammed Esbawa.
The Federal Ministry of Special Duties and Intergovernmental Affairs call for nominations for National Honors Award 2024. Pursuant to the approval granted by His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR for the commencement of the 2024 National Honors Award, applications are now open to citizens and friends of Nigeria. This prestigious award is intended to recognize individuals who have made outstanding contributions to the development, progress, and advancement of the nation, or in their various fields of human endeavor. Eligible and deserving individuals are invited to submit their applications by scanning the provided QR code. For further details, visit https://fmsdiga.gov.ng/NHA 2024. Note: nominations close 2 weeks from the date of advert. Signed, Dr. Mariam Ismaila Kashinro, Permanent Secretary for Chairman, National Honors Committee.
I am pregnant. It is important for me to take care of myself and stay healthy.
To be strong and have a healthy pregnancy, take iron and folic acid tablets every day when you're pregnant. This prevents anemia and helps maintain a healthy pregnancy. Visit your healthcare provider for regular antenatal care. This message is from the ANRIN Project, Federal Ministry of Health.
The Nigeria Deposit Insurance Corporation, NDIC, wishes to inform the general public of the disposal of physical assets belonging to Heritage Bank in liquidation. The disposal by public auction will take place at 47 affected branches of the defunct bank nationwide, beginning from Monday, 14th October 2024 by 11 a.m. All interested members of the public wishing to participate in the exercise should check Leadership, Punch, This Day newspapers of September 30th, 2024, and NDIC website for further details. All interested institutions and corporate bodies who wish to inspect the items will be allowed access 48 hours before the scheduled date of auctioning exercise. NDIC, protecting your bank deposit. Announcer, Management.
Senate Committee on Agricultural Colleges and Institutions invites the general public and stakeholders to a one-day public hearing on a bill, Federal University of Agriculture and Tropical Studies, Iragbiji, Osun State Establishment Bill 2024, SB 569. Date, Wednesday, 23rd October 2024. Time, 2 p.m. Venue, Conference Room 231, New Senate Building, National Assembly Complex, Abuja. Special guest of honor, His Excellency Senator Godswill Obot Akpabio, President of the Senate. Host, Senate Committee on Agricultural Colleges and Institutions. Stakeholders should submit 25 copies of memoranda and a flash drive at the Committee Secretariat, Room 3.8, Senate White House, National Assembly Complex on or before Friday, 18th October 2024. For further inquiries, please call 0803-506-7415. Announcer, Senator Simon Bako Lalong, KSGG-CON, Chairman.
The House of Representatives Ad Hoc Committee on the Investigation of the National Hajj Commission of Nigeria, NACON, FCTA, Muslim Pilgrims Welfare Board, their service providers and tour operators oversaw the arrangements and treatment of Nigerian pilgrims in the 2024 Hajj exercise, invites memoranda from stakeholders and the general public on the performance of these entities during the 2024 Hajj exercise. The memoranda should be submitted to Room 330, 3rd floor, White House, House of Representatives in 12 hard copies and soft copy in a flash drive on or before 21st of October 2024. For further inquiries, please contact the committee clerk on 0818-383-4202 or email at nas2024hajj@gmail.com. Announcer, Honorable Sada Soli, Committee Chairman.
This is the Network News on NTA. Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Oil, Senator Heineken Lokobiri, has called for collaboration between the Federal Road Safety Corps and relevant agencies in the petroleum sector to enhance safety in the transportation of petroleum products. Senator Lokobiri said this when he received FRSC Corps Marshal Shehu Mohammed. Lydia Sampson reports.
Senator Heineken Lokobiri emphasized government's commitment to addressing the frequent tanker explosions posing serious danger to lives and property across the country. He said proactive measures are needed to mitigate or reduce such incidents to the barest minimum. The safety of the public, the minister says, remains sacrosanct.
Our own contention at this particular time is to collaborate with you, so that you'll be able to intensify, your efforts to ensure that only, tankers or, trucks that are certified roadworthy, that should be allowed to carry these, products. We want to also, use this opportunity to also, solicit for your support in certifying the tanker drivers that drive, these trucks.
He urged the FRSC to intensify its collaboration with the Ministry of Petroleum Resources and its key regulatory agencies, including the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, in order to achieve the highest safety standards in the transportation of petroleum products. The Corps Marshal Shehu Mohammed commended the minister for his proactive stance on safety.
We have designed so many initiatives like the road transport safety sanitation scheme, whereby we make sure that not only tankers and trailers all the vehicles in this country are being certified.
The minister expressed optimism that the partnership between the FRSC and petroleum sector agencies will yield positive results. He also commended the FRSC for its tireless efforts in promoting road safety policies and enhancing public safety. In Abuja, Lydia Sampson, NTA News.
And just so you know, Lydia is still on the news, and she's set to give us more facts on the compressed natural gas initiative. Lydia, with more than 100 conversion centers established to aid transition to cleaner fuel alternatives. So what's next and what's more?
Thank you, Lizzie, for having me. And I must say the presidential compressed natural gas initiative has made significant progress in promoting CNG conversions across Nigeria. For now, there are over 130 conversion centers and that have been established nationwide, facilitating the transition to clean fuel. But moving on, let me show you. With over 130 centers in Nigeria, it is expected that so far, with 77 partnerships already sealed and signed with presidential compressed natural gas across 10 states. We're talking about 10 states so far, and 3 states are to come up soon before the end of the month, and they are Rivers State and Niger State and Kwara State. So the PCNG has also distributed over, let me look at it again, over 14,000 plus kits, with 34,000 kits acquired so far. Additionally, orders for 100,000 placed by the Ministry of Finance, and we believe that the CNG is on course. So the CNG has also, and government aims to partner with various companies to enhance this network, with multiple firms already collaborating under the initiative. And one other thing again is that the push for CNG conversion and broader strategy to alleviate the economic pressure is stemming from fuel subsidy removal, making it crucial for both environmental and sustainability and economic relief for citizens following the high cost of petrol after the removal of subsidy. The initiative also includes free conversion services at selected locations, further encouraging commercial vehicles and owners to switch to CNG, which is, of course, a cheaper and cleaner alternative. There are challenges. It's not all a success story. I must tell you, Elizabeth, paucity of CNG dispensing stations with only 2 reliable service stations in Abuja, and CNG queues are beginning to become visible. But when we talk about this, I wouldn't really call it a visible challenge, of course. It could be described as an evolving business platform, because CNG is supposed to be driven by the private sector, and there's no way government is going to be the one to come up with CNG add-on stations. It's usually private sector driven, and so with the evolving business stations will be coming, with the evolving horizon of hope and the increased adoption of the CNG, I believe there is hope in the horizon, with more dispensing stations will be coming on soon. But of course, that is where government is really wooing private sector participation, because there's nowhere that government is expected to be the ones coming up with CNG dispensing stations. It's usually the private sector, Lizzie. And so out of this challenge, hopefully, I believe there will be business opportunities, because I believe if you have money and I have money, this is something to go into, to come up with CNG dispensing stations. But on a serious note, government is collaborating with the private sector, and this challenge is one, hopefully, that will be overcome.
Of course, the benefits are so enormous. Energy correspondent Lydia Sampson, thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lizzie.
Moving on, to inspire next generation of female leaders in science, technology, engineering and maths, National Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure, NASENI, through the Presidential Implementation Committee on Technology, has celebrated 6 women engineers for their innovations. The event held in Abuja also saw presentation of grants to award recipients aimed at supporting their ongoing projects and research initiatives. Ekene Undulwe reports.
6 award recipients for the most innovative ideas emerged after an evaluation process of over 120 applications. The project, tagged Developing Engineering Leaders Through Her, organizers say is a deliberate move by the federal government to address gender imbalance in engineering, with women accounting for just 5% of Nigerian engineers.
This government, under the leadership of our president, Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCON, under his renewed hope agenda, is part of what he is instructing us to do, catch them young.
So the best way for us to support women to participate in the engineering ecosystem is for us to what? Catch them young, provide them with mentorship, give them funding, connect them to partners that will help them upscale their skill and bring out their innovative ideas into products.
Grants were presented to the awardees to the tune of each project cost estimate, in addition to other forms of support.
This project, automatic Bambara nut processing machine, it was born out of a passion to curb the stress, the drudgery involved in processing of these nuts.
This equipment is all about teaching students about digital electronics, because we see that the foreign products that we normally purchase, it's quite on the high side.
The ceremony, which is an offshoot of the International Day of the Girl Child, is already inspiring the younger generation with exhibitions to show how much they have learnt. In Abuja, Ekene Ndulwe, NTA News.
Still on learning, to promote science education and enhance learning experience among students, the MTN Foundation has inaugurated a newly renovated science laboratory at Government Day Science Secondary School, Gombe. Balgun Samari reports.
The newly renovated laboratory is fully equipped with modern facilities and equipment for teaching and learning of physics, chemistry, biology and agriculture. The MTN Foundation is proud to support the development of science education in Nigeria.
Okay, I would say it has run into hundreds of millions. From what you have seen here in this secondary school, you've seen that really the business has invested a lot in making sure that these children have the equipment for them to learn effectively.
Gombe State government appreciates the foundation for enhancing learning experience of the students.
There is a lot of gap, in the area of science and technology teaching, and we believe with this facility we've seen here, which is almost the one you see in tertiary institutions. So we believe MTN Foundation has done a lot for us, and we'll make sure that this facility is utilized fully.
The state has been the #1 state in ease of doing business. So this is a collaborative effort between the Gombe State government and MTN Foundation. And one of the things we do is we look at our gaps and we collaborate with people who can assist us. And MTN came in handy and they took this school. This school was chosen because of its centrality. You can see it's surrounded by so many schools which are going to benefit from this project.
Stakeholders and students are assured of the sustainability of the equipment. The projects are part of the 3rd phase of the ongoing MTN Foundation projects in the country. Balgun Samari, MTN News.
Time to talk business, and our busy businessman, Benny Adams, is ready. Benny?
Thank you, Elizabeth. Now talking business, Nigeria's headline inflation rose marginally to 3.217% in September 2024 from 3.2 0.15% in August, marking a 0.55% increase. Let's take a look at the figures and some of the factors responsible for this rise. You can see that inflation is 32.70, like I've said earlier on, which is a plus 5.98%, which is year-on-year increase. We have actually been witnessing a reduction on month-on-month. And factors responsible are food and non-alcoholic beverages, which accounted for 16.94%. We have housing, water, electricity. We know that the bills have increased in terms of electricity bills. And food inflation on month-on-month, in September, we're having 2.64%, which is a decline in August 2024 to 2.37%. And looking at highest, talking about the rate for the states, highest year-on-year, we have Bauchi State coming tops, followed by Sokoto State, Jigawa. Then on green a bit, we have Delta State, Benue, Katsina, Sokoto, Taraba, Anambra, Kwara, Cross River, and Lagos has got the lowest in this order, which is quite cheering. But with the reforms being put in place and with the promises we are getting from the actors in the economy, we are going to be hopefully experiencing a downturn in this particular trend. Let's take a look at the energy market. In the energy market, we are having the U.S. crude prices fall more than 4% as Israel is not expected to strike Iran's oil industry. Down to the oil, can I have figures for the oil? U.S. crude prices fall more than 4% as Israel is not expected to strike Iran's oil industry. We've been having fluctuation in prices as a result of rising tensions. Let's look at the WTI figures. We have WTI and the Brent figures at this particular point in time. For the Brent December contract, we have, as of today, we have $74.06 per barrel, down $3.40, that is on year-on-day. And for the global benchmark, it has pulled back more than 3%. Well, promising and not promising. For the WTI, that's a West Texas Intermediate November contract, we are witnessing a $70.39 per barrel, down $3.44 year to day, while the U.S. crude oil has also fallen more than 1%. We're expecting some of these figures to get to some level of equilibrium if the tension dies down in the Middle East. And now to the Nigerian market, talking about the Nigerian equities market. The market, it's still bullish. The bullish momentum is being sustained at the close of Tuesday's trading, building on the gains recorded on Monday as buying interest continued in Aradel. But before we see the figures on Aradel, you can see the equities cap increased to 26.8 trillion. We have the value at 26.8 billion in 9,650 deals. And the volume of trade at this particular point, or at the end of trading today, is 286 million, coming to the all share index, arriving at 98,540.93 basis points. And we are seeing the appreciation at 0.33%. Not a bad idea. I'm talking about Aradel. This is the first time Aradel is coming on the third spot. At this particular point, with 25 million. On the second spot, we have Zenith Bank, 30.3 million. And Access Core, 45.9 million. Well, that is it on business today. Network News continues. But after this break, I can see Hingino John Adams is waiting for more news on the Lagos end. Hingino, it's over to you.
Thank you, Benny, the businessman. Transiting to greener, cleaner, and reliable energy mix is the way to go, and as a way of reigniting insight into opportunities abound in the sector while attracting investment, the 11th edition of the Nigeria Energy Summit holding in Lagos is creating platforms for exchange of technologies and ideas. The Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, said sustainable green energy fits perfectly into Nigeria's quest for expansion, just as efforts are on to increase power generation capacity of the country before the end of the year. Michael Olale reports.
This is the largest marketplace of ideas and technologies when it comes to the power sector in Africa,
And the goal before the Nigeria Energy Summit at this 11th edition is breaking barrier in the new energy era. For Nigeria and the African region, it is an opportunity to harness renewable energy sources in addressing deficits in generation, since power is the driver of the economy globally.
Our role in all of this is just basically to create a platform where we can bring all the suppliers, all the solutions providers, and all the manufacturers and match them with buyers. We need to get to the level where, as our population is increasing, we also increase the capacity for generation.
The Minister of Power said Nigeria holds huge potential in green energy, with 32 states having 8 hours of sunshine daily, while the construction of highways offer prospect of exploring coastal and offshore wind for power generation.
We achieve our asset expansion plan and we achieve our energy transition plan with a medium-term target of Vision 2030. By year 2030, 30% of our total energy sources should come from renewable energy.
Stakeholders here say energy is not just a necessity, but a right which requires public-private partnership to generate more.
We are driven by our belief in the potential of Nigeria as a key player in the global energy arena, and we are committed to empowering that vision with innovation,
partnership, structure, discipline, focus. These are the watchword in Genesis. It has brought us so far. We have over 150 megawatts in operation.
As part of Informal Markets Future Incubation Program, 3 shortlisted entries of the inaugural Energy S contest will present their projects at the technical seminar of the summit. In Lagos, Michael Olaleye, NTA News.
Talking women matters now, eliminating gender barriers through provision of equal opportunities remains a catalyst for Nigeria's economic development. Experts in women and girls' rights advocacy believe achieving sustainable development goals and the nation's aspirations largely depend on providing an enabling environment for women and girls to fulfill their dreams. Joel Popola has the report.
There is a popular saying that if you train a woman, you train a nation. This narrative stakeholders say is an attestation of the pivotal role women play in nation building. Nigerian women are well known in Africa for their sterling contributions in different spheres of life. But despite their impact, gender parity is still a thorny issue that has rendered many women passive when they are supposed to play a leading role.
When we are saying we are liberating ourselves and we want to get that equity that we desire, then we need to have conversations with ourselves such that we inculcate into ourselves that we are enough and that we can do something and achieve certain results. Be quiet and expect change. We cannot be quiet and expect things to be done differently. We have to begin to see ourselves as an active member of the society, because this is the only way that we can indeed cause the change that we want.
For the unwanted narrative to change, stakeholders believe government need to respect international protocols on gender parity, such as Planet 50/50, while parents should also end the stereotype from the upbringing of their children.
They are right, fighting for this space. Women are not doing enough. We have women organizations, gender organizations that are doing a lot, but when it comes to individual women, they have to come to that realization that they are not just cheerleaders. They should begin to tell their political party leaders that beyond, singing, clapping, and so on, we can contribute.
Respondents say the journey to ending gender discrimination and promoting social inclusion of women should start with women and girls coming out of their shell, developing a can-do attitude, and being in the front burner of the change they desire. In Lagos, Joel Wola, NTA News.
Those are the stories from Lagos. Time now for some messages. The news will be back shortly with Elizabeth in Abuja.
It's the Glow Festival of Joy, and it's raining exciting prizes. Oh, for 120 days, we take it to the max. Mind-blowing, loaded prizes. Take John, winning a tear rubber Toyota Prado by recharging up to 100,000 naira. and Sister T winning a Cha-Cha Kia Picanto by recharging up to 50,000 naira.
From the sky coming to you, yes, the gifts are unloading joy all over Nigeria.
From Toyota Prados to Kia Picantos, Keke Napets, generators, sewing machines, and even grinding machines. Just dial *611#, choose your prizes, recharge the value for the month, and you too can win.
Whoa, you too can win, oh!
The Association of Chairmen of Local Government Service Commissions in Nigeria presents a 3-day annual national summit. Theme: Addressing Security and Other Contemporary Challenges at the Local Government Areas in Nigeria. Special guest of honor is Excellency Kashim Shettima, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Chairman of the occasion, Right Honorable Zephaniah Gisalo, Minister of Special Duties and Intergovernmental Affairs. Date: Wednesday, 16th October 2024. Time: 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Venue: National Center for Women Development, Abuja. Announcer: Barrister Mohammed Esbawa.
My morning ritual starts here, surrounded by life-made furniture. From my wardrobe to my bed, Life-Made Furniture's whole house customization designs every piece to perfection. I love that in Lagos, Port Harcourt, Abuja, Ibadan, and Kano, there's Life-Made Furniture.
For a whole house customization and furniture projects, call 081-2000-6000 or visit elifemade.com. Life-Made, your life made forever.
Enjoy the deliciously rich taste of Cremella Crema.
breakfast, lunch, and dinner, even between meals.
It's hard to resist the deliciously rich taste of Cremella. Cremella, a taste that's hard to resist.
The new Happy Sachets. It has a thick formula, so all you need is just one sachet for your toilet bowl. It gives 10 times better cleaning and big savings too.
Wow, Helen!
Sparkling clean toilet with Happy Sachet.
Imagine lovely meals you can cook with these ingredients. You spend heavily, but no guarantee of a tasty meal. Not making a right choice of seasoning cube can ruin your meal, money, and confidence. For a tasty meal, do not compromise. Choose Gold.
Use Terra Gold for the rich, consistent taste your loved ones crave for. Good for soups, stews, and jollof. Terra Gold. 1 cube, endless possibilities.
Negative social media practice in Nigeria. Implications to the unity and peaceful coexistence. That is our conversation on NTA Tuesday Live, coming up on the 15th October 2024. Tuesday Live, every Tuesday at 10:30 p.m. It promises to be inclusive, incisive, and educative as ever. Join us.
Terra Cube is available in beef, chicken, jollof, and shrimp flavors at attractive prices of 50, 100, 200, and 500 naira.
Terra Cube, unwrap joy, unleash taste.
Thanks for staying with the NTA. The federal government has inaugurated a 53 reconstituted member negotiation committee on the Federal Government and Academic Staff Union of Universities ASU 2009 agreements, as well as other university-based unions. Olayin Kauja reports that the Minister of Education, Tahir Maman, while urging the committee to renegotiate realistic and workable terms of the 2009 agreement with other university-based unions, encouraged them to negotiate and make recommendations to reposition the Nigerian university system.
It is the determination of the government to ensure that we bring to conclusion this agreement. A lot of things have been done already in previous by the previous committees.
And I'm so happy the minister said it, that we will start from where the other committees stop. So I want to appeal that should be the basis. And we have all the documentation. I will hand over this now to the chairman of the committee.
Chairman of the committee, who is also the Pro-Chancellor, Ahmadu Bello University Zaria, Dr. Yali Ahmed, assured that the committee will discharge its responsibilities with sincerity and patriotism.
Payment of salary to the teacher in the education sector, I have argued earlier, is not a mere personal cost. It's an investment to human capital development.
The committee is expected to submit proposed draft agreements within 3 months from the date of inauguration. Gombe State Government has entered into agreement with the organized labor for the payment of 71,451 naira 15 kobo as the new minimum wage for civil servants in the state, with effect from October 2024. Zara Umar Adamu reports.
This follows agreement between the state government and the organized labor after completion of the computerized consequential adjustment table by the technical subcommittee. The organized labor sang the victory song in appreciation of the success achieved toward improving the welfare of the workforce in Gombe State.
This agreement has come to stay. I want to specifically congratulate the entire civil servant and also to urge them to reciprocate the government gesture by total commitment, loyalty, dedication and commitment to their duties.
Increase is almost 500 million on the present salary for Gombe State civil servant. So on that note, there are agreements that we have reached. After 6 months, we'll come back, and this time around we say 6 months is 6 months. Anything short of that, we'll write officially to them after 6 months. If we reconvene and agree on what to be increased on, those that have those pending agreements, allowances, we are going to review it at that moment for the implementation.
This could not be possible without the political will of the government, as the consequential adjustment was done within 72 hours. Zara Umar Adam, NTA News.
Confederation of African Football has officially postponed the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations qualifying match day for encounter between Libya and Nigeria. Details with Badi Adeleon Sports Update. Badi.
Many thanks, Elizabeth. But now let's begin with this cheering news coming from the world of table tennis, as President Bola Tinubu has congratulated Waheed Enitan Oshodi of Nigeria on his election as president of the African Table Tennis Federation. Oshodi, the deputy president of ATTF and former Lagos State Commissioner for Youth, Sports and Social Development, was elected as the organization's elective annual general meeting on Tuesday in Addis Ababa. In a statement released by the Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Nanuga, the President noted that Oshodi's election is a proud moment for Nigeria and also a vote of confidence for a seasoned sports administrator who has committed his time, energy and resources to develop table tennis at a grassroots level, and is sure Oshodi will bring his extensive leadership experience to elevate ATTF and the sport to the next level. Now to the botched AFCON qualifier between Libya and Nigeria. Of course, the match day for fixture of the 2025 AFCON qualifiers between Libya and Nigeria officially has been called off, and Minister of Sports Development John Eno has called on the Confederation of African Football to do its due diligence during the investigations. The CAF Disciplinary Committee will decide on the next line of action on the issues surrounding the fixture, and Eno has warned any decision in favor of Libya will be against all values football stands for.
Expect that to happen. We don't expect that to happen. I mean, it will be a dangerous precedent, and then football that is regarded as a unifier, and all that, will no longer be a game of football anymore. Yes.
Now away from Nigeria with this breaking news, as Thomas Tuchel has been reported to have signed a deal to become the new England manager on an 18-month contract with the English FA, which will start on January the 1st. The development means Lee Carsley will still remain in interim charge for next month's Nations League matches against Greece and Republic of Ireland. More details about the deal will be revealed during a press conference at Wembley on Wednesday afternoon. Back to Nigeria, the inaugural World Rowing Coaches and Umpiring Course in Nigeria is ongoing in Abuja, with participants drawn from different parts of Nigeria. The week-long course will expose budding and established coaches of the Nigeria Rowing, Canoe and Sailing Federation to the latest rules, techniques and other international practices in world rowing. The seminar, which began Sunday, 13th October, ends on Saturday, the 19th of October 2024.
The goal, yeah, to develop people for rowing and for me, especially for umpiring.
Second aim is to share the knowledge with the coach they come, and they make them more competent and very session and training.
All right, that's a bit on sports. Let's now return to Elizabeth for the conclusion of the news.
Thank you for the updates, Buddy. President Bola Tinubu condoles with the former governor of Oyo State and Otun Olubadan of Ibadan land, Rashidi Ladoja, family, associates, and the Celestial Church of Christ over the demise of the former governor's wife, Tinuade. In a statement by the Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Nanuga, President Tinubu notes the contributions of the Ladoja matriarch to humanity, affirming her strength in charitable works and advocacy for the welfare and education of women and children. President Tinubu praises Tinuade's selfless lifestyle and zeal in expanding the gospel, serving courageously in the highest decision-making body of the Celestial Church of Christ, Pastor in Council and the Women in Council for many years. And that ends the news today. Thank you so much for your time. I'm Elizabeth Omori. Good night.
And thoughtfulness. Bad social media users spread rumors and fake news without verification. But good social media users stop, reflect, and verify information before sharing it. Be a good social media user. Stop the spread of fake news. Verify the authenticity of your source and use social media responsibly for a better Nigeria. This message is brought to you by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, in collaboration with the National Orientation Agency.
What's cute, harmless, and depends on its mother for food and protection? Well, me of course, but also a shy little creature called the pangolin. Hundreds of thousands of pangolins are hunted and killed every year just for their meat and scales. If we continue this way, the pangolins will soon disappear. We can't allow this to happen. Tell your families and friends to say no to illegal bushmeat from pangolins and other protected animals. Keep them wild. Keep us safe.
This is the network service of the NTA.
My administration took over leadership of our country 16 months ago at a critical juncture. The economy faced many headwinds and our physical security highly impaired. We found ourselves at a decent crossroad where we must choose between two paths: reform for progress and prosperity, or carry on the business as usual and collapse. We decided to reform our political economy and defense architecture.
At Home Options, you're welcome to a world of elegance, where every corner whispers sophistication. Step into our showroom and indulge your senses with our timeless designs and craftsmanship, from plush sofas to magnificent dining tables that host lifetime celebrations. Our collections, the hallmark of luxury. Create your haven with exclusive bedroom selections and turn your sanctuary into a realm of refined tranquility. When it comes to bathroom solutions, our stylish fixtures, lavish tubs and showers are crafted for your well-being, transforming your daily routine into a ritual of indulgence. At Home Options, we provide lifestyle solutions. So, visit our showrooms in Lagos and Port Harcourt, because your space deserves to mirror your impeccable taste. Home Options. Live well.
The federal government of Nigeria wants vandals of national assets, electricity transmission towers, cables, and other facilities to desist from this act of sabotage. Vandalism is a serious crime punishable under the law. Vandalizing electrical equipment will affect millions of Nigerians, including your loved ones. Remember that national assets belong to all of us, hence the need to protect them. Report all cases of suspicious movement around electrical facilities to security agencies. When you see something, say something. This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation in collaboration with the National Counter-Terrorism Center, NCTC, Office of the National Security Advisor.
Can you flex your vocals for us?
It will.
It can be one of your songs, by the way.
People fall in love in mysterious ways.
So why did they call you Able Child?
They called me that when I was in school. That was my nickname then in school.
Any reason in particular why they called you Able Child?
Yeah, because I was actually one of the brilliant students.
Oh, shit, over me! That answer right there. You must, if it's not on this board, problem. That means people that answer this survey, they have body odor. Hey.
Welcome. Our focus on this episode of Reshaping Democracy is an organization that executes policies, programs and strategies for the development of micro, small and medium enterprises. It also provides registration, regulatory reforms, guidance, resources, as well as opportunities for training and capacity building, provision of loans and grants. This is the Small and Medium Enterprises Development Agency of Nigeria, SMEDAN. I'm Ayodiji Makinde. The Director General of SMEDAN, Charles Odi, is on Reshaping Democracy to reply Nigerians who are asking questions about the agency's mandates, service delivery, and efforts to stimulate entrepreneurship and industrial development.
DJ sir, how many states in Nigeria have felt the impact of SMEDAN in Nigeria, and who are the beneficiaries in those states?
SMEDAN is set up in all our 36 states and the FCT. So all our beneficiaries cut across the 36 states and the FCT. And the beneficiaries of all our programs are nano, micro, small, and medium enterprises. Nano businesses for us are businesses that have less than 3 employees and are doing less than 3 million naira annual turnover. So approximately 250,000 naira every month. So this is your mom and pop shop at the corner of the street. This is the woman who's grinding pepper or trading on the market. This is the man at the corner of the street who has set up a kiosk shop. And these are our direct beneficiaries. Our micro businesses are businesses less than, with people with employees less than 10, so 3 to 10, and are doing an annual turnover of from 3 million to 25 million. And so these are businesses that, you know, are in your neighborhood. These are some of our retailers, these are some of our traders, some of our manufacturers, right? Small scale manufacturers. And they also benefit from our programs. And our programs cut across various programs. We have programs that are just basically training our small businesses and give them a stipend to start, which is our conditional grant scheme. We train these nano businesses and micro businesses. After the training, we give them a grant. Sometimes the grant ranges from 50,000 upwards. And it's called a conditional grant scheme. And the condition here is that these small businesses will at least employ one person. So we give you some money, and then we give you some training, and then we hope that you can scale. So scale basically is scale from maybe nano to micro, or from micro to small, and from small to large. And when you're a large enterprise, then you're dealt with, you know, by the ministry. But anyone from a medium to a nano business is under SMEDAN. And we basically, in one way or the other, help to make sure that their businesses thrive. So answering the question in short, all the businesses, all the nano, micro, small, and medium businesses cut across the 36 states and the FCT are the businesses that are direct beneficiaries, and all the 36 states and the FCT are benefited from all our programs, from the conditional grant scheme to the National Business Skill Development Initiative, to the Financial Empowerment Program, to our incubator programs, our accelerator programs, our business clinics. All of these programs, the beneficiaries cut across all the 36 states and the FCT.
My name is Andy Shibabra from Cross River State. DG sir, my question is, many Nigerians are not aware of the several opportunities in Smithing. What is the body doing to ensure it reaches out to the public?
The administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is an administration where the son of a nobody can become somebody without knowing anybody. And in doing that, one of the things that we've done is leverage technology. Before now, SMEDAN's interventions was one-to-one. So it means that I have to look for you as a small business owner, I have to train you, and I have to empower you. But now we are doing a lot of one-to-many interventions, which means that we are now reaching out to many more people. And a way to break geographical barriers is basically leveraging technology. So right now, all you need to do is go on www.smedan.gov.ng. You see all our programs, and you can start to indicate interest. And so by the time that we're shortlisted, we'll contact you, and then you shortlist you for those programs. So it means that you don't need to know anybody. On our side, one of the things that we've done in my last 11 months being in office, the president has encouraged us to continue to have engagement with our constituents. And in my constituents right now are all the small and medium enterprises in Nigeria, and which happen to be approximately 40 million people. So what we do as an agency is we conduct listening meetings across our 36 state offices. We hold town hall meetings. And in those town hall meetings, I'm always asking what is the best way that we can reach out to our small business owners. And they say, please, we want to be reached through social media. So one of the things that we've done is we've wrapped up our efforts on social media and digital marketing. So you get messages from us on Instagram, you get messages from us on Facebook, you get messages from us on Twitter, you get messages from us on LinkedIn. And even in using social media, one of the things that we're fighting against is the authenticity and making sure that the programs and the information that's being churned out are validated. So please, we have social media platforms that we're reaching out, but more importantly, make sure that this information is coming from our verified social media handles. All our social media handles, SMEDAN.gov is all verified. So please, if you have any information, you can reach out to us, but we will continue to, beyond social media, continue to reach out to all the heads of our business member organizations. So people like NASME, like NASIMA, like Ausborn, these are organizations and business member associations that have congregated small business owners. So because we cannot reach you one-to-one, we will also reach you through those associations and business member organizations. And the last but not the least is cooperatives. Again, I've said that we want to attend to small businesses in large sums. So we say to you, please go out there and reach out and join a cooperative so that we can hear your voice and so that you can also benefit from some of our programs. We have something called the One Local Government, One Product Program, where we go through the 774 local government looking for cooperatives that we can work with. And when we find and identify those cooperatives, we give them funding, zero interest loans and grants. So we give them money. Supposing we give them 5 million naira, 70% of that money is a loan, 30% is a grant. And then this money will be used for three basic things: for our cooperatives to add to their working capital to trade, for our cooperatives to add to the funds that they need to acquire equipment, and for our cooperatives to add to the fund that they need to procure workspaces. So reach out to our small business state offices, reach out through our social media, reach out through business member organizations, and we're also trying to reach out through our cooperatives as well. So these are ways you can find us, and we'll continue to do more, which is why we're here on the Nigerian Television Authority, making that has the largest coverage in Nigeria, making sure that we can talk to you, making sure that you can hear from us. And in the nearest future, we'll try to set up a weekly engagement on the Nigerian Television Authority so that you can hear from us, we can feel your pulse, and we can also answer these questions on a weekly basis.
My name is Michael James from Cross River State. DG sir, my question is that political leaders always hijack small opportunities that could have benefit Nigeria's citizens that will have gained from it legitimately. How does agency tackle that, sir?
Thank you. That's a very important question. We understand the roles of politicians. We understand the roles of traditional rulers. We feel that the politicians were elected, many of them were elected into office by the people. So that means they know the people the most, and the people know them the most, which is why the people have chosen them to represent them in some of the highest offices in the land. But I've said this, that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration is an administration where you need not to know any politician. It's an administration where you need not to know anybody. And what would we be doing in that regard? We have leveraged technology. Answering your question in short, what we're doing to shove out political interference to a large extent is leveraging technology and also using our cooperatives and business member organizations to be able to reach the people at the bottom of the pyramid and the people who are nano businesses that some of our programs are set out to reach.
My name is Olabirin Oluwafemi from Ijebu-Ode, Ogun State. Yes, sir. What are the benefits of small-scale industries registering with SMEDAN and obtaining its certificates?
Thank you. You know, someone can exist in a society and not be registered or captured. I can be living in Nigeria as long as I do not have NIN or BVN or driver's license or passport. I'm not captured, but I am in Nigeria, right? The same goes for our businesses. For you to be a registered business in Nigeria, you have to be registered with CAC. But that doesn't mean that you're not a business, right? We want you to register with us because in as much as you're not registered with CAC, we believe that there are some perks that you can unlock. I'll give you an instance. Right now, our small business owners who are registered with us can get 15% discount when they try to send products around Nigeria through NIPOST. From one of our listening meetings and one of our meetings, just talking to our town hall meeting, just talking to our small business owners, they had come to reach us to say, listen, it has become increasingly expensive to distribute a product in Nigeria than to make the product. So what did we do? We sprung into action. We got God is Good Logistics, we got NIPOST, we got them in the room and said, please sit with us. Our small businesses, first of all, are going through challenging times. We need to make sure that we can actually unlock value for our small businesses. Give us 20% discount from God is Good Logistics so that anyone who wants to share or distribute anything in Nigeria. So for instance, if you are going to distribute something in Nigeria, it's going to cost you 10,000 naira. Now you have 2,000 naira back because you are registered with SMEDAN. In the other case, with NIPOST, get 15% discount back because you're registered with SMEDAN. Also, NDPC has said, listen, if you're processing data as a small business, you need to be registered with us. Ideally, registering with NDPC is about 10,000 naira. But if you're a member of SMEDAN, you can get that as little as 500 naira. We have telco services, we have capacity development services. We also unlocked to the tune of 10 billion naira single-digit interest loan for our small businesses. His Excellency, the President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has been magnanimous to earmark 200 billion naira for SMEs in Nigeria, for businesses in Nigeria. And 50 billion naira of that money actually is going as it's going to our nano businesses in terms of grants. So this is money that they don't need to pay back. But we would not know if you are a nano business if you're not registered with SMEDAN. So we encourage you to please register with SMEDAN, right? And one of the things that we can do is start to give you capacity development, build your capacity so much so that in some cases, it can now help you with all the guidance you need. And sometimes guidance can be registering with CAC, sometimes the guidance can be registering with NEPC to export, sometimes the guidance can be unlocking money from NIPC, sometimes the guidance can be standards from SON, sometimes the guidance can be different other ways. But we cannot start to help you if you're not registered with us. Because our mandate in the MSME ecosystem is something we have themed GROW, G-R-O-W. And G stands for guidance, R stands for resources, O stands for opportunities, and W stands for workforce support. So all of these things are things that we can support you with. But again, we charge nothing for registration. You just need to go to our website, fill the form, and get a certificate to show that you are registered with us, and you can start to unlock all these benefits and incentives with being registered with SMEDAN.
My name is Adibukola Jami Kolawole from Ijebu, Ogun State. DG, sir, who and what enterprise that can benefit from SMEDAN loan or grant, and what are the basic requirements?
I was talking about our different classifications of businesses. We have the nano businesses, the micro businesses, the small businesses, and the medium businesses. All of these businesses can benefit from SMEDAN. The medium businesses are businesses that have less than 200 employees and are doing less than 1 billion naira in annual turnover. They can benefit from SMEDAN. The small businesses are businesses that have less than 100 employees and are doing less than 100 million naira in annual turnover. They can benefit from SMEDAN. The micro businesses are businesses that have less than 10 employees and are doing less than 25 million naira in annual turnover. They can benefit from SMEDAN. And nano businesses are businesses that have less than 3 employees and are doing less than 3 million naira in annual turnover. They can benefit from SMEDAN. So in answering your question in short, nano businesses, micro businesses, small businesses, medium businesses, all of them have different programs and different ways that they can benefit from SMEDAN. So again, you can go on www.smedan.gov.ng to access all the ways that you can benefit from us. And all our state offices are readily available to engage with you, to help you to start with SMEDAN and grow with SMEDAN.
My name is Aruna Wasiu from Ijebu. DG, sir, does SMEDAN have any specific program or intervention for small cottage and agro-allied initiatives in rural areas of Nigeria? Thank you, sir.
Absolutely, absolutely. We have just released a report in partnership with Money Points, and that report actually shows us the industries that Nigerians and small businesses are starting, the sectors that small businesses are starting up the most, right? And it happens to be in 8 sectors, and this has crystallized our Grow Nigerian strategy. So I've spoken about Grow Nigeria. Grow means G-R-O-W, and G stands for guidance, R stands for resources, O stands for opportunity, and W stands for workforce support. And that Grow Nigeria will then metamorphose into these 8 sectors. The first has to do with agriculture, which that Grow Nigeria will now metamorphose into It's Nigerian. So we'll be giving all our smallholder farmers all the guidance, all the resources, all the opportunity, and all the workforce support that they need to scale. The next is Wear Nigerian, which is what is happening. I'm currently wearing made in Nigerian products, and it is actually produced here in Nigeria. And then we're supporting all our textile garments, fashion entrepreneurs to continue to produce Wear Nigerian products. But answering that question in scale, we do 4 fundamental things for our smallholder entrepreneurs or small businesses in the fashion industry, like you've asked. The first thing is, in this complex where we're currently doing this interview, and if you just go further down, we have a shared facility where our tailors can come in, book a time to use a machine for the whole day, store their product, and distribute it. I repeat that. As small-scale entrepreneurs can come into Smedan, access a loan, go out there and buy their raw materials, come back into Smedan, process that raw materials into finished product like what I'm wearing. They can store it here in Smedan, or they can distribute it anywhere across Nigeria at a ridiculous discount. Sometimes 20%, other times 25%, right? These are things that we're doing in terms of infrastructure. So what happens is that small-scale entrepreneur who's in fashion does not need to bother about power. Power has been provided. Does not need to bother about buying the machines. The machines are provided. Does not need to bother about maintaining the machines. The machines are provided. All you need to do is just come with your material if you can sew, and then you turn that material into a finished product that you can go and sell. So you can get, even without even getting a loan, you can get from family and friends to the tune of 15,000 naira. You can buy a material, come into Smedan complex, turn that material into a full-scale outfit, then you can go and sell that full-scale outfit to the tune of 100,000, 50,000 or more. It means that you've gotten the money that you've used for the material back, and you've gotten some profits that you can use to go and you can plow back into the business to buy more materials. So those are the ways that we're supporting our small-scale entrepreneurs, especially those in the cottage and the fashion industry. Also, we're supporting them with finances. The president has earmarked some money in terms of grants. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has earmarked some money in terms of grants for these small businesses. We have also added to that in terms of loans, right? So our small businesses in the fashion industry can get as little as 250,000 naira as a loan. And this loan is a single-digit interest loan and a zero collateral loan that they can unlock and use this money to grow and develop their enterprises. The third way that we support entrepreneurs like those in the fashion industry is through capacity development. We're very big on trainings. We train week in, week out. Just this morning, a couple of people are downstairs in this complex getting trainings on how to start and grow their businesses and write business plans. We are also training a lot of vocational trainings to smallholder farmers. We're training them on how to cut and sew. We're training them on how to trim. We're training them on how to use buttonhole machines. We're training them on how to pattern design in fashion. And so we also support these small-scale entrepreneurs with trainings. Last but not the least, equipment. We're very, 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 very big on supporting our small businesses with equipment. So when you indicate your interest and you happen to be in the fashion cadre, when we identify you and we train you, many times we give you a sewing machine if you're in the training track. If you're in the shoemaking track, we give you a cobbling machine. If you're in the dry cleaning track, we give you dry cleaners, washing machines. If you are in the bakery track, we give you ovens, we give you gas cylinders, we give you gas cookers. Those are the ways that we support our entrepreneurs.
Sir, what is the National Council on SESMES all about, and how has it succeeded in ensuring ease of doing businesses, especially road and development of SESMES?
Thank you. And that's a very important question from Sokoto. The National Council of SMEs is a council that advocates for small businesses across Nigeria. So the chairperson of the council is His Excellency the Vice President, Vice President Kasim Shettima. Vice President Kasim Shettima is the chairperson of the council. The vice chairperson of the council is the Honorable Minister for Industry, Trade and Investment, Honorable Doris Anita Uzuka Anite. Honorable Doris Uzuka Anite is the vice chair of the council. Now, what this council does is, in addition to advocating for our small businesses, is also helping our small businesses with a lot of guidance. Now, at the different state offices, right, the different governors are the different chairmen of the state councils of SMEs. So there's the National Council, and this National Council cascades to the different states, And at the state level, the different governors are the chairperson of the council. Now, if a small business has a problem in a state, let's take for instance, a small business has a problem in Gombe State or in Bauchi State. The small business point of call is SMEDAN. When they come to us at the state office, if we cannot solve that problem goes to the state council. If that problem cannot be solved at the state council, it goes to the state governor, who is the chairperson of the state council. If it cannot be solved at the state level, then it comes to us as the national council. I happen to be the secretary of that council. If we can't solve that problem, then I take it to the vice president, who is the chairperson of the council. If that problem cannot be solved at the vice president level, we escalate it to His Excellency the President. If His Excellency the President cannot solve it, then it goes to God. We hope that we don't get any problem that goes to God, because His Excellency the Vice President can solve it, and in many cases, His Excellency the President can step in. But you can see that trajectory. It shows that we are actually not paying lip service to solving the problems of small businesses across the 36 states and the FCT. So when there's a problem, that problem can cascade, and we can real-time track and make sure that there's a solution. Many times, some of the solution is dialogue. Many times, some of the solution is compensation. Many times, some of the solution is just even getting the small businesses to be equipped with capacity development. Also, at our state offices, we have the one-stop shop. And this council helps to guide that one-stop shop. It means that as a small business owner, you want to start your business, the first point of call is SMEDAN. And we can help you with all the guidance that you need. So as a small business, you need that kind of guidance. This council is set up to make sure that you can guide all the guidance you need to grow and to thrive as a small business in Nigeria. And that's the essence of the council.
Established by the SMEDAN Act of 2003, the agency in the last 1 year is rolling out innovative programs, driving the positive change to promote growth of MSMEs, to position Nigeria as a hub of industrial excellence. By lifting small businesses away from inflationary pressure, driving inclusive development agenda, creating jobs, access to finance and markets, SMEDAN is no doubt on the path of economic revitalization of the polity. That's Reshaping Democracy. I'm Ayodeji Makinde. I'll be back same time, same station next week.
What's cute, harmless, and depends on its mother for food and protection? Well, me of course, but also a shy little creature called the pangolin. Hundreds of thousands of pangolins are hunted and killed every year.
and welcome. This is NTA Tuesday Live, and I'm Cyril Stober. Our social media, considered the new media, has come to stay, playing a vital role in communication. Now, since the introduction of the internet connection, which makes it possible to interact with people from across the world, well, also making the world a global village, the social media has been used for news and information dissemination. Although a meaningful tool in the society, its negative use can have severe implications for unity and peaceful coexistence. A social fragmentation, erosion of trust, increased tension and conflict, undermining of democratic institutions, and a threat to national security. Tonight, NTA Tuesday Live will focus on the prospects, constraints of the new media, and of course the impact of its negative use. But before we go into the conversation, let's get to see this report by ICT correspondent Ayodeji Makinde.
Internet and social media have become integral parts of modern culture, captivating people of all ages. With advancements in information and communications technology, access to these platforms has become remarkably easy. However, this digital transformation is a double-edged sword. While social media has revolutionized nearly every aspect of life, the potential of its misuse has raised serious concerns. Issues such as cyberbullying, the spread of fake news, hate speech, and unrealistic expectations are growing problems that have prompted experts to advocate for stricter regulations and the enforcement of social media laws.
Cyberstalking and cyberbullying is a very, very major pandemic right now, especially in the 21st century. You know, the inception of internet and wireless has brought up so many issues like that. So I feel like everyone just needs to be cyber alert. There are ways that, you know, you can keep yourself safe, because if you don't safeguard yourself, you will fall in the wrong hands.
According to Data Reportal, there were 5.17 billion social media users worldwide as of July 2024, with 282 million new users joining in the last 16 months, equivalent to nearly 9 new users every second. In Nigeria, social media use is rapidly expanding. As of January 2024, the country had 36.75 million Facebook users, 28.5 million YouTube users, 12.4 million Instagram users, 23.84 million TikTok users, and 15.1 million Snapchat users. On these platforms, a diverse mix of Generation X, Millennials, Generation Z, and the emerging Generation Alpha engage in dynamic interactions, often blurring the lines between professionalism and amateurism in posts, comments, and other forms of content.
For people into the business sector, they use various social media platforms for advertisements, promotions, and the rest. It has aided the comfortability of being able to work from home as well. A lot of people are now self-employed due to social media businesses, and that helps the economy of Nigeria.
It's all happened when it happened as a mistake. I actually said something by mistake that I did not mean, but all of a sudden within 20 minutes I saw myself all over the place. You know, people all over my comment section saying a lot of things about me, you know, hate speech here and there and all. So, you know, how did I go through it? I went to isolation and, you know, I started up again, because they say what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. But you keep on trying your best to make yourself stronger.
Social media platforms should not be regulated because it serves as a medium for people to share information. Rather, it should be minimized by enlightening and educating the people to be responsible users of these social media platforms.
As more people continue to occupy the digital space, experts argue that regulations and enforcement alone are not enough to address the challenges posed by the misuse of social media. They recommend that professionals from various fields actively engage on these platforms to set the record straight. By doing so, they can help combat the spread of misinformation, reduce the prevalence of hate speech, and promotes the responsible use of social media for a more informed and ethical digital society. In Abuja, Ayodeji Makinde.
That report sets the tone for tonight's discussion. Let's start off by introducing our guests. I'd like to welcome to this program Utega Ogra, he's Senior Special Assistant to the President, Digital New Media. Thanks for being with us tonight.
Thank you very much.
All right. We're also joined tonight by Abdul Hakim Ajijola, his Chairman, African Union Cybersecurity Expert Group. Thanks for being with us tonight.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
Let me also welcome to tonight's program Dr. Uche Mbanaso. He's Associate Professor, Cybersecurity and Computing, Nasarawa State University. He's also the co-founder, Institute of Emerging Technologies. Thanks for joining us tonight.
It's my pleasure.
All right. And also joining us via Zoom is Mustafa Ahmed. He's a communications and strategy expert. Thank you for being with us tonight.
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
All right. Well, as you know already, this program goes interactive at some point. But when it's that time, we'll remind you of the process and the procedure. But for now, let's begin to look at the issues involved. And once again, let me welcome all our guests. Gentlemen, it's good to have you join us. And perhaps we might just start on this note and say, well, I don't know if you gentlemen love football. And as they say, many Nigerians, we're a football-crazy country. And so we're always up, especially when the national team is playing its matches. And it's said that there's hardly any time that Nigerians are more united than when the national team, the Super Eagles, are playing. And of course, quite in the last couple of days, we have come to be aware of so many things about Nigeria's Super Eagles. The challenges they had flying to Libya, and how in the long run they had to come back to Nigeria. And well, that second leg with Libya has been put up by CAF, and investigations are on into the circumstances that led to the treatment the Nigerian team got. Now, I'm going in this direction because arising from this, we see the very powerful nature of the social media, because as soon as this thing began unfolding, virtually everyone was aware, because it was almost real time. The social media blew it around, and of course Nigerians were unanimous about it. Now that's an example of the usefulness, the very good tool that the social media is. And so we can all celebrate that and say, see, in times past, it might have taken maybe a day or two before we'd get to find out what happened. But here is one of the good sides of the social media. However, how do we assess generally in Nigeria? Let's begin with the Senior Special Assistant.
Thank you very much. So for me, I think the most important thing to understand about social media is amplification. Everything gets amplified, be it the positives or the negatives. And when you look at today's media ecosystem, you know, it's no longer a 24-hour cycle. Once upon a time, you had to wait for NTA or your regular radio newspapers to come out every day, you know, NTA every 9 p.m., 7 p.m., and things like that. Now the news cycle is every minute, every second, every hour. So what that brings with it, and coupled with the fact that it's also amplified beyond, I mean, whatever normal circles that you normally have kept your news within, it comes with it a lot of issues. So I would give two examples, and I would use the Nigerian example that the Nigerian Super Eagles example that you just brought on now, and I'll also give another example which happened a couple of years ago. The Nigerian Super Eagles, they were having that issue, and whilst that was going on, someone came online, the captain of the Libyan national team, and put out a statement saying they had been treated the same way when they came to Nigeria for their match. And all of a sudden, you had a section of Nigerians who started to talk negatively about the country, regardless of the fact that their fellow citizens were in a dire situation in a foreign country, you know, without food, without shelter, you know, without any protection of any sort, in a sort of semi-kidnap situation, you know, and that also blew up. Before 12 noon yesterday, which is when it happened, we started to see a lot of Nigerians moving to have those negative sentiments about our country. That is the power of social media. The negatives get amplified. The positives, just like the players that put it up out there, also got amplified. Now, let me take you back a couple of years ago. We had an unfortunate attack on a train in Nigeria. And you had people who were calling out for help from that train because of the negative sentiments and the ethno-religious issues that were happening in the country around that time. You also had a lot of flare-ups online. What did we have? You had people laughing and, you know, calling out the person who was calling for help on that train. And everyone, or most people, ignored the cries for help until it was very clear that something had happened. That was, you know, a national disaster for Nigeria. So social media, excellent tool. You know, it's used by a lot of young people. It's opened up new businesses, opened up new vistas of opportunities for people out there. It's helped those of us in government communicate better with people. It's helped people, you know, give feedback to their government. But at the same time, you know, there's a reason why countries that we say are more developed, even though that's arguable, you know, have put in some sort of measures to contain free speech. There's this saying that, you know, there's freedom of speech, but there are limitations to every freedoms that are guaranteed by, you know, in the Constitution. And that's why we have laws. So I don't think we should be having a conversation as to, oh, should we curtail the use of social media? No. But we should be able to guide and limit people within certain, you know, boundaries as to the best use of social media.
All right.
And I think that's it.
We'll expand on that discussion. Let me come to Abdulakim Ajibola. Again, on a very general note, what's your assessment of social media use in Nigeria?
Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me. I would, however, crave your indulgence. I noticed that, as you said, we're all gentlemen, and I think social media is also quite extensively used by the fairer sex. So maybe we need to have a round table that's a little more representative, and I think that's something we need to work towards. Now, building on what Mr. Ortega said, and also what we just saw from, you know, your Vox Populi, clearly social media, you know, allows greater empowerment, innovation, and yes, communication. But yes, it also does facilitate some of the negatives, especially misinformation. Sometimes the misinformation or people can be very shrill. But having said that, the question then is, so, you know, what are we going to do about it? And I think there is a need as a society to engage in some conversations around, first of all, promoting digital literacy. Also, I think we need to do a better job of fostering civic responsibility. Because when you see people online that spew hate or, you know, misaligned speech, it's about them. There's clearly something wrong with them. And so we need to find ways and mechanisms to ensure that people engage online. And while I think it is clear that we do need to have rules, indeed, even the Almighty sent down the 10 Commandments. So, you know, it's human nature. But, you know, there's a quote allegedly said by Idi Amin, I can guarantee you free speech. I can't guarantee you freedom after the speech. And so we have to find a way of putting in those boundaries. But again, I think it's not so much the platform, it's actually about the people. And so some of these new generations that we're talking about is the educational system doing them justice by giving them the capacity for critical thinking. Is it giving them the capacity to understand that what they say has implications? I think this is something as a society, we need those conversations. We need to improve upon. Thank you.
We'll also look at that in greater detail. But let's hear the opening comments of Dr. Mbanaso.
Thank you very much for having me. For me, I will probably take it from the academic perspective and drive in some philosophy of the social media. The fact remains that social media has introduced some symmetric and asymmetric characteristics. And that symmetry and asymmetric characteristics is actually what is amplifying most of the things that happens in the social media. And that can lead me to talking about probably the reconstruction of the use of the word negative impact. And negative impact and positive impact are very subjective, because the one who is dishing out what you feel that is negative, to him is positive, and vice versa. So I would like to refer it to irresponsible use of social media and the harmful use of social media, because that's where you can delineate the impact. Is it actually irresponsible? Is actually harmful? This is what actually impacts the use of social media. So in as much as social media has introduced a lot of tools that are supposed to be harnessed, to improve efficiency and productivity, and especially with Nigeria, over 69% are youths, social media can be a tool, for revenue generation, as opposed to using it negatively or, irresponsibly. Let me come back to that. And so you see the impact is much on our youths. If you look at what is happening within the Yahoo framework, you see that the social media has played a very serious impact, on amplifying the activities of these Yahoo boys. And these Yahoo boys we can re-engineer them or redirect them to be able to use social media for positive or for gainful productivity, rather than using it to harm the society. And so for me, I think what is very, very important is how we start reorienting our people, because our culture and ideology is tampered by the social media. We are losing values. We're losing both family values, we're losing both cultural values, and so we need to start reorienting our people. And if you take a look at what is happening in social media, for instance, most of the Western world, the Asians and they use social media for productivity, as opposed to using it for just more of social interactions. If you go to TikTok, if you see a Chinese using TikTok, using it to promote a product or activities that can generate revenue. But if you see how our people are using using TikTok, for instance, it's all about fantasy, glamour, So we need to begin to reorient our people, to direct them in a situation that they can use this in for productivity, to be able to better our society than making it to be very, very harmful.
Thank you so much. Well, at this point, let's hear from the communications and strategy expert, Mustafa Ahmed, who is joining us via Zoom. Well, you've heard the comments of other guests here in the studio. What are your thoughts? Yes, Mustafa, can you hear me?
I have listened to a lot of things that have been said by the studio guests, and I completely agree with a large majority of what they've said. But I think what means can you hear me, sir? Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead. Even though the picture seems to have frozen, but we can hear you. Just go ahead.
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. If you can hear me. Okay. So, okay, that's good. I completely agree with all the things that have been said by the guests in the studio, and I think they've done a brilliant analysis of the topic. But then again, I think that social media isn't really the problem. I think there is a moral decadence that not looking at. We're not looking at a deprivation of our moral.
All right. Some challenges with the links there. It seems to have frozen. Yeah, just go ahead. Go on.
Okay, so I can hear you. I can hear you. If you can hear me.
Sure. I'm sure you can pick up from where you left off.
There is a moral decadence in our society that we're not seeing, and this is the root cause of social media. Like the last speaker said, there are countries in the world who use social media for a lot of positive things. Then you ask yourself, why is the case in Nigeria so very different? Why are we so big on amplifying the negatives? And it's simply because, as a people, we're losing our moral fiber on a daily basis. We're not focusing on minoring on the major and majoring on the minors. Like you said, Nigeria has a youthful population. 69% of our population are young people, and these people have energy, and they've got this drive to do things. But we must find a way, very, very quickly, to redirect that energy positively. It's not just about social media. It's about the fact that we have a bustling population that is untamed, for lack of better words. And here's what I'm going to with my point. So we are at a junction. Social media has come to stay. It's not going to go anywhere. It's revolutionizing the way that we communicate on a daily basis. Like Otega said, things happen nowadays in the minute, in the second. And if we drop the ball on this, we're going to be in a lot of trouble as a nation. So we must very quickly begin to find a way to reorientate young Nigerians who are the most active set of people on social media, and find a way to get them to focus more on the positives of social media. There are tons of opportunities. YouTube, for instance, is a university on its own, same as Instagram, same as TikTok. There are people who are learning digital skills, construction skills, whatever kind of skill you want to learn on social media. But you find that with the Nigerian population, a large majority of Nigerian populations are on social media just for the sake of entertainment. And when this is the drive, the bad news sells is what it is. So there is that tendency for them to tilt towards using social media for the very wrong reasons. I very often liken social media to the creation of dynamite. When dynamite were created, it was intended for good, but we all know how that went. And this is where social media is right now. So if we do not begin to very quickly begin to focus heavily and intentionally on the positive of social media, we're going to find ourselves down the drain as a nation very, very quickly. You look at nations like China, Canada, America, and perhaps maybe the UK, France, Dubai, for instance. These are nations that have hacked how to use social media to drive positive social change. And Nigeria must begin to take examples and learn lessons from these countries in a way to drive ourselves forward.
All right, thank you so very much. Back here in the studio, let's me get back to the SSA on digital and new media. In your opening comments, you referred to both sides, the good aspects, the other aspect, especially when a negative narrative was put out about the country, and you drew attention to the fact that many Nigerians latched onto that and were willing to believe the worst of their country, even though their fellow citizens were in a dire situation in a foreign land. The social media, as it is, does have a way of correcting these distortions, doesn't it? So the question would be, how well has the state employed the use of this important tool?
So The state is doing its best, and I would say it's best in the sense that it's an open source platform. Everyone can come in, everyone can go out. Meaning that, which makes it difficult, extremely difficult, by the platforms, by government agencies, by regulators, wherever they exist anywhere in the world, to actually regulate. So behind every AI model or AI tool that you use to try to regulate these platforms, you also have human beings putting a second level check on it. And it is extremely difficult. But that being said, at the end of the day, something that we all agree on this table and from the speaker, that called in via Zoom, is that there is a question about our moral fabric as a country. Something has gone wrong somewhere. How do we begin to fix that? How do we begin to, go back to those values that made us Nigerians? Who are we as Nigerians? To what do we owe our loyalty as Nigerians? Do we still remember, the sense of community, the sense of belonging that made us all Nigerians? That's something that you go to any African culture, you go to any African home, it's about the sense of community. We're becoming individualistic as a people, and that's one of the side or after effects of, unchecked social media or any media platform. It happened with the TVs. So when TVs came out, you saw a lot of young people, glued to their TV screens, and they had less time to spend within communities, which is who we are as Africans. You can't take that away from our DNA. The moment you start to hit at the home, which is the center of the community, then every other thing around that starts to break out. Then you have the larger community outside the home. If you did wrong at home and your parents could not caution you, you had your uncles and your aunts as a second level check to put you in the right place. So regulating things like this, regulation as a whole, is a collective responsibility. It's not a government to the citizen thing. It's not a citizen to citizen thing. It's an every Nigerian or every citizen of the world to every citizen of the world thing. And that's why I like what platforms like Twitter have done recently. They've introduced something called community notes, where if something comes out that is wrong, as many people that can put up a note saying, this is false news, and refer you to the actual correct news, then it flags such a message. So we need to start to design, and that's why I know the NBC has recently come up with an act. They're trying to repeal and reenact the NBC Act, and there are provisions there, to fix this. Over 1,200 infractions from media houses who are supposed to know better, who are supposed to do better research, who are supposed to do better, who actually talk to the general public. 1,200 and I think 43 or so infractions in the last 1 year from organized media. That is nothing to write home about. So if that can happen within such organized structures like this on social media, talk less of, the regular young person out there. We're all open. The world it's a global, marketplace now.
All right, there are aspects which we'll interrogate further, but I will just note that and come to read again. Now it's talking about the responsibility of not just the citizens, but the state as well in churning out credible information, because sometimes the issues start from that basis. If you have a state organ that puts out information that is considered not credible, then of course you get an application, as you've said, the social media will do. But let's come to the other aspects of it, and the security of the cyberspace here. We went into this as usual. We're part of a global community. Did we have the adequate checks for the misuse or the irresponsible use, as Dr. Mbanaso has termed it, of the social media in terms of securing, the space?
The quick answer is no. But that's also, you have to understand that nobody did. It's something new. It's a new way of doing things. So it's not a fault. It's something you discover with obviously 2020 hindsight.
Did we catch on quick enough?
I don't think anybody can catch on quick enough because first of all, there's a famous saying by Barry Green in Singapore Cyber criminals operate at the speed of light, and law enforcement operates at the speed of law. So it means there's a natural mismatch. But like I said, the quick issue is that we have to be not just proactive, but actually we have to rethink. We have to be transformational in our thinking. I think it is said that the light bulb is not the product of incremental improvement of the candle. So at some point you have to make a leap. But when we talk about the philosophy, and I'm happy Mr. Ortega brought that up. For example, across Africa we have Ubuntu. I am because we are. And these are the kind of things we need to embed, in ourselves and in our children and the people around us. But though one of the speakers mentioned, you look at USA, for example. I think USA, Canada, Great Britain, Europe, their quagmire is arguably worse than ours. I would agree that maybe places like Korea, South Korea, and China, because they are inherently more disciplined, are doing better. So again, it's not necessarily the platform, it's actually a reflection of the people, the society. Also, I think it's very crucial that we point out that, because Dr. Banaso brought the issue of academia, and I agree with him 110%. We don't study things. Your colleague, mentioned some very interesting statistics, but have we actually studied how these messages diffuse? Are there academics in Nigeria that have produced the kind of papers that would be of use, for example, to the legislature, to the executive, in order to make decisions that are empirically based, not simply based on I think or I believe, And then finally, I'd like to touch on the issue of censorship, because you brought it up, you alluded to it. Traditionally, censorship was by government. Some government entity could control what was said. And as Mr. Ortega said, now there are multiple pathways. You don't have that kind of control. And what we have seen is that censorship is moving from government, or has moved rather from government, to private platforms. Your Twitters, your Facebooks, your TikToks, they are now doing the censoring. However, where the problem down the road is we're already seeing censorship by algorithm, by AI, where none of us know how the decision to block or facilitate
runaway technology.
This is the challenge. It's not us alone. There's no country that's not grappling with these kind of issues. And I think the big picture really is that at the end of the day, as a society, one, we have to have our own internal conversations to decide what we want, where we want to go, what kind of philosophy we want to adapt, what kind of studies we can do. But at the same time, we need to be able to combine it with the greater knowledge of the wider world, because nobody can solve these challenges alone. Nobody.
Right, in addition to the discussion in the studio, we have a number of reports. Let's get to see this one from Lagos.
Recently, a story which aired years ago resurfaced on social media as a current report. It got millions of views, which caused panic among citizens. But in a swift reaction, the authority concerned cleared the air. One can only imagine the impact of such misinformation. Statistics from reputable sources like Statista, Global Social Media Examiner, Global Web Index, among others, show that about 4.62 billion people use the social media daily.
I use social media most of the time. Academically, without social media, I won't get information about things that are happening in school or about classes. Without social media, no information for you.
I basically do make content, so yeah, regularly.
I actually use the social media frequently. With traffic on various social media platforms every second, experts say misuse can have grave consequences on unity and peaceful coexistence in Nigeria, as the country draws its strength from ethnic and religious diversity. Lagos is a melting pot of cultures, ethnicities, as well as religions, and misuse of social media can threaten harmony in the state.
When I look at the negative implications of social media, I see it as similar to the negative implications of any means of communication or interactions. You know, Lagos is a highly populated area. So when there's that fake news, it spreads very quickly through social media, and it could lead to exacerbation of religious and ethnic tension.
I think one of the best ways to counter false information is by having the right information, having someone to be able to debunk the information and say, okay, this was wrong and this was right. Having to be able to prove that to a wide audience helps to pass the message across more.
Since social media is not all doom and gloom, authorities concerned are advocating usage to promote unity and peaceful coexistence. In Lagos, Hingino, John Adams.
Next report comes from Kaduna.
In July 2024, research shows that the number of social media users is over 5.17 billion worldwide, which is about 63% of the world's population. Nigeria accounts for 36.17%. In the social media space, 16% of its total population are active on the social media. The new media remains critical as a means of disseminating information with ease to a wider audience.
You want to be sharing something that will hurt somebody. Like, you know that if this person saw this, definitely he'll be hurt. And you want to be the cause. That's totally bad. Just do something that will be important and that will give people peace of mind.
Being a Nigerian, we should not post anything that will create a negative impact outside the country. Because what people are watching in other countries has their own challenges, not only Nigerians.
Like some bloggers too, they give out incorrect information, especially maybe about government of Nigeria or about other things. There's a lot of things that is on social media that is not even correct, but people believe what they see on social media based on its social media, and a lot of people believe what they see on social media. Even the lifestyle on social media, a lot of people believe it, and it leads a lot of people astray.
Key players are of the view that the negative usage of the social media is capable of undermining national sovereignty.
For national economic development, for national security, for family and friends interconnectivity and good relationship. It can also be used in cementing and creating love, peace, unity, and harmony.
It will also help people to know themselves and who they are, and that is part of socialization. Even the economy, it helps in building the economy, in spreading new techniques, innovation, creativity, and such other things that social media also help to promote.
There are things that they can do by sharing rich content where people can benefit from that particular content, and also they are going to gain incentive from that particular thing which they have shared, because most of these social media websites do give their authors incentive for information that they share.
Nigeria is blessed with beautiful content that can be showcased on the social media for the global community to behold, attract global investors, and promote national cohesion. In Kaduna, Achari Maxwell.
Well, back in the studio, and let's come to the academic here. And we just heard a comment about algorithms in the space now at this time, and I'm thinking, you impart knowledge, the teaching and learning that takes place in academic institutions. Now you have all these tools that are supposed to enhance these. But from some quarters, it's looking as if there is, one, a lot of laziness in institutions. Learning has been consigned to just pressing a few buttons and regurgitating what's online, making the job of shaping these minds more difficult. And in any case, as an academic, At what point do you begin to find out that this is something that's been churned out from AI and not something that a student who has learned something from what you've taught them is right now?
Okay, thank you. Before I will delve into that, I think it is important to emphasize that our educational system is just like almost everything in Nigeria. There's serious decay and irresponsible approaches to, learning. So, like you said, a lot of people are very lazy. And I just find it the right word so that it won't look like I'm just utterly criticizing, But the issue, the truth about it, is that Africa is missing an opportunity. And that opportunity they're missing is lack of serious commitment. And when you look at it, you can only give what you have. So if a resource person is not digitally savvy, he cannot be able to know when there are tricks in the digital ecosystem. So that particular gap is very, very serious. And you see, you have a lot of people in academia that are analog, that even in people that are in computing department can hardly use computer. So how do you take that? So we are missing an opportunity. And the reason of this is that we are not prioritizing our investment. For instance, since the advent of the internet, the advent of cyberspace, has really Nigeria taken R&D serious? They have not. As we speak, there is no single center of excellence in anything in cyberspace or internet. If you go to a place like UK, they have nothing less than about 60 centers of excellence, dedicated for this area, because we cannot revise digital phenomena. It has come to stay with us. And so when you are not doing any research, there is no way you gain an empirical knowledge. You are just either re-echoing what somebody has said or doing a copycat. In fact, before I continue, me and my colleagues are working in a book which we call From Digital Divide to Quantum Divide. And that is what the kind of dilemma Africa is going to face in the next 10 years. You are talking about AI. Are we doing any substantive research in AI? And knowing that AI is introducing a lot of bias, because if the data is trained with data from the West, it will react to things from the West. It will, it will defranchise us. So there is the government, sorry to say, are not prioritizing where they're supposed to prioritize. It is government's prerogative to deliberately, establish centers of excellence, because digital has come to stay with us. That is the way forward.
Let me quickly ask Otega to respond to that.
I actually wanted to respond to that, and I'm happy you've given me the opportunity to. So it is a known fact world over that governments are slower to the game in terms of computing AI and technology than the private sector. The best the governments can do is provide an enabling environment.
Absolutely.
For this thing. Yes, I agree with you that we need to create centers of excellence.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we need to see private sector players step up to the board and show the government the way. It's you say.
I think I totally disagree with you. There is no country. There is no country anywhere. Private sector set up center of excellence. It is the government.
I am very aware that there is a young Nigerian man and lady who are currently doing the first machine learning for AI based on black arts, culture, dance, music, and characters. That is the first of its kind anywhere in the world. And this project has been going on for about 3 years. And they are already coming to fruition, meaning that in a few months, you will be able to go on most AI platforms that signed up to their, machine learning platforms and be able to, replicate African dances, African art, and these are done by young people. I do agree, and I think it's because the conversation has been mostly negative from the start. Let's not forget that, you see, these platforms have also led to one of the biggest, income revenue generating platforms for us as a country. You have the 70% young people, many who are unemployed or semi-employed or, have little to do. And this is the only means for them to make any sort of life.
Absolutely.
So what do we need to do? We need to go back to the drawing boards. We have failed as elders in the communities. We have failed as parents because social media, like I said at the beginning, is about amplification. It only amplifies what is already there. If we're a nation that gossips, social media helps you amplify that. If we're a nation that backbites, social media helps you amplify that. If we're a nation that cheats, that is what social media amplifies for you. Yeah. So we need to go back and review our values as a nation. And that's why I like what the NOA is doing with the new National Values Charter. But I believe that they need to do more. I'm speaking as a young person, but also as someone from government. We need to do more as a government. Yeah. But people also need to remember, this is the only country we've got. This is the only Africa we've got.
Yes.
The West is not going to come and help us.
Absolutely.
Put things in order. If you see the government not doing what they ought to do, call us to order. Bring the blueprint to us, and we'll provide the enabling
just give me a second. Just give me a second. You see, so that is why I am saying it's the responsibility of the government to deliberately and harmonize establishment of centers of excellence in so many institutions, carrying out research, innovation, and development in several areas. That is only way, because what we are doing, we're just mainly consuming. We're consuming almost everything digital. And it is very, very dangerous for our country when we only depend on the West for everything we consume digitally. And that is creating a divide, a serious divide, from digital divide to quantum divide.
Okay, let's try to re-establish links with Mustafa Ahmed, and I'm hoping this time the connection will be clean. You've heard the conversation here, but I want to go a little bit different, to go to the issue of content creation and this providing a platform to millions of young people to earn incomes. And of course, well, I'll look at both sides of it, but let me start with the other side of it. Yeah, you're creating content. But a lot of times, it is skewed towards the number of hits and just how much money you can make rather than something that is responsible. How do you explain that?
Okay, so well, I'll give an example. When we started this program, we talked about what happened with the Nigerian team in faraway Libya. As that was going on, there was an incident on social media where somebody or some group of people had cropped a video of the Senate president. I think it was a 57 seconds video, had been cropped into an 8-second video to misrepresent what that man had said in the entirety of that video. And that singular 8 seconds video had millions of hits. This in itself is content creation. Somebody sat down somewhere and manipulated the content to suit a particular audience. We have a pensive youth population who are inherently angry about the situations of the country, whether justified or not. That's not the conversation. But people who curriculum know this, and then they will tap into what that demographic wants to hear. It's like when you're fishing, you might like rice, you might like beans, but you're not going to catch a fish by baiting it with that. You're going to give the fish what the fish wants. So again, it brings it back to the situation. So somebody's creating content now, and they're trying to earn a living. They will do anything necessary. Whatever it is that the audience will consume is what they will give them. And that's why I completely agree with what Ortega has said, that we need to begin to re-engineer the paradigm of our youth. We need to find a way. It's difficult. It's something that we should have been doing years before now. But like they say, the best time to start is today. We need to find a way to shift the paradigm of the average young Nigerian and make them just a little bit more patriotic towards this country, and maybe would have a way of pulling ourselves out of this. Otherwise, this becomes a huge money spinner that leaves absolutely no room for consequences for anybody. So people create content which write about anything, and I dare say, write about anything, kidnapping, rape, whatever it is that is trending becomes a means of content creation for the average Nigerian, and this is it's unchecked power that they have. I don't think that there is any legislation, so to say, or any law that puts a bridge of what content creation should be in this country. I might be wrong, but from my research, I've not found anywhere where there are limitations to what you can put together and call content creation, so long as this generates revenue. And I think that's exactly where the problem started with us as Nigerians. The moment social media platforms began to pay people for views and impressions, and a lot of these people began to tap into this idea that they could write about anything that rouse up the youth demographic of the country and earns them money, and then they will do it again and again and again, and there are no consequences for it.
Right. So on the other side, of course, this has also been a useful tool for people who otherwise would remain unemployed or unemployable to be able to create a livelihood for themselves. And so, again, we go back to the issue of creating an enabling environment for such people who employ the social media for responsible means, that word again. So again, I'll come to you and say...
I'll speak to what the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is currently doing. I mean, for instance, in the Ministry of Communications, they're doing the 3 MTT programs, which is getting 3 million technical talents from Nigerians, which we can export. And then we're also looking at the talent export program with the Trade Ministry. The Ministry of Youth has also set up the Nigerian Youth Academy, where any Nigerian youth can go on and take a myriad of courses across different, areas, and they can, get those skills, get certified on those skills, and use it to make some living for themselves. You also know at the moment they're also laying fiber optic network cables across the entire country, across all the local government areas. So there's no one-size-fits-all approach. There's no proper approach to do this thing. It's a multi-pronged, multi-stakeholder and multi-lateral approach that you need to use to get these things done. And as little as we can do, little steps, they go a long way. I want to tell every young person out there, and I'm using this opportunity to say it again, please and please and please, I mean, you need to look for something sustainable to do online. I started out working when I was 19, and I've been in this space my entire career. And I remember in 2008, when we're about to start putting, for the first time in Nigeria, a Nigerian bank on social media, there was pushback. I remember one of my executives telling me then, only riffraffs were on social media. And they shut down our ideas, because that was when social media platforms were just coming up. Shut down our ideas to put it up. A couple of months later, we were running a campaign, and 3 of us, young boys, just said, no, we believe this is a campaign. And the campaign, I can't forget, was On the Road to 50. Nigeria was turning 50 in 2010. And the 3 of us decided that, no, we think this is something that all Nigerians needed to see, because we're going to run a monthly campaign. And we decided to put it there. In a month, we had 800,000 organic followers and organic followers. In 3 months, we had hit 200,000 organic. No single kobo was spent. And then the bank began to see it as something that could bring in revenues and could help them manage their client base. And before you knew, every other bank jumped on it. We did the same thing with a product called Ndani, which was the first iteration of a current TV platform now, also owned by financial institutions. There are opportunities for young people to use social media responsibly. You can blame the platform all you want, but at the end of the day, it comes down to what you as a person wants to use the platform for. And do not sit and say, oh, these are the excuses, I don't have the opportunities, oh, the government has not provided this. Every point in time in your life, whether on social media or off social media, opportunities will not come as you expect them to come. Make lemonades out of lemons. And that is what I'll tell people. We should not sit back and say, oh, because the environment is not conducive enough, that stops us from not being using social media responsibly. No, that is not the outlook that we should have as young people. We need to be more responsible. We need to look at countries that have sought to regulate and had the young people, start to use social media for more important things and borrow a leaf from there, and we'll see how we can get our nation, better.
There are other challenges, of course, especially with the young people, and mercifully, that we're told is being addressed because you find young people are so into the social media, and they are the first who are viewed with suspicion by law enforcement, and that's at some point in time, you could just hold up a laptop or a palm top and the term.
I'd like to begin where you actually you mentioned a word that has been buzzing in my head, regurgitation. And for me, this term, regurgitation, speaks volumes about our educational system. Because, like you correctly said, our young people go to school, and what they're expected to do is ingest it, cram it, and regurgitate. No critical thinking, no logic. And so for me, that's actually where it starts. Because at the end of the day, at least in my religion, it's read. That's the key beginning phrase, read. Now, once upon a time, a lot of academics started complaining that we should not allow calculators in the classroom and in the exams. Clearly, that's past now. But we're now facing a very similar narrative or situation where people now say, well, students shouldn't use ChatGPT. And I was talking to a friend of mine who's a professor in the US, and he says, well, what he does, or what they do in their university, is that you can go ahead and use it by all means, because you could also just as well use Google search, But the idea is that in the classroom, he's not teaching. What he's doing is that he's supervising the discussion. So you have to bring, even if it's your ChatGPT output, and explain it and discuss it and answer questions from your peers, which means you must understand it. You must own it. And I think this is a lesson for us in Nigeria. It's not just about preparing people for WAEC. I think that's beginning to be a wrong benchmark. I think it's also important that we get our people generally, our youth, to understand that social media sits on something called the cloud. The cloud, ladies and gentlemen, is somebody else's computer. It's just somebody else's server somewhere else. And most likely than not, that server is actually in Chicago or Berlin or...
Not in heaven.
Not in heaven, exactly. So where this brings me to, because you were beginning to touch on issues of cybersecurity, because actually there's a big issue of sovereignty. Many of us look at Starlink and we are, wow, this is convenient, it's high capacity. When my data hits those satellites, where does it go? What happens to a copy? Does my government through its regulator, is it able to regulate those platforms? Take Facebook. Facebook answers to a California regulator, not even to the US federal government regulator. I'm not saying, our local regulator doesn't have any say, but my point is that it brings up the issues of national sovereignty. I would also like to bring up the issue of something called the US Cloud Act. Cloud is an acronym, I'm sorry, I can't remember. But under the US Cloud Act, the US government has arrogated itself the right to collect data from any US-owned platform. Facebook, AOL, WhatsApp, Gmail, Hotmail, you name it. Now, if you're a US citizen under their constitution, you must go through due process. I think around this table, we are not US citizens. No. So the US constitution doesn't apply to us. And in that same act, they have arrogated themselves the power to share that information.
And we use all those platforms.
Especially officially.
Yes.
This worries me. So this is one of the things that worries me. Another thing that worries me is an issue which I hope we can come back another day and discuss, AI and faith. Today, there are people who worship a being that you can't see, you can't touch, is all-knowing. There are people that worship a person. There are people that worship cows. There are people that worship statues. When you think about AI, it's all-seeing, it's all-knowing.
Exactly.
You know?
So it's part of the challenge.
Yes, and I'm saying these are what are coming. So, you know, as they say, we ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah,
you know?
Absolutely. Yeah.
But just two other things, please. So, you know, we have to begin those kind of societal conversations. The other issue is that we are clearly, and it's not just Nigeria, it's all over the world, especially the West, we're in a post-truth era. The truth apparently is not setting us free. I'm not advocating lying, but I'm just saying these are things we have to think about.
At some point in time, you'd say that that could be subjective.
Of course.
Well, this is true. And then the other thing we are seeing, which, you know, people that I interact with around the world of great concern, is we are now seeing not only AI-generated pornography, we are also seeing AI-generated child sexual abuse. And part of the challenge is that if this thing is actually not real, it just looks real, can you actually prosecute somebody?
Okay.
And I'm just saying that these are all the kind of additional conversations around the social media that we need to start engaging in. So there's a lot to do.
These are legal
so
issues
Mr.
as well.
Mr. Ortega, your assignment is plenty.
I know. That's why I said we need to collaborate. Governments, you know, and key stakeholders like the academia need to collaborate and come up with something.
Well, at this point, we'll take a short break. When we return, this conversation will continue, and hopefully our phone lines will be open. Means you can join in the conversation. So stay with us. We'll be right back.
The counsel of our fathers.
I will urge and advise our younger generation to use talent and brain to sort out problems, not arms.
Nigerian youths, let's build our nation.
My advice to these young people is please do not take us back to those harrowing days. You probably do not know what it is.
I believe we have fought one civil war too many in this country. So those who experience it will run away from it.
Nigerian youths, let's build our nation together.
NTA Tuesday Live, a network issue-oriented innovation talk show.
You drive an automatic car. You don't shift anymore.
Well, thanks for staying with us. As you can see, the conversation went on behind the scenes, and this tells you just how vibrant this thing about the social media is. This segment, of course, would open the phone lines. The numbers to call will be on your screens. We advise you take advantage of them and call in with a question or comment. Our guests will be willing to respond to such issues as you might raise. But we say this every Tuesday. If you're calling in and your call gets through, do us a favor, turn down the volume of your TV set. That's to avoid the hurlback or the echo. And we also encourage you to go straight to the point and keep it short and simple and not worry too much about the greetings. Just a simple hello. That's okay. That's all you need. So we'll start off this segment with another of our reports. This time we have this report from Asaba.
Social media is a powerful communication medium with widespread influence over cities as well as remote areas. It has had a huge impact on the society, radically transforming the way people interact with others, share images and photos. It has become a cornerstone of daily lives of the people. Social media has been found to have several negative impacts on the economy. The impact of social media on economic growth has been assessed globally. revealing both positive and negative effects, with certain platforms like Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, Telegram, among others, being linked to a decrease in economic growth. Moreover, social media marketing has been associated with detrimental effects on businesses, including damage to brand reputation and loss of profit. The time spent on social media can have a significant impact on the economic levels of individuals. Excessive internet use can isolate youth, affect their physical development, and lead to psychological disorders. What are the harms of social media on the economy?
Someone will just place a call to you or have a WhatsApp group meeting, and you share your details on WhatsApp. Before you know it, they wipe your account. And it's not good for us. Somebody who has labored for his hard-earned money, you'll just be looking at your phone, your money is going.
Social media has really helped, though there are some pockets of negativity in some areas, but it has really helped in the sense that it has made the world a global village, like in Nigeria. Like you cannot say, because you're living in the south, you don't know what's happening in the north. Yeah, everybody knows what is happening almost immediately. It's just that people have gullible ears. They have itching ears to hear what they want to hear.
Whereby our children are now busy engaging in frivolities and things that does not matter, seeing things that they are not supposed to see at their age, using it as an avenue to fabricate all ill vices and immoralities.
Additionally, social media aids the spread of dangerous information, contributing to public crisis, and has the potential to spread terrorism and criminal activities. However, there are also ways to deal with this negative impact, like spending less time on social media, verify information before sharing, among others. In Asaba, I'm Chinyere Okoli.
Next, let's go over to Enugu for this report.
Social media, no doubt, has remained indispensable in the advancement of information and communication. The information environment has completely phased out letter writing, telegram, fax, and other means of communication to the antiquity, as information is made available and knowledge increased just at the click of a button of search engines or handles such as Google, X, and the likes of them. The information dependency on social media has led to the creation of artificial intelligence to provide individuals opportunity to survey any sphere of life without much ado. However, the opportunity has been abused by some people, especially the younger generation, who use social media negatively by way of cyber stalking, misinformation, addiction, pornography, and many more.
It has cut relationships in so many areas. People no longer are interested in meeting one-on-one, physically to interact with each other. There are those who are suffering from what is called alternative world syndrome. They no longer know how to interact with fellow human beings outside.
Nowadays, people create some kind of negative engineering attack mechanisms, such as phishing on the internet, even spoofed accounts, disguise themselves as an existing entity, go on social media, use it as a medium to defraud people.
Security-wise, social media has greatly affected the nation because if you take the case of fake news that fly all over the place, unverified accounts that people, post and repost. It's made possible by the presence of social media, and this heightens the security tempo of the nation.
On the way forward, respondents have advocated discipline, family values, self-censorship to avert the user from causing mayhem that could mar the peace and unity of the country by a mere unverified news item. In Enugu, Ukeria, NTA.
Right. Well, let's go over to Mustafa Ahmed. And Mustafa, the aspect I want you to look at is the one that touches on the security, lives and property, and the nation in general. We see criminals, terrorists, using social media, spreading their stories and, their messages of terror around. We're not blaming the platform now. We're saying what can be put in place when someone openly displays and glorifies and gloats over a crime they have committed, especially murder, and they get away with it? And someone says there's nothing that can be done?
That's a brilliant question. I think it is important for us to leave the platforms that allow for these things to be posted out of it. Those platforms they make themselves a willing tool in the hands of terrorists. It's impossible to absolve them of that blame. These platforms have censorship in place for a particular reason. And the way I understand that social media works, or it works with several other platforms, is there are certain content or certain things you cannot put on social media. I give you an example. If I upload a clip of the English Premiership football game right now, in the next 2-3 minutes, my account is flagged. I then sit down and wonder why somebody will be on social media, the same platform that has flagged me for putting up a football content because of copyright or for whatever reason, will flag me for pornography. That same platform or those same platforms will turn a blind eye when people who are non-terrorists or terrorist organizations take their platform and use it to propagate their message of horror and terror. It baffles me beyond any limit. I'm asking myself the question: how has it happened that the same platform that has censored me for something this minute has allowed something this huge to go unchecked? And this, so again, I don't think it's possible for us to absolve the platforms of the problem. From a personal perspective, what I would advise is, if you come across a content like that, just ignore it, because the more you share it, the more you call attention to it, the more you help these terrorist organizations or terrorists, whatever they might be, or insurgents, help them spread their message. You might think that you are calling attention to this so that people can't know what's going on, but at the end of the day, you are helping them achieve what was their primary objective of spreading fear and terror to the society. So, from a personal perspective, I'll ask for people to be responsible in ignoring these messages or ignoring clips like this. But then again, a large chunk of the work in curtailing this rests on those social media platforms. They are the ones who have the ultimate power to censor whatever goes on their platform. So again, I do not think it is possible to have this conversation without effectively and effectually blaming or putting the bulk at the desk of these social media platforms for them to be up to their game with censorship when it comes to content like this.
Let me come to you on this. There are complaints and worries that the state isn't doing much when it comes to these matters, that you have terrorists who are employing social media to spread their message. We see terrorists displaying their loot, kidnappers, displaying raw cash. Some, they go ahead and film how they torture their victims and kill them sometimes, and they put it on. And a number of citizens are saying they do this. State officials are aware. They have not been able to apprehend them. Yet, when a user employs the use of social media to say something against a person in government, they're swift to fish them out. Why is that so?
So I'd like us to separate.
Okay, just before you go on, I'm sorry, I'll ask, we have a caller on the line. Godwin calling in from Port Harcourt. Yes, right. Godwin, go ahead.
And the youth of nowadays are really getting the information they want without the traditional media. So the social media helps enable the youth to communicate. People now earn money just being on social media. People will not even find it going out to, let's say, going out for a daily job. You can just be at home and earn money just being on social media. So the government should really look into implementing a way the young people that are coming up can earn the right way, not going the wrong way to earn. Once you start thinking if you're a thief in real life, you'll be a thief in the social media. I use Telegram, I communicate with my family members, I use WhatsApp, I communicate, I have a group, I communicate with my people. It's very easy to communicate. So I can connect with NTA using social media to watch my NTA. Go to NTA and get the right information. Go on other people's platform to go to get the right information. I earn money on Telegram. You know where Telegram has a wallet section where people earn money for free. Just doing their daily task, just is like going out on the daily walk. You can walk and earn money on social media, which Telegram is also a social media. But people use it for wrongdoings. The government need to, once they see these things out, just the way you can go out when you see a thief, police, I will just go out and arrest him. I will just take the action because I'm like, you understand? You can, if the government puts those implementation, it will be easy for everyone. So people can feel safe. I can walk out on my phone and just earn my money and people will not kidnap me.
Thank you, Godwin. Thank you very much, Godwin. Thank you. Well, that ties into what we're talking about.
Yes. But to answer your question, I think it's very important that we separate, you see, the emotions from the facts.
Okay.
And why do I say so? The emotions are that, you defame someone, which could be either civil or criminal by our laws, and you say, it's not easy for the police to catch you. You're one person. Your IP is easily, recognizable and everything. We also need to understand that a lot of these terrorists, bandits, insurgents, and kidnappers, they've become very sophisticated in their approach to doing these things. Yes, you're seeing the videos online, but they've learned to mask, they've learned to use, different ways to actually hide their footprints. Notwithstanding, in the past 1 year, you've had almost 9,000, terrorists, bandits, kidnappers, and insurgents, either neutralized or arrested, in numbers that we haven't seen in the past few years. And why is that? Because there's more coordination amongst our military and, policing agencies. They are employing more technology. So it's now a technology fight, to actually track and fight, this malaise in our society. So it's not easy. You also need to realize that we do not have sufficient, policemen for our internal security or even armed forces to pursue some of these things at the moment. These guys are already strayed on the traditional fronts. Talk less of you now saying they should now come police social media, that's, there's a veil of anonymity. So imagine if we were to dedicate all our resources into doing that, then the real world is going to even suffer some more. But again, that brings us to this question of terrorism, and I think I know I need to digress a little bit here, but it's important that people know that a lot of these things are enabled, sometimes by our actions. Someone is kidnapped, reports to the authorities. Yes, you might not, there's a level of distrust, a huge, trust deficit in the country, but still report to the authorities so that they can do their jobs. You have a lot more people being rescued simply by reporting in the past 1 year than was done in the past 3 to 4 years, simply because you have a higher rate of, people reporting and trusting that these agencies will do their jobs. Yes, it might not be 100%. Yes, there will be a lot of, casualties, but at the same time, it's still going to be better than where we're coming from.
Right, back to the phones. We have Alex calling in from Ikiti. Hello. All right. We missed out. Yeah, now we have Shamsuddin on the line from Abuja. Hello, Shamsuddin.
Yeah, hi. Good evening.
Shamsuddin, would you turn down the volume of your TV set for me, please? I can hear the whole back.
Yeah, hi. Good evening. I hope you can hear me. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah.
But again, turn down the volume of your TV set.
Yeah, I've done that already. So I just wanted to ask a question for the people, the panelists. I think one of the major issues we have with social media in Nigeria is most of these companies, these social media platforms are actually foreign owned, and their jurisdictions are not really restricted, or they don't have any obligations to our laws in Nigeria, and then it becomes very difficult for them to, or for us to like monitor and make sure that we comply with our laws. I think one of the best things to do is to encourage local companies, local social media companies. I'm sure we have few. Why not the government find a way to promote these companies so that we can, it becomes easier for us to like socialize, and then for government to have a say about how it's related in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Right. Yes, back in the studio, and the question of you raised an issue, and even though it might sound as if it's a projection of the future, I can say it's here already.
Yes, it is. In many ways,
in many ways, because the social media has been used to heat up religious sentiments.
Absolutely.
They've used it to skew messages, the traditional religious messages which we grew up knowing have been skewed to push out a different narrative.
Correct.
And so there's this hopelessness you think about when you say there's nothing you can do about this. The platforms are basically foreign, and because of the nature of technology, it's not easy to put any stops in place. So what's the solution?
Well, there are a number of things that you have to think about, but first let me start with another distinction, because I think, first of all, social media tends to be your Facebook, your Instagram, Twitter. Snapchat, yes. But your messaging platforms are not quite the same. Your WhatsApps, your Signals, your Sessions. And why I mention this is because if you go to Facebook, for example, and try and post a video of somebody being tortured, or somebody being killed, or somebody stealing something, Facebook itself has algorithms and mechanisms that would very quickly censor that. But if you post it, for example, on WhatsApp, it's a different, what I'm saying, so we shouldn't mix them up. Now back to what we need to do. I think Shamsuddin had an excellent point. We need to build our own. But as we saw with the case of Brazil recently, I think about a month ago, where they had some difficulty with Twitter. And basically they said, Twitter, if you're not ready to comply with our ways, don't come here.
You had your issues with them as well.
Yes, yes.
Not too long ago.
But you will find that part of it is that, is your market big enough? Now, we may pride ourselves of 220 million people, which is a lot. Out of that 220 million, we just saw, is it 46 million using Facebook? But Facebook has 1.7 billion users. So what is 36 million over 1.7 billion? I mean, you can do the math at home. So sometimes we also have to appreciate that we may not necessarily have the kind of leverage, but we do have to get to a point as a society, again, I don't want to say as a country, but as a society where we say enough is enough. Because if today your general population decides we're not using Facebook anymore, we're moving to Snapchat, Facebook, believe you me, will change. It's about hitting them in the pocket. That's where the key leverage is.
Back to the phones, we have Umar, a regular caller on this program. Umar Anacho, I believe, calling in from Birnin Kebbi. Hello, Umar.
Hello, Cyril. Good evening. My name is Umar Anacho, as usual, calling from Birnin Kebbi. You see, this social media, the way we Nigeria on is differently. No restriction. No limitations. Anybody can post anything. high time that Nigeria will think of setting social media regulatory commission. I think there is need for that. We don't use social media. We are not responsible in terms of using social media. We can post anytime. We can post anything. The leaders only concerned with what touched them, just like what the former first lady of the wife of our former president, Muhammadu Buhari, with the student from Yobe or Damaturu, I don't know. So they are only concerned with their own prestige. They do not concern with the value and the social implications of those things. If there is regulatory commission, I believe it can guide the citizens toward the use of social media. May God continue to bless our country. Let's stop here.
Thank you.
Can I say something?
Yes, please.
I think in 2022, NITSDA came up with a code of practice, that defines, a couple of things. Yes, there are some parts that people argue infringes on, certain rights as granted by the Constitution, but I think that has been addressed in the NBC Act that is about to be repealed. But it covers everything from, appropriate use of social media platforms and even how the social media platforms themselves and digital platforms, I think I should use digital platforms instead, are meant to, police the kind of content that is used on their site and what their sites are used for. That is already in place, and that guides to an extent how this platform should operate. It came into effect in 2022 September or so.
Right. Well, Dr. Mbanaso, you have helped on R&D all through, and again, I think one of the callers just said, look, the only way we should, as they say in local parlance, do our own. Can we do our own?
Absolutely. We can. All the platforms are software-based, and we have a lot of talented software engineers. But like I said, the government has to take responsibility of establishing centers of excellence. It is not the private sector. So he said, my very good friend said, that the government creates enabling platform, enabling environment, and setting up the centers of excellence in different areas of fields of cybersecurity will be the responsibility of the government. Then the private sector can be responsible in sponsoring or giving grants for research and development. So in that way, we can be able to begin to prioritize national priorities in such, okay, we are talking about, for instance, even if we cannot be able to do Facebook, look at messaging platforms like WhatsApp. We should be able to. If you go to America, for example, the WhatsApp that is used by the government is not the same the WhatsApp we are using. So we can start simply by simple things, but that has to be done deliberately. It is not something you leave because the WhatsApp, nobody pays for it, unquote. So it's not something a private entrepreneur will sponsor to say, okay, let's go and do WhatsApp. So key is research, innovation, and development, and it must be deliberate.
We have Ugochukwu calling in from Owerri. Hello.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I've been listening very closely to the topic this night, and while we talk about all of the negativity that comes with social media, we can also take our time to talk about some of the positives from social media. In the most recent thing that happened, I think this is something that affected every one of us as Nigerians, It was the treatment of the national team in Libya. Now, when you follow that story closely, they did not grant them access to the internet after they diverted their plane. They were only able to get access to the internet when they had to, lie to one of the Libyan authorities that one of the media person lied that they needed that the wife was pregnant. Then they had to allow him call. You understand? They had to allow him connect to the internet, and immediately he connected to the internet, they were able to let Nigerians know that they are in danger. And that was how the whole Nigeria knew that the Super Eagles national team were in danger over there in Libya. Now, this is the importance of social media, the positive part of social media. It has its negativities as well. Do you understand? Yes, you can't take that away from it. But the positive part of social media has also its own, how do I put it now? It has its own place when it comes to its own social media space. Do you get my point? So you can understand very well that as much as we want to talk about all the negativities around social media and all of that, we should also not forget that social media has opened the eyes of a lot of people around the world to so many information that they wouldn't have gotten if not for the fact that they had access to the internet. Do you understand? So this is what I think I just want to add. But I'm not disputing the fact that it has negativities as well, because the youth, you understand, in fact, at that adolescent stage, people need to be guided on how to use social media. Because no matter what happens, people will still have, at the tip of their fingers, they have access to a lot of things online. The social media has good parts, it has a bad part. But when you culture a child very well, they would know the kind of things they would use on social media. I use social media, I'm on Twitter, I'm on X, I'm on Facebook, I'm on all of those platforms. But I know how I use it because I'm a sports journalist on my own. So there are ways you think you use the social media to your own advantage, and there are ways people use it to disadvantage. They just need to be guided, and that's all. You understand? So that's just my I'm enjoying the program.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Gochuku. Let's go over to Mustafa Ahmed. And another of the positives, it's been a useful tool in promoting the respect for human rights, holding government officials to account, and drawing attention of the state to critical areas. And that's one of the positives. And so far, there have been quick responses by agencies when complaints are made. The traditional waiting forever before you get a response, that has all changed, and it's all thanks to the social media, isn't it?
You're absolutely correct. What we've seen is social media revolutionizing the way the government interact with the government, or the government interact with the people that they govern. And like you rightly pointed out, they've been the waiting time for government reaction to issues has greatly, and I mean greatly, shrunk. You find agencies of government, departments, ministries reacting in record time to issues raised, and beyond government, because let's not narrow it down on government. Corporate organizations like banks or several other institutions, it has aided even customer care and the feedback mechanism of regular everyday startups, across the world. You buy a product and that product isn't what you expect it to be. You go on social media and make a complaint, and you find that company come and apologize to you, recall that product, and then issue you something. And this would have taken you maybe weeks, months to get done. But for now, these are the positive aspects of it, and this is why it will always break my heart to find young Nigerians or young people across the world, because it's not just a Nigerian problem, who should be using social media to engineer social change, and guarantee themselves a better share, using it for the most mundane or the most primordial of issues. You find Nigerians debating which ethnic group has the best soups on social media. That's not the kind of conversation we want to have on social media. You want to be able to hold your House of Rep member, your assembly member, your governor, the president, whoever it is that your authority, or just even a business that you patronize, hold them accountable or hold them responsible, and begin to use this to drive the way businesses and government operate with their customers or with the government, however the case may be. And the possibilities are endless if we channel our energies in the right way.
Right. Barnabas from Ebonyi is on the line. Hello, Barnabas.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Barnabas Rukocha from Ebonyi State. I slightly disagree with the fact that those people cannot be traced. If I, Barnabas Rukocha, insult somebody, a powerful man in Nigeria today, I will be apprehended in less than 20 minutes. It's true that those bandits, they do that video, but they don't release it at the scene. They release it later. But how come that a phone stolen here was traced down to Port Harcourt and retrieved back? So the social media operators, I can say they are particularly about the fund they are receiving from the public are not interested in controlling the crime that they use their network to commit. If the telecommunication, being WhatsApp, being a Twitter or whatever, want to regulate it, I am sure they will regulate it. I am sure they will do that. Yes, they might say that millions of people are using social media, but millions of people are paying tariff, and they'll cut when you don't have when you do not recharge. Good evening.
All right. Thank you very much, Barnabas. I'm sure my guest there will respond to the issues you've raised here. Right. Yes, let's start off with the SSA, the President, on digital new media.
Yes, so I'd like to clarify what I said, which Barnabas made reference to. I said our law enforcement agencies are overstretched. They're stretched thin. They're fighting, internal security issues on 3 fronts in the north. They're fighting in the Niger Delta, and they're pursuing other things. And they still have the regular, everyday job of maintaining, peace within the country. So I'm saying, if we need to push all those resources into that, I mean, there are other ways we can. There's a counterterrorism unit that's been set up, joint counterterrorism units. There's a joint national communication center that's been set up, amongst the security agencies and other things that I can't even say here, which is aiding in the prompt, special force operations that have been going on, that have been going on for the past few months. So we're seeing the tide changing. We're seeing improvements in the war against insecurity and everything, but also we want people to also work with the government. You have communities that also shield some of these people. There are a lot of communities that know these people but also are afraid of reprisal attacks, and that is why they fail to come out to call them out. So it's a very delicate situation. I think we need to give support to all men and women of the armed forces who are daily fighting to ensure that things get, better and protect the freedoms that we enjoy, because it's also very difficult for them. But I'm sure, with collaboration, with everyone's support, Nigeria will be better off for it.
All right, now let me go to Abdul Hakim Ajijola, and I want to return to the note of warning you sounded earlier on. And what would you say to the millions of those who use these platforms? You talked about the cloud, the security. Where are all these things we are posting going to? And so, I mean, if you're talking to millions who just believe that you just post that it goes nowhere, and I mean, there are quite a number of people who just don't think about that. So it brings us back to the issue of responsible use.
Well, first of all, I would tell the people in the audience, you have to remember that you live in an era of never forgetting. You may post something, once you have pressed enter and it goes, it's no longer under your control. Like we said, it's on somebody else's computer. Will they delete it? I doubt it. Even if you think it's deleted, it's actually the pointer to where it is that's deleted, not the actual content. And so what is also happening is that the cost of storage is dropping precipitously. Indeed, there is technology now where it is believed that they will be able to store the sum total of humanity's knowledge from when knowledge started to date on something the size of a sugar cube. And this has its own implications. But the key thing I want young people to remember is that we are in that age of never forgetting. So if you decide as a young lady, for example, you are in love with X and you post everything about X, and maybe you and X eventually do not get together, and you get together with Y, just a moment, sir. Tomorrow when you're a grandmother, one of your grandchildren will tell you, Grandma, who was X? So, that's one thing, young people. The second thing I'd want young people or the audience generally to remember, and this goes back to something Chinyere said from Asaba, your correspondent there. She spoke about time. Let's be frank. There are many things Dangote or Bill Gates or Warren Buffett can buy. They can't buy time. And so if you spend your time on social media, I'm not saying you shouldn't relax. You should. It's part of what the human physiology requires. But if you do not spend enough time developing yourself, as they say, YouTube is a free online university. If you do not use it to promote your businesses or create your opportunities, that time is never coming back. It's gone. None of us can go back. So those are the two things I would want to put across.
I raised this because there are quite a number of people who would say, well, in a world of, what's the population of the world? I'm just anonymous and no one knows who I am from some remote part of Nigeria, and I can do what I like and post what in other words, not many believe that there are footprints you're leaving behind when you send so much stuff around. Yeah. And so the tendency is you just think that I'm unknown, who knows me?
Well, that means the
internet never forgets.
They don't think they're important.
Never forgets.
No, every single person is important. Every single person.
I've seen people lose job opportunities.
What we should be emphasizing is this responsible use. Mm-hmm. That's the key word.
And where do you start?
Well, where you start is, I would say, I just put a note I want to be able to emphasize. You see, when we are drawing legislation, frameworks, blah, 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 we always, tend on how to punish. So I'm advocating that we should draw frameworks or legal instruments for the support for responsible and protective use of social media. So in that, you have a framework that can guide teaching you young people how to use these things responsible. And it must start from the primary school. Because if you get to primary school, a lot of primary schools people use smartphones. They use, most of them, secondary school, they use smartphones. So you must start from primary school, start orienting people why they should use social media responsibly. For instance, when I was doing my PhD was when Facebook, the guys were creating Facebook. I was one of the people in my security group that reviewed Facebook. And that is why I'm not in Facebook up to today. Because I knew the security implication. For instance, in Buckingham Palace, none of the workers belong to social media, Facebook. So, and this is where regulation comes in. When you are talking of regulation is important, but regulation is just a deterrent. Regulation cannot solve technical issues. And this is where ownership comes in, that we need to be able to begin to see how do we own some of this technology in such a way that we can be able to technically regulate in such a way that, probably putting filters and all that to be able to filter content, before they become harmful or used, weaponized. So, like he said, National Orientation Agency is doing very well. But my point of view is that they should not rely on televisions, adverts. They should go to grassroots. Start this reorientation we are talking about, restoring our values. You know, starting from primary school. Creating ambassadors who can be able to take this message to grassroots and begin to redirect our children to look at how to use social media responsibly, how to use social media to create wealth, as opposed to using social media for glamour and, posting themselves, and, that's all what, majority of our people use social media for.
Okay, so since we're on the subject now, Mustafa Ahmed, at what point, where do we start? This reorientation that we all have agreed, move away from posting materials that are, let's face it, pornography, posting hate speech, to using the social media to generate income. And just like Dr. Manasseh has just said, where do you start from? At what level do you begin this moral rebirth?
I think we're already behind, so we need to start as soon as possible. And when you ask what level do we start from, we start from everything starts from within the family. So you look at a child who is 2 or 3, they already have a tablet in their hand, they already have a phone screen in front of them. And so we must begin from that age. It starts by controlling the amount of screen time that you give your children. I see a lot of parents right now who use social media or mobile phones or screens as a distraction. So rather than spend time with their children, bonding with the children and teaching them the ethics and ethics of society, what they do is they put them in front of a screen, and then it creates some kind of barrier between parents and children. A child who is 2, 3 years old spends more time watching YouTube videos than actually spending time interacting with their parents. And some go as far as abandoning their children with tablets and mobile phones, and withdrawing those tablets and becoming a problem. So we need to start from as early as possible, because I somehow often say that my generation is one that is on the precipice of being lost. The fight to reorient my generation is almost lost. So I would rather focus a lot of the attention on the generation after mine. They're still very moldable, and that's where we must begin from. I'm not saying that the NTA shouldn't do what it can for people my age, but then it's very difficult because it's important to teach
what about ancients like us?
Yeah, I want to quickly speak to something that Doctor said about owning our own. I think that this also speaks of our orientation. Nigerians have a knack for imported materials. It stems to our clothing, our food, our vehicles, even our technology, and this is why it is. There are Nigerian-made, Nigerian-owned social media platforms, but you don't find Nigerians patronizing or being active on those social media platforms. We believe, and again, it speaks to our orientation that if it's only best if it is not Nigerian. So we must look at this as another area that we must address and begin to teach our people how to be nationalistic in their worldview. It's a global village, but again, China has its own version of Facebook. They've got their own version of Google. So why can't Nigeria do the same? We are a population of 220 million. Everyone, for every 4 black persons you meet, one of them is a Nigerian. So we've got the numbers to do this. 45 million Nigerians are on social media, 46 million according to the report. We have a population of 250 million, so 220 million. We have the population enough to engineer this, and Nigeria leads the charge for the rest of Africa. If we do this, it becomes a phenomenon among the entirety of the black continent. So I think Nigeria needs to take the lead, not just for the sake of Nigeria, but for the sake of the entire black race.
All right. We'd like to thank you so very much, Mustafa Ahmed, communications and strategy expert. Thank you so much for availing us of your thoughts on NTA Tuesday Live. We look forward to speaking with you again sometime in the future. Thank you very much.
my absolute pleasure to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, back here, we just have just a few more minutes to go. And so from your closing comments, I'd like you to also take one or two things. Oh, by the way, he was talking about his generation being the ones who are on the cusp of being lost. And I wanted him to respond to what should happen to ancients like us.
I mean, for the ancients, you've seen it. You've been there at a time when there was still some sort of nationalistic, values or whatsoever in us. You can lead the charge in bringing it back. We still listen to our elders, and you can start that, at the moment. But I think, so that we don't digress from the topic itself, prohibition in itself might not lead to the intended results. In fact, it's been proven world over that prohibition actually leads to, the opposite of the results that they intended for. But like everyone has argued, properly, and I think we need to all agree that at some point there has to be some form of regulation. How the regulation will work, would it have to be a mix mash of different standalone regulations that currently exist? For instance, our laws on, defamation and everything, and the social media or digital platforms bills as they are now guides, the use of those platforms, and whatever, what was the word? Whatever penalties or whatsoever are left to the main laws that guides those things. For instance, if it's defamation, it doesn't have to be in that bill.
Okay.
You can refer to whatsoever bill. But we need something to guide us. And I'm happy that, the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation or Commission is actually looking to reenact their laws. And in it, there are a lot of positives that we can take. I beg our Nigerian youth, don't see this as an opportunity to let foreign interests, to let faith columnists tell you that this is a social media bill. It is not a social media bill. It is a bill to protect the future of our country.
All right. So let's come to Abdul Hakim Ajijola, Chairman African Union Cybersecurity Expert Group. Your closing comments?
First of all, I think I would agree with my colleague earlier who talked about we have to think African. Nigeria is not enough. We do have, when we're developing things. That said, the future doesn't wait, and neither should our efforts to protect it. Directly to those who develop policy, strategies, and implementation frameworks, I have a couple of requests, and maybe I can speak directly to you if you're listening. First of all, you need, as you develop these policies, strategies, and implementation frameworks, to factor three groups of people: the underserved, the unserved, and the unborn. They are not here today to make input in those policies, strategies, and implementation frameworks, but they have to bear the brunt of the precedents you set and basically the examples that you set. So we need to factor them. And then finally, as we are developing these policies, strategies, and frameworks, they must have a better foundation. I think there's something attributed to Jesus about building your house on the rock as opposed to the sand. And there's a good lesson for all of us. And this is, in other countries, these policies, strategies, and implementation frameworks are rooted in their philosophies, are rooted in their principles, are rooted in their ethics. And this begs the question, what is the Nigerian African philosophy, principle, ethics, and accountability frameworks?
Right. Good question. And Dr. Mbadan, so finally, just a minute.
Thank you very much. I think Ajola has actually said something that is very, very vital, thinking Africa, and that has been my advocacy for a very long time. And secondly, the need for research, innovation, and development. And you see, research belongs to the academia. And for you to be able to do it in such a way that is very, very productive, you need to establish centers that are responsible, that you can hold accountable. Now, if you go to how much are we investing in AI, for instance, you say you are investing money in AI, but most of them don't go to the academia for research. So we need to be able to prioritize our national priorities. It's very, very key and important. Thank you.
And it's on that note we must leave this conversation. As I always say, no one program can take care of all the issues. We thank you for watching. We thank all our guests who have been here with us. Tega Ogra, Senior Special Assistant to the President, Digital New Media. Thank you so very much.
Thank you for having me on the show.
And it's good to see you again.
We're still here.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
It's a long time since we had a session like this with you. But thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And Dr. Mbadaso, thank you so much for being here.
Pleasure.
And thank you too for being part of this program, for those who called in. Next week we'll be back with NTA Tuesday Live. I'm Cyril Stober. Bye for now.
NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel.
And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters.
You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
As humans, it is absolutely crucial that we understand that we will not walk this life journey alone. We need help. We definitely need each other. Along the way, you will need people to support you, cheer, and encourage you. Those who will show you respect and love you. Probably the most important are those who will be ready to pick you when you fall. Remember this as humbly as you can. Hello, beautiful people. Welcome on board your favorite event program, coming to you always on the network service of the NTA. I am Anita Shelong, and this is Social Log, your sure way to socialize. Stay tuned. Talking unity and togetherness, we can't help but think of our great nation, Nigeria. a big family we are. We are proudly 64 and still counting. To mark our 64th year as a nation, drums, bands, trumpets, all were rolled out last week to celebrate. Let's see some highlights of the celebration.
Fellow Nigerians, as I address you today, I am deeply aware of the struggles many of you face in these challenging times. Our administration knows that many of you struggle with rising costs and the search for meaningful employment. I want to assure you that your voices are heard.
Nigeria.
Invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, the band is now playing the song, Nigeria Should Not Get Spoiled. We will together lift the treasure.
One nation, one country.
In this journey towards a brighter future, let us work together to build a greater Nigeria where every citizen can access opportunities and every child can grow up with hope and promise. May God continue to bless our nation and keep members of our armed forces safe. Happy Independence Anniversary, fellow Nigerians.
Join hands, putting aside our differences and working together as one people and one nation. May God bless our people as we celebrate our independence.
A Saturday evening with C3 Media Theatre House is one that will remain unforgettable as they once again thrilled guests with another production. This time, a musical to celebrate Nigeria at 64. NK Niger, which means Nigerian story, is part of the ongoing theme of stories for the year 2024. Every element of music and dance was creatively pieced together and choreographed by the duo of Michael and Anthony of Elevators NG.
And working with the artists again is another thing on its own. So it has been a crazy journey, but we thank God everything went out fine. So this one posed as another challenge, and we just had to surmount it in every way possible. So looking at the story, understanding the story, trying to make body tell the story is the work of a choreographer that I know. So that's what I always try to do every time. The fact that I hear people say, oh, I got the story and I love it, that's the satisfaction I need. And then the satisfaction was gotten, so thank God.
A musical experience of hope and inspiration for a greater future as Nigeria clocks 64. It chronicles significant events in the country's journey from independence to date, illustrated historically through dance, powerful monologues, and music.
I voted in the 93 elections and I took part in the protest. So that was personal to me. My father fought in the Biafran War. My mom was, was obviously affected by it as well. I wasn't born then, but they were affected. So those kinds of things affected the choice of those ones.
Nigerians should keep hope alive and believe that this country can be better. All need to put all our efforts in it and build a nation where nobody is oppressed, nobody is looked down upon, and people are given a fair chance to actualize their potentials. Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Those right won't really find it wrong we stand. Nigeria, for our proud to serve, our story for our land. This city media, through their various plays, adding to the cultural diversity of Abuja and promoting culture and tourism in Abuja. Abuja is a place where you can live, work and play. You can see the renewed infrastructure under His Excellency Nyesom Wike. So these efforts are diversifying the culture, are bringing to light the goods about our country. It helps to attract people to Abuja and create diversity.
I'm not Nigerian, but I've been here in this country since 1996. I was 26 years old when I arrived in Nigeria. I'm 54 now, almost 54. And I'm a grandmother. So my kids were raised, they call me Mama Uibo. So all these things have made me part of the nation by watching the show because I relate so much to it. I'm aware of it. It's part of me. So when you really are transported, you remind yourself of, why am I here? What service do I have to do?
Hope is not fleeting emotions. It is a constant presence that resides within us, and believing in the future, full of possibility, is certainly the way to go. If you're just joining us, this is Social Log, your one-stop event program. We all know that staying in shape can sometimes be as tough as landing the perfect look. But staying healthy is the ultimate power. Let's see this.
Normal blood pressure is a certain number. If you are within the normal limits, we will encourage you with education. Government and doctors were fond of talking to people. Now it's a two-way communication. We educate, communicate, and advocate, and teach you how to keep it that way. If your numbers are high, hypertension is one of the most treatable and controllable diseases ever if you use your medications and you follow your doctor's orders. So knowing your numbers, and we call hypertension the silent killer. I have personally seen people with blood pressure, with upper limits unreadable, unbelievable blood pressure, and they are walking about and they've never heard of hypertension. One more day leaving them like that would most likely lead to an accident, a stroke, or death. So the importance of knowing your numbers cannot be understated.
Health works and moving your body is very important. What the WHO and most of the cardiologic organizations come together to say is that sitting is the new smoking, meaning that those that smoke and those that sit down for long periods have almost equal cardiovascular risk. And we know that when you walk, it improves your blood pressure, it improves your blood sugar, it improves what we call insulin resistance, and improves your weight. All those help to increase length of life. So when we are praying for long life, there are also things that we have to do. And walking is one of them.
This event has been going on for a while now. They normally do it every month. I make sure I wake up very early around to 5, and I dress up. I trek from area 1 down here in order to master my steps and then to warm up my body to make sure that every of my muscles is loose before I start the real exercise at the ground here.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
It was so amazing because most times I don't remember doing exercise, but with this, it helps me a lot. It has gone a long way. My going out, doing exercise and all of that, so it's a good platform. And I'm happy to be here.
A lot of times we hear in the news today, or we hear funnily that somebody got struck by an arrow from the village, or somebody stepped on poison, you know. But when we go further to review and evaluate those patients, we see that most of those patients died of a stroke, a heart attack. They have had heart disease for a while. They've been hypertensive for a while, never checked their blood pressure, never known their numbers at any point in time. And so they just suddenly collapse and die. You know, we've seen people on the football field, they just drop and die. You hear people that they are working out at the gym, they just fall down and die because they've been at some level, they've been exposed to some level of cardiovascular risk, heart disease, heart failure, hypertension, diabetes, some form of pulmonary defects, and all of those things come put together cause these patients to have a heart attack, cause these patients to collapse, and cause some of them, unfortunately, to pass on. We run this program once a month, on the last Saturday of every month, to ensure that people have, all of us, we enter some form of transportation, get to our offices, get to our places of work, worship, and we don't do a lot of exercise. It's not in our culture. And so we want to do this to just encourage people to come out, even if it's just once a month, they come around. We do this small 6 to 7 kilometer walk. We exercise ourselves, we energize ourselves. The essence of it is getting a community of people together that help us to encourage each other to live a healthy life.
Thank you, Lily Hospital. Have fun.
Remember, taking small steps can lead to big changes in your well-being. So take care of yourselves and stay informed. Where almost everything looks daunting, there are people up and about doing remarkable feats. And when they are recognized for that which they do, it is only fair to celebrate them in good grace. Sociologue was at a dinner party held in honor of Oluwole Afolabi, as he was made a senior advocate of Nigeria recently.
There are several reasons why great men are celebrated. One of such is for the good they do, the lives they have impacted positively, and their accomplishments. One of such men is the indefatigable Chief Oluwole Afolabi, who was elevated to the position of Senior Advocate of Nigeria.
I'm very happy for my father. I feel an immense amount of joy, and I'm very proud of him overall. And I feel as though we should recognize this not just as an accomplishment for him, but a familial one. Recognize all the sacrifices that we've made as a family, especially him. He's made the most. He opened up his practice.
The event, a dinner organized in honor of the newly decorated Senior Advocate of Nigeria turned out to be more of a mini carnival, as family, friends, colleagues from far and wide, top government functionaries and officials, politicians, and many more turned out en masse to celebrate the man of the moment. The national anthem and prayer of thanksgiving for the newly elevated set the pace for the evening.
From the relationship we've had, while he's practicing and while also representing the Mr. President, I find him very, very competent, very, very diligent in his work as a lawyer, and I think you have seen the evidence that he's a good lawyer, and that's why today they gave him the highest award any lawyer will ever dream to have.
The ambience of soft music playing in the background was indeed a true reflection of the gathering, with guests mingling and enjoying the proceeding of the evening, with so much to eat and drink. Then came the arrival of the man of the moment, the celebrant, as he walked in looking resplendent and dapper. There was so much to say about the man, Chief Oluwole Afolabi, as praises, encomium, and prayers flowed free.
We're here to celebrate a man who has achieved through a dint of hard work, commitment, dedication. I'm sure for those of you that were following the scrolls up there, you saw him behind a desk, seated with papers all around him. And if you could look at the intensity in his eyes, he was actually studying and working hard. And that's what I know of Wale.
May you become an all-round success. Success during the day, success at night, success at dawn, success at summer, at winter, at autumn, and every day of your life. God bless you.
One of the highlights of the occasion was the cutting of the cake.
A round of applause. Congratulations to you, sir.
It is a toast to the latest Silk in town, Chief Oluwole Olawale Afolabi. Congratulations, dear brother.
I'm very happy for him because he deserved it. He worked very hard. He put his life and everything to make sure he did a wonderful job for the country Nigeria and for his family. He's a well-balanced man, a great husband, a great son, and a wonderful father.
It takes the grace of God, to have the health, because one needs a good health to pull this off. And having a stable home helps too. I think it's a call upon me for even more work, to strive to do more, to mentor the younger ones, and to help project the legal profession in a positive manner.
Chief Oluwole Afolabi, a man who has displayed unalloyed dedication to the legal profession, with years of hard work behind him, taking up nerve-wracking cases and emerging victorious, is indeed worthy of this elevation to the revered and special status of Senior Advocate of Nigeria, as he continues to take great brilliant strides in the legal world.
Very humbling to know that hard work pays out, no matter the time it takes. Congratulations. And that's how it's been on the program today. Remember to always follow us on our YouTube channel at NTA Series. Join us again, same
Sao Tome and Principe, officially the Democratic Republic of Sao Tome and Principe, is a twin island nation found on the equatorial west coast of Africa. The country consists of two archipelagos, that is, a cluster or collection of islands, about 140 kilometers apart. Principe is the closest island to the mainland Africa, and it is about 225 kilometers off the northwestern coast of Gabon. The name Sao Tome is of Portuguese origin, named after St. Thomas by Portuguese explorers, marking their arrival on the island, which coincided with St. Thomas' Day. History has it that the islands served as a vital commercial and trade center for the Atlantic slave trade. The country had a peaceful independence in 1975 and has since then remained one of Africa's most stable and democratic countries, although there was an attempted coup d'etat on July 16, 2003, when the then president, Frederick Menezes, was out of the country on a private visit to Nigeria. The current population of Sao Tome and Principe, according to Worldometer data, is about 223,931 people, an increase of over 22,000 people from the 201,800 official estimate in 2018. The country is said to be the second smallest African sovereign state after Seychelles, as well as the smallest Portuguese-speaking country. Standard Portuguese is the official language of the country and is understood by virtually all islanders. In addition, 3 Portuguese-based mother tongues are spoken, namely Sao Tomense, spoken by the Furos and having by far the largest number of speakers. Angola, the language of the Angolaris, spoken on the southern tip of Sao Tome, and Principians, spoken by only a few hundred individuals on the Principe Island. The country is endowed with excellent weather conditions for tropical agriculture. Cocoa, for instance, is the main agricultural produce of the island nation, and it represents about 95% of the country's export. Once said to be the largest producer of cocoa in the world. Also, the rich volcanic soil and proximity to the equator has made the country ideal for sugar cultivation. Other cash crops such as coffee and coconut are cultivated in large quantity and has hugely contributed to the gross domestic product of the country. Tourism is another major contributor to the country's economy, attracting tourists from Portugal and other European countries. Most notable tourist destinations in the country include the Ubud National Park, covering about 30% of the country with white and black sandy beaches and around 700 species of flora and fauna. The Bombom Island, off the northern coast of Principe, is a tourist resort and one of the must-visit places in the country because of its beauty. Famous for its humpback whale sighting and the magical Cascata Sao Nicola waterfall, another beautiful gift of nature. Interestingly, the islands of Sao Tome and Principe are home to a large number of birds. Yes, you will find the world's smallest ibis and the largest songbirds in the country. It is indeed a bird-watching paradise. The country has a homogeneous culture, profoundly marked by centuries of blending elements of the dominant Roman Catholic Portuguese culture with various African influences. The kinship system is bilateral, although men traditionally are known to be polygamous. With the virtual absence of monogamous marriage, the conjugal system is characterized by a high incidence of multiple and serial customary unions and visiting relationships. South Tomians are known for Uswa and Sukuk readings, while Principe is home to the Dexa beats. Portuguese ballroom may have played an integral part in the development of these readings and their associated dances.
Toda sua vitória foi sem armas na mão.
Chiloli, for instance, is a musical dance performance.
A very warm welcome to you. This is the news on NTA International. I am Charles Alpha. First, a quick look at some of our top stories. Ministry of Information and National Orientation unveils logo of Nigeria Reputation Management Group. Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Office of Nigeria's First Lady reintroduce Young Farmers Club in schools. And Minister of Foreign Affairs and legislators condemn ill treatment of Super Eagles in Libya. We begin with the Vice President Kashim Shettima charging the newly appointed Board of Directors of the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority to diversify the nation's investment portfolio in order to support key sectors of the economy. He gave the charge during a meeting with the Board of Directors of the NSIA, outlining the administration's vision for the authority, drawing comparison with more established sovereign wealth funds. Steakhouse correspondent Abraham Jibrila reports.
Acknowledging Nigeria's late entry into the Sovereign Wealth Fund, Vice President Kashim Shettima stressed the need to support the real economy, particularly highlighting the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority's role in agricultural revitalization, assuring the Board of Tinubu administration full support in achieving national aspirations, emphasizing the critical need for teamwork.
We have been supporting the nation in our agricultural revitalization efforts. You are part of the success story, especially in bringing in agricultural inputs. I want you to sustain that tempo, and ours is a young nation. The average age of the Nigerian nation is 16.9. 70% are below the age of 30. Plans are in the pipeline by the federal government to establish a youth entrepreneurship investment bank, all geared towards assisting our youth to be gainfully employed. It's going to be a bank by the youth, for the youth.
Chairman of the board commended the effort of the federal government, particularly members of the National Economic Council, saying they treasure the confidence the council has reposed in the board.
The Sovereign Fund is a fund that is set up for a number of reasons. One, to provide support to government during volatility. The second reason is to provide savings for the future generation. And we're also here to catalyze additional investment for various sectors of the economy. We've done this very, very well. So we tend to continue doing this, make sure we protect the sovereign wealth of this country, to be sure that when we all live, our children's wealth is protected, our children's wealth is protected. That's what we have to do.
What is next after this meeting is the submission of the last audit accounts to the National Economic Council, with the intent to work with the principles of the Nigeria Sovereign Investment Authority. From the State House, Abraham Jibrila, NTA News.
The initiative to inculcate the spirit of building a reputation for Nigerians at Nigeria by the Nigerian Institute of Public Relations is in line with the vision of the current administration and that of the Ministry of Information and National Orientation. Minister Mohammed Idris says reputation is an asset for Nigeria. Salio Abdullahi Guanara reports.
information and national...
Unrelenting efforts to build a nation whose citizens demonstrate acceptable standards of reputation in order to transform the country's image and socio-economic development. Nigerians from across every sector are here demonstrating commitment to a proposed template for reputation management. This groundbreaking initiative, according to the Minister of Information and National Orientation, requires the collective efforts of citizens in order to complement and fast-track the ongoing national reorientation agenda through the National Identity Project approved by the Federal Executive Council.
As you are all aware, a country's brand reputation is one of its core assets, alongside its financial and natural mineral resources. Charity, they say, begins at home. All of us at the Ministry of Information and National Affairs agencies, especially the National Orientation Agency, is playing a pivotal role in ensuring that Nigeria reclaims its steps. Nigeria comes back to those ideals for which our founding fathers put on course for this country. I believe that we are going to turn the corner. We are already beginning to see signs of that. Reforms all over the world are extremely challenging. It is your ability to rise up to the occasion that makes the difference. I think the President is doing that with every sense of responsibility. I call on all Nigerians to support him and give him more time. Nigeria will reach the desired destination.
He was emphatic that the resilience spirit of Nigerians will add value to the proposed reputation project and want Nigerians to distinguish themselves as brand ambassadors.
Especially for the media, reporting accurately, objectively, and also being patriotic about their country.
The Nigeria Reputation Management Group logo was unveiled at the event in Abuja. Salihu Abdullahi Gwanara, NTA News.
Now, in place of potential reputation damaging scenarios, having a crisis communication plan in place that outlines the steps to mitigating damage and communicating transparently will go a long way in ensuring a better society. This is what the Nigerian Institute of Public Relations is championing with the coming on board of the Nigeria Reputation Management Group. Haman Jabani takes us through the unveiling.
The journey, which started 3 years ago, is designed to be inclusive and conceived as a professional, private, secure, complementary solution aimed at strengthening and repositioning Nigeria's reputation capital as a core national asset for stronger domestic relevance and global competitiveness on a deliberate, sustainable basis through collaboration and partnership. For Nigeria Institute of Public Relations, reputation is birth. Reputation needs air to survive. Reputation is nurtured with the right character, and when reputation is created and built as an asset, it continuously managed and effectively sustained. This is why Nigerian Reputation Management Group should be Nigeria's biggest possible and core assets for investable value.
The image of Nigeria needs conscious, deliberate attention. Today's event is NIPR's robust response to the call. We have the biggest body of knowledge in Africa. NIPR is well positioned and ready to deal on this matter.
The Nigerian Reputation Management Group is designed to propagate and project a positive national reputation in order to promote our core values, principles, and beliefs as a people.
The NRMG will stand on 6 core values of ethics, professionalism, trust, communication, inclusivity, and ownership, while focusing on Reputation Summit, Nigeria's Reputation Day, Charter, and Champions, among others.
Our citizens have a key role to play. The image of any nation is not shaped solely by leaders, diplomats, or businesses, but also by the actions, attitudes, and behaviors of its citizens. Nigerians, both at home and in the diaspora, are the primary ambassadors of our national brand.
I urge you to remember that the future of our country lies not only in the hands of our leaders, but in our own actions. We cannot demand integrity from others if we do not hold ourselves accountable.
The NRMG is geared towards promoting Nigeria's positive image nationally and globally through strategic communication and proactive public relations engagements to protect Nigeria's reputation from negative local and international narratives. Hamman Jabani, NTA News.
The third annual National Conference on Judges' Performance Evaluation at the instance of the National Judicial Council is underway in Abuja. The two-day event is a self-appraisal of the judiciary and a platform to forge a way forward for efficiency in the dispensation of justice. Delatumbi of our Judiciary Desk reports.
The Performance Evaluation Committee of Judicial Officers of Superior Courts of Records, which was established in 2003, has the aim of improving the performance and ethical conduct of judicial officers nationwide, with the mandate of evolving judicial performance policy, thereby giving prominence to strategies to strengthen judicial performance through constant monitoring and evaluation, as well as through continuous monitoring and assessment of the adequacy of the facilities available to judicial officers for efficient performance. In addition, the Judicial Performance Evaluation Committee is expected to strengthen the quarterly evaluation mechanisms already put in place and introduce new measures to ensure improved performance of judicial officers. It is in the light of this that the ongoing third annual National Conference on Judges' Performance Evaluation is aimed at improving access to justice and boosting the confidence of the people on the judiciary. The conference expresses concern on the volume of pending cases in the dockets of Superior Courts of Record in Nigeria.
No doubt, enhancing the effectiveness and integrity of our judicial system is a responsibility we all share. And to achieve this, we must continually strive for mastery and excellence in our craft. As your lordships are aware, the term judgecraft encompasses the art and skill of judging. It goes beyond mere legal knowledge, but touches on our capacity to render justice impartially and efficiently.
As of the first quarter of 2024, we now have a total of 243,253 cases pending. This, no doubt, is a staggering number indeed. Urgent and decisive action is therefore required. The second issue is the consistently low performance of some of the judicial officers, despite the continuous guidance given by the committee.
The conference with the theme, Judgecraft, Performance and the Way Forward, is expected to involve speedy dispensation of justice in Nigeria. In Abuja, Dele Atumbi, NTA News.
The ECOWAS Court of Justice has a new president, and he is Justice Ricardo Claudio Monteiro Goncalves, who has been elected for a 2-year term in office. Following an election by the College of 5 judges of the court, Justice Ricardo succeeds Justice Edward Amoka Asante, who led the court for 6 years since assuming office on July 31, 2018. A statement by ECOWAS recalls that Justice Ricardo was sworn in on Thursday, October 6, 2022 in Guinea-Bissau by former president of the Conference of the Heads of States and Governments of the Community, President Omaro Sissoko Embalo, for a non-renewable term of 4 years. It also confirms the election of Justice Ricardo Sengu Mohamed Koroma as Vice President of the ECOWAS Court of Justice. As Tunisia's President Kais Saied begins his second term in office, the North African country continues to contend with major social and economic challenges. His first term was marked by the slogan, "The people want," an emblematic phrase linked to the 2011 revolution. The reports.
Kais Saied's new slogan is Construction and Edification from 2024 until 2029.
His supporters say the new 5-year term will set the stage for consolidating the presidential project.
بالنسبة لسيادة الرئيس هو شعاره البناء والتشييد. البناء والتشييد هو لازم نحركوا عجلة الاقتصاد، نعملوا مصالحة مع رجال الأعمال، نعملوا مصالحة مع الإدارة، ونعملوا مصالحة مع الناس الكل. اليوم يلزمنا نبنيو ونخلقوا جيل جديد متاع بناء.
Economic observers say Tunisia took progressive steps toward fighting corruption, but more must be done to eradicate this phenomenon and to boost the ailing economy.
الإجراءات الإدارية في تونس كبيرة.
Tunisia also faces challenges in dealing with the flows of irregular migrants. As a result of the Italian-Tunisian partnership to mitigate migration, about 15,000 migrants are estimated to be stuck in the North African country, according to the International Organization for Migration. Experts believe the real number is much higher than IOM estimates.
واستحالة العبور نحو إيطاليا نتيجة السياسة اللي انخرطت فيها تونس منذ السنة الفارطة.
The National Institute of Statistics says GDP growth rate has reached only 1% in the second quarter of 2024, while unemployment stands at around 16%.
Despite signs of improvement, such as the inflation rate falling to 6.7%, many Tunisians are still feeling the effects of the economic crisis. President Said has vowed to build a prosperous national economy.
President of the Democratic Republic of Congo has approved the extension of Operation Shuja. The Congolese army is carrying out the joint military operations with Ugandan troops against rebels of the Allied Democratic Forces in the east of DRC. President Felix Tshisekedi took the decision after an assessment of the ongoing cooperation was made by senior army officers from both countries.
A military onslaught against the Allied Democratic Forces rebels heats up in the east of the Democratic Republic of Congo. It's known as Operation Shuja. Troops from the DRC and Uganda launched it in 2021 after 2 bomb attacks that were blamed on the ADF rebels rocked the Ugandan capital, Kampala. The DRC president recently met with senior army officers from Uganda and agreed to extend the operation. The move has received mixed reactions in the DRC.
Our government has chosen to continue the operation with Uganda in order to concentrate on the front against the M23 and AFC rebel movements. It's a tactical decision which unfortunately does not address the needs of Congolese citizens.
The ADF rebel group is led by radical Islamist fighters who are originally from Uganda. They fled to eastern DRC in the mid-1990s and are accused of killing thousands of Congolese civilians. Residents of Beni territory have in the past praised Ugandan and Congolese soldiers for repulsing the rebels from their region. But some people in the capital Kinshasa have reservations about the Ugandan army following a UN report that accused some Ugandan soldiers of backing the M23 rebels.
Today there is a view that Uganda has supported the M23 rebels, not officially, but through some individuals in their army. It does not necessarily mean it was approved by President Museveni, but that in itself is a serious issue that should make us analyse and review this joint cooperation.
Uganda had planned to build roads in eastern DRC in late 2021 to promote trade between the two countries. But an increase in armed activity in eastern DRC has halted that project.
Both Congolese and Ugandan military officials say their joint operation has resulted in huge losses for the ADF rebels. But locals say the rebels have broken up into smaller units and continued attacking civilians. Under the new arrangement, the DRC and Ugandan troops will expand their area of operation to track down the rebels.
You're watching the news on NTA International. We will take a break now. More reports ahead. Stay with us.
Tell me how good news. I'm trying my best, Jaja. You're not a slave.
I am trying to help you, and you make a mockery of me.
Hey, calm down. Don't tell me to calm down. She always does this. You didn't mind. Answer me. For you to die.
Thank you for staying with us. Côte d'Ivoire is aiming to capture a greater share of the cocoa value chain, despite the West African nation's dominant position in the global cocoa markets. The country's chocolate manufacturing sector remains underdeveloped. Reports say that efforts are being made to enhance the country's value chain and boost revenue from cocoa products.
With more than 2 million tons produced every year, Ivorian cocoa beans are estimated to account for 45% of the world's population and generating 40% of the country's export earnings.
Once our production capacity has been increased and we have absorbed the output of our region, we will then have to identify suitable markets. To achieve this, we are targeting the Chinese market, which represents a significant opportunity.
Ivorian chocolate makers now want to offer the world a variety of quality chocolate with original flavors, traceability, and above all, a more inclusive value chain.
Our annual production currently stands at 3 tons, and our ambition is to produce more.
Côte d'Ivoire boasts 12 companies with 14 plants for primary processing. The government says it will be implementing a series of initiatives to enhance production and promote the consumption of locally produced cocoa products.
Local cocoa processing will create added value. It will create jobs for young people. There are therefore many economic issues related to this great initiative. Additionally, the local processing will facilitate Côte d'Ivoire's ability to develop economic strategies. But this cannot be possible without local consumption, because consumption underpins the industrial object.
In order to encourage local chocolate makers to process more chocolate and increase the value added, the Ivorian government has introduced a processing exemption strategy.
In terms of processing, we are encouraging local chocolate makers to diversify their markets and explore non-traditional and undemanding markets, such as the domestic, sub-regional, Asian, and the market in the Maghreb and Arab countries.
Côte d'Ivoire has seen a 10% increase in local cocoa processing between 2021 and 2023. The share of beans processed in the country rose to around 32% in 2023. The sector now accounts for 15% of the country's economy.
Meanwhile, authorities in Côte d'Ivoire have arrested members of a student federation accused of inflicting terror on campuses. The arrest followed the investigation of a murder case involving 2 persons and its leader's main rival. Francis Odoyo has the details.
Police and prosecutors arrested 6 members of the Côte d'Ivoire Student and School Federation FESI, one of the country's student unions, halting all its activities. Many in Côte d'Ivoire hope this could mean the end of the impunity enjoyed by FESI, which for years is accused of reigning unchallenged on campuses in Abuja, Côte d'Ivoire's biggest city. The authorities acted following the death in late September of a student, Zogui Mas Albin Digao, a rival of FESI's leader, Say Kabo. Digao was found dead overnight between September 29 and 30. A government statement said he had been abducted by individuals identified as members of FESI. After a police investigation was opened, officers arrested and detained 6 members of the union, Kambo included. The prosecutor said they were being held on charges including murder and criminal conspiracy. They have also been detained for conspiracy to murder in connection with the death at the end of August of Khalifa Diomande, another student and FESI's member. Reports say several of FESI's high-ranking members declined to respond to the allegations of violence. The FESI, set up in the 1990s, was originally a protest movement against the single ruling party at the time of the Democratic Party of Côte d'Ivoire Democratic African Rally. Its early leaders included a future Prime Minister, Guillaume Soro, and Charles Blé Gaude. Charles went on to become the right-hand man of Laurent Gbagbo, who was president from 2000 until an election crisis in 2010. Both former FESI's leaders were implicated at the highest level in the post-violence in 2010 to 2011 in which more than 3,000 people were killed. Francis Udojo, NTA News.
And now from Cote d'Ivoire, we take you now to Accra, Ghana, where the maiden edition of the Africa Skills Week is underway. The program, organized by the African Union, seeks to equip young people with the skills, knowledge, and opportunities to thrive in the rapidly evolving job market and also help them contribute to sustainable development in Africa.
In the next 5 days, more than 2,000 young Africans, AU partners, technical and digital experts, and other players will discuss critical issues affecting the African youth. Deliberations will also focus on skills and jobs for the 21st century, quality skills development for sustainable employability in Africa. Discussions on Monday focused mainly on the youth. Dubbed the Youth Summit, it is designed to inspire, empower, and connect the youth with mentors and educate them on opportunities for skills development and employment. Speakers at the forum stressed the need for African leaders to scale up skills training among the youth. To them, skills training will unlock the potential of Africa's youth, drive sustainable economic growth, and promote social inclusion across the continent. Mr. Sergio Aziz Kamara is the Deputy Minister for Technical and Higher Education of Sierra Leone. He spoke on the need to equip the African youth with skills that will make them ready for the global job market.
Africa's youth deserve a future where they are not only employable, but are also empowered to create jobs and innovate in their communities.
The Director General for the Commission for Technical and Vocational Education Training, Mr. Fred Che Asamoah, said equipping the youth with creative skills, technology and innovative ideas is the way to go.
As we witness rapid technological advancements, there is an ever-growing demand for skills workers who can drive innovation and productivity. By bridging the skills gap that exists in our economy, we are preparing our African youth to meet the evolving demand of job markets.
The African Skills Week aligns with the African Union's 2024 theme of building resilient education systems for increased access to inclusive, lifelong, quality, and relevant learning in Africa.
Now, Zimbabwe's government has urged the public to remain calm after the Southern African nation confirmed its first 2 cases of Mpox. The Health Ministry said there are adequate measures in place to respond to the cases and any other should there be confirmed.
The 2 cases are an 11-year-old boy with a travel history to South Africa in August and a 24-year-old male who traveled to Tanzania in September. The Ministry of Health says both patients are stable and no longer infectious but remain in isolation. Some of their contacts have been traced and are being monitored. Authorities have activated response systems, including training of health personnel and increasing public awareness campaigns.
We need to have an adequate stock of all the essential drugs, which would include antibiotics, IV fluids, steroids, and other drugs that we make use of to contain, to fight the complications. So case management becomes very important, especially when you want to reduce death. But the mitigatory and containment measures become very relevant and important when we want to cut to the transmission.
Stakeholders have called for the timely provision of medicines at the isolation and treatment centers. Mpox was declared a public health emergency by the World Health Organization in August after a new variant that spreads more easily through close contact was discovered. Earlier this month, neighboring Zambia reported its first case of the disease. In view of the cross-border risk, the government has stepped up surveillance at border posts and ports of entry.
Public health experts have called for closer coordination and information sharing amongst countries in the Southern African region.
UNICEF says more than 400,000 children in Lebanon have been displaced over the last 3 weeks, just as Israel pushes ahead with its campaign against Hezbollah. Francis Udojo has the details.
Ted Chaiban, Deputy Executive Director for Humanitarian Actions at UNICEF, warned that the fighting is also taking a heavy toll on the country's school system. He revealed that 1.2 million children are deprived of education. Ted Chaiban added that public schools have either been rendered inaccessible, damaged by the war, or are being used as shelter. The last thing the country needs, in addition to everything else it has gone through, Ted said, is the risk of a lost generation.
As we sit here today, 1.2 million children are deprived of education. Their public schools have either been rendered inaccessible, have been damaged by the war, or are being used as shelter.
Reports say the fighting has also impacted access to health care, putting dozens of primary health facilities out of service. In addition, 12 hospitals are either no longer functioning or only partially functional. Tess Ingram, UNICEF spokesperson for Middle East and North Africa, fears the consequences for migrant women.
If there's any sort of complications, and then of course deliver the baby safely. So the fact that we've already seen one really serious case like this on the streets of Beirut tells us that it's happening more broadly across Lebanon. And so we need to make sure that pregnant women have the essential services that they need to safely see out their pregnancies and to deliver their babies.
After a year of cross-border exchanges of fire with Hezbollah, Israel has been ramping up its campaign against the Iran-backed Lebanese militant group in recent weeks, including launching a ground invasion in Lebanon. More than 2,300 people have been killed in Israel's strikes in Lebanon, with nearly 3/4 of them in the last month. Francis Udojo, NT News.
Nigeria is set to invest $2 billion to roll out 90,000 kilometers of optic fiber, aiming to provide internet connectivity to communities across the nation. Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Bosun Tijani, revealed this while addressing participants at the ministry's 3 Million Technical Talents Initiative. Awal Salisu has more on the minister's announcement as well as his inspection of the vandalized Nigerian Communications Commission's Digital Industrial Park in Kano.
This is Fidosi, one of many Nigerian youth benefiting from the federal government's 3 Million Technical Talents 3MTT initiative, spearheaded by the Ministry of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy. Key to their digital skills development is access to facilities like the National Communications Commission's Digital Industrial Park. However, the park in Kano was vandalized, a situation that has disappointed Fidosi and countless other youth from Kano and the Northwest.
Now they have even disrupted our life, our dream to become technical and digital aspect for this 3MTT program.
During an assessment visit, Minister Bosun Tijani gave Fidosi and others hope as he pledged that the park will be renovated soon. In addition, the minister revealed that the federal government is investing $2 billion to connect all Nigerian communities with internet services.
Today is not just a visit to inspect this building, it's a visit to announce that we're getting the support of IHS Towers to actually renovate this space. So we're going to be back in a few months to reopen the center for the benefit of our people.
While in Kano, the minister also visited Government House, where Deputy Governor Aminu Abdulsalam disclosed that 60% of the vandalized equipment had been recovered.
Additionally, I have directed the Kano State Ministry of Works and Infrastructure to carry out a comprehensive assessment of the damage inflicted on the facility.
The Deputy Governor assured that Kano State Government is committed to using the facility to promote technological advancement and drive digital transformation. In Kano, Awal Salisu, NTA News.
And now to other news. The mouth is one of the gateways through which germs easily gain access into the body. To guide against this, experts advise that effective hand washing should be a habit and not a periodic act to forestall the spread of outbreak of diseases. Let's find out why this act is still important as the world commemorates the International or Global Hand Washing Day.
I can speak for myself that I wash my hands as often as I can.
When I'm home, I don't really do it because I feel I'm indoors, so there's no point washing my hands.
Home science, it was called back in the days of Felicia Sani, a woman who has seen it all right from the period of the World War II. She understands the importance of regular washing of hands, and despite her age, she still rallies market men and women on the importance of keeping a clean hand as the Ministry of Environment and Development Partners commemorate Global Hand Washing Day at the Garki International Market, Abuja.
Wash your vegetable, wash your hand. This money that you put your hand in your mouth and catch one is a big disease.
About 1.8 million children under the age of 5, reports say, die each year from diarrhea and pneumonia. And for the Minister of State for Environment, who is a medical doctor by profession, hand washing is the safest way of cutting down this number.
If you play with your pets, you wash your hands. If you go to an event, you have to shake a lot of people, you wash your hands, and so on and so forth. If you practice it diligently, I can assure you it's your #1 preventer of diseases.
Even in our engagements as the President's eyes and ears in the communities, we will trickle down this program to our communities.
I want you've heard it, hand washing, but it's not going to end here because you are the ones that are going to take those messages within this market, within your own homes, and within your communities.
99% of heads of households have knowledge of at least critical times of hand washing. Only 8% out of these could demonstrate proper hand washing.
At the local government level, at the state level, the organized private sector in water, sanitation and hygiene will be supporting the efforts of the Federal Ministry of Environment.
It's about health and well-being. You can be rest assured that the Federal Ministry of Education will be proud to be associated with you.
This year's Global Hand Washing Day is with the theme, Why Are Clean Hands Still Important? It reflects a significant progress in hand hygiene awareness and improving hand hygiene behaviors, which remains crucial beyond public health emergencies. Charles. In a bid to safeguard public health, prevent infection and promote the well-being of Nigerians, the federal government and the National Task Group on Sanitation has reaffirmed commitment to promoting hand hygiene as a key aspect of public health in Nigeria. Usman Zubair reports that stakeholders re-echoed these at the commemoration of the Global Hand Washing Day held in Abuja.
Always wash our hands to prevent the spread of disease, loss of life.
I learned that hand washing, it helps to stop the spread of microbes.
Hand washing with soap is not just a hygiene practice, but a global health necessity. Globally, the 15th of October is set aside by the United Nations for global advocacy on hand washing. In recent time, Nigeria has faced a resurgence of cholera outbreaks, which is further compounded by inadequate hygiene practice and poor access to safe water and sanitation facilities. Ensuring the success of the United Nations campaign drive is the focus of this gathering. The federal government and the National Task Group on Sanitation reaffirm commitment to increasing awareness on the importance of hand washing, which is an effective and affordable way to prevent diseases and save lives.
The NCGS, through the leadership of the Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation, is in the forefront of promoting and advocating for increased adoption.
See somebody sitting down to eat and you know they didn't wash their hands, call them out, tell them, you really need to wash your hands, you could get sick.
Minister of Water Resources and Sanitation, represented by Permanent Secretary, noted that proper hand washing is essential in preventing diseases and also plays a significant role in mitigating the impact of future pandemics. He called for behavioral change and urged parents to encourage their children or wards to wash their hands regularly.
All know that clean hands
remain a fundamental defense against the spread of infections, illnesses, and harmful germs.
High points of the event was presentation of prize for winners of the inter-schools competition, among others. The theme for this year's celebration is why are clean hands still important. Usman, NTA News.
More reports ahead. Please stay with us after the break.
Imagine a world where your potential isn't limited by your bank account, where your financial dreams can become reality. That world is here with the Nigerian Consumer Credit Corporation Scheme, Credico. Credico is one of President Tinubu's initiatives designed to put the power of consumer credit in the hands of working Nigerians. Here to help you achieve your goals, whether it's providing for your family or expanding your home or business. Visit www.credico.ng today for details. This is the renewed hope.
As technology continues to advance, health experts are exploring new ways to provide safe and efficient healthcare services. At a 3-day training workshop organized by National Institute for Cancer Research and Treatment, NICRET, for biomedical engineers and medical physicists, it aims to leverage innovation to bridge the gap in cancer diagnosis and treatment in Nigeria. Uche Ugochukwu reports.
Visualize walking into a hospital for a CT scan or MRI and being told there is no personnel to man the machine. Or worse, a patient with a brain tumor receiving the wrong dose of radiation or an incorrect diagnosis. Unfortunately, this does happen. In Nigeria, the demand for biomedical engineers and medical physicists is overwhelming, yet there is a severe shortage of trained professionals. This, combined with the deadly and ever-mutating nature of cancer, underscores the urgent need for more training in these fields. Participants in this training will gain advanced skills and knowledge in cancer diagnosis and treatment. NICRAT, organizers of the event, are leveraging the platform of the Federal Ministry of Health to ensure inclusive participation.
Let me assure all stakeholders in the cancer space, and indeed all Nigerians, that NICRAT will continue to train and retrain all relevant healthcare personnel with a view to improve their capacity for greater productivity and optimal performance in the treatment of all forms of cancers.
Like everyday engineers and roadside mechanics, biomedical engineers and medical physicists work behind the scenes to keep cancer care safe, precise, and efficient. With enhanced training, their contributions can make cancer treatments more accessible and effective, bringing hope to patients across the country. Uche Ugochukwu, NTA News.
Now, a dialogue on Nigeria's growing population and the importance of family planning is shaping a healthier, more sustainable future for all. It is gaining momentum at a media parley organized by the Association for the Advancement of Family Planning. Experts called on the media to drive awareness and the need to domesticate resources mobilization for reproductive health supplies in Nigeria. With Nigeria projected to become the third most populous nation by 2050, experts say it is necessary that public understanding of family planning improves to better manage the rapid expansion. A report presented by the United Nations Population Fund indicated that while there is progress, gaps in funding trends continue to affect access to essential family planning services across the country.
You know that for the past 2 or 3 years, no commodity, no money has been brought from government. The 2 preceding years before this government came into power, there was no money for family planning. and what meant that there was stockouts all over the country.
All country members have to contribute. They have to make a minimum domestic contribution for them to continue benefiting from commodities.
When it comes to programming for family planning, commodities are important but not the only requirement. Okay? We need to do things around demand generation. We need to allocate resources and spend them in the area of service delivery, policy and advocacy. We need to think about the financing, supply chain, supporting, monitoring, and supervision.
The Nigerian government has released $4 million in counterpart funding to support family planning. Commodities advocates now push for the immediate release of an additional 2 billion naira that's been marked for family planning commodities but remains locked up in government coffers. The association has also launched the domestic resource mobilization fact sheet to rally support and stress the need for local funding and improving access to family planning services. Small business owners under the auspices of the Association of Small-Scale Industrialists have heaved a sigh of relief following the intervention of the federal government through Bank of Industry. The association has signed a memorandum of understanding that will see its members receive loans to support their businesses to grow and contribute to the nation's economic recovery and growth.
That we partner with other organizations within that ecosystem, particularly the organizations like NACI, to say, look, we have a fund that has been put together by the federal government. We want your members to benefit from this funding, and we hope that we can continue to engage, even beyond the 75 billion funds.
Our own responsibility is to poise our people, strategic people who are in need of this funding. And our interest is, if whatever amount is put into your business, you'll be able to employ people that will work, where you have created job, and in turn reduce poverty. And in extension, millions of people will benefit.
Now, the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, in collaboration with the Office of the First Lady, is reintroducing young farmers' clubs in schools. Minister of State for Agriculture and Food Security, Aliyu Sabi Abdullahi, made this announcement while inspecting school farms in Dutse, Buhari Area Council.
Security is an important element in national security. But the challenges of meeting the food supply needs of the citizens is being impacted by climate change, compounded by age-long subsistence farming method. To boost food production, irrigation and mechanization are considered viable options by experts. This in itself requires application of new technologies. Borno State Governor himself, an agricultural engineer, is convinced that Nigeria has the wherewithal in this regard, but deliberate policy shift in favor of local implement fabrication is needed to make the application sustainable and affordable for farmers.
Planters that I saw in Inca, they are working. But again, we shall look into it and then see how we shall improve upon what has been produced. With a very good political will, I think we can rise up, go to the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, go even to the Mr. President to see how funding shall be provided in order to produce more.
Reinvigorating the dynamics of our professional existence in the national governance space and repositioning our institution as vanguard for promoting agricultural mechanization development.
This conference of the Nigerian Institution of Agricultural Engineers is being used to aggregate opportunities for members in the agricultural sector as Nigeria strives for food security in a sustainable environment. In Abuja, Kelvin Ewonwaye, NTA News.
That story was forwarded by Calvin Ewonwaye, and it's on the efforts of the Borno State Governor Babagana Umara Zulum, where he's leading advocacy for application of local technology in food production. And now we move to the next story. With the Minister of State for Environment, Dr. Isaac Salako, has re-emphasized government's determination to the continued cleanup of complex areas in Ogoni land affected by years of oil spillage and bring the desired development to the people. The minister reiterated the federal government's commitment when some Ogoni youth and women group visited the Ministry of Environment in Abuja in an attempt to resolve a problem of sectional interest and disunity which are hampering the development of the area. President, National Council of Ogoni Youth, Raymond Wibani, told the minister the group was out to protect the interests of the Ogoni people and will not stand by and allow anyone or group undermine their needs.
Protect or do your own interest. As a people, we are concerned about the development of Ogoni people. If need be for that, then there is need for everybody to work collectively and bring whatever they have on the table for effective engagement and communication. But for any single individual to see that as his own personal means of engaging his people or doing his bidding, that we will not agree.
We appreciate your interest in high prep and what the federal government is doing to reduce the level of pollution and support development of the Ogoni land. You are stakeholders, and we believe that you are very important into the structure. So please, let us disperse, go home, and then be expecting our official response.
The group appreciated the Minister of State for weighing in the matter after he promised every issue raised in the letter submitted to the ministry will be thoroughly looked at for further action. Now, Senate wants the fight against drug abuse to be taken a notch higher as it seeks the establishment of a National Institute for Drug Awareness and Rehabilitation. National Assembly correspondent Lamia Ali reports that the proposed legislation passed second reading after intense debate.
Opinions were divided during debate on general principles of the bill.
The establishment of the institute is informed by the high record of substance abuse in Nigeria.
It is very important to the extent that drug abuse affects every sector of the society.
My worry is that we are spending so much money on overhead. Most of the existing laws are more of arresting, taking punitive measures, and they say prevention is better than cure.
It will not serve the purpose for which it is intended.
Some legislators suggested that the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency could rather be strengthened to make it more effective in the fight against the menace of drug abuse.
If actually we want to end drug trafficking in Nigeria, we should make drug trafficking a capital offense.
We have a practice here to always allow bill to go further, to allow for proper scrutiny.
Another bill that passed second reading after eliciting diverse views in the Red Chamber is the bill to establish a Nigerian Coast Guard to secure maritime zones.
There is no marine and blue economy without Coast Guard. Suffice also to say that all the countries with the best navy, they have Coast Guards.
Is an initiative that, if it is done, will complement what the Navy and other security agencies are doing.
The first people that will apprehend smugglers will be the coastal guards.
People in boats who get into trouble, we don't expect a naval ship to go and rescue them. Annually, we lose 35 billion to illegal fishing.
We need to be extremely very careful on matters that has to do with national security. It's a lot more than we are seeing.
Away from plenary, the special advisor to the President on National Assembly Matters, Senate, Bashir Lado, has urged heads of ministries, departments and agencies to honor invitations from parliaments.
It remains essential that these opportunities for engagement are prioritized to demonstrate our continued collective commitment to accountability and good governance.
Senator Lado says collaboration between the legislature and executive is critical to achieve the renewed hope agenda. From the National Assembly, Lami Ali, NTA News.
We bring you now the weather reports. And this is where we end the news. Many thanks for staying with us. I am Charles Alpha.
To done 24 hours a day. NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel.
And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters.
You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
More immigrants than ever before are calling the United States home, with 1 in 10 eligible voters in the U.S. being naturalized citizens, making them eligible to vote in November's presidential election. And among them is an estimated over 2.4 million foreign-born Africans in the United States, that according to the Pew Research Center. This makes African immigrants a key voting bloc in the upcoming presidential election, with both political parties thinking this demographic could sway outcomes in the key battleground state. Hello everyone, and welcome to Our Voices. I am Jean Iniwa, joined by my co-host Oriane Tangishaka and Simini Shiekoye. So on this episode of Our Voices, we'll explore how women are mobilizing to ensure voting rights for citizens of African descent and those who have immigrated to the United States from Africa, in the hope that their participation in the electoral process will help address political and social issues that impact their lives. Hello, ladies, and let's see, if you vote, what policies would matter the most? Is it immigration? Is it taxes? What is it? What makes you leave your house and go put that ballot?
Right. Well, I guess if I can get started on that, I think a lot of times people say go to the candidate's website, see what their policies are, what they're doing, and what they're advocating for. I usually look at track records, because a lot of our politicians, everything is out there. You can see, you know, what their track record in terms of what they've been advocating for in their career and things like that. So for me, track record is very important. And also, of course, I'm a little bit selfish. You know, I look at what my household is going to benefit from, because, you know, a lot of the candidates or the politicians, they focus mainly on 1 or 2 things most of the time. So I look at those 1 or 2 things and I say, what is that going to benefit my household in terms of how much money, how much financial flexibility am I going to have? What's the education system in terms of what the moral values does that candidate follow through? Because I'm a mother of 3, I'm married, you know. So I look at the economics, I look at the health, I look at the education system. So mostly on a selfish side, what's going to benefit my household?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think I share what Oriane said about it's not just one thing, it's a little bit of everything. I look at economy, you know, healthcare. I try not to be so selfish, and also, you know, immigration issues and other cross-border issues matter to me. But according to the Pew Research Center, for most Americans, the most important issue in this year's vote, I think, is economy. I think it's about 81% of Americans care most about the economy, inflation, followed by healthcare. I think I can fall in that category as well, but you know, I care about like other women rights issues and immigration issues as well.
Yeah, I totally, you know, I can, when you say track record, this one is a big one for me, because I feel like once you become a candidate, people trying to cover certain things, they want to, you know, they want to be who they think, you know, those voters. Exactly. So track record is a big one. And just like you said, I have to see, do you have your, you know, my best interest in heart? I have a certain profile, just like you. I'm a single mother, I have children, they're going to school. I'm going to be retired, not soon, but one day.
One day.
So, you know, where do you stand with, you know, those policies? I listen to what you say. You know, do I identify? And yeah,
yes,
so
definitely you have to be able to identify with that person.
I think when it comes to voting, everybody wants to know like how they benefit out of, you know, the policies that are thrown at them.
Candidate
they
as
want
well.
to trust. Yeah, that trust comes from how they are showing care to the voters by what they're saying and by the policies they're bringing on the table. So that's what voters will be looking out for.
Right.
Well, Americans are getting ready to vote this fall in what promises to be a very close presidential race. Like most Americans, members of the African diaspora community face a stark choice when deciding which direction the country should go. Jeff Swicord spoke with both a Trump and Harris supporter to get a sense of their very different lived experiences. Let's take a look.
Laban Seyum is a very industrious man.
We're going to leave it to run for a few minutes.
He works long hours running a small trucking company with 3 long-haul trucks.
Hey.
He came to the U.S. with his family to escape the war between Ethiopia and Eritrea in 2000.
You got a kill switch on this truck?
They forced people to leave their countries, and that caused a lot of problem for a lot of families at that moment, and a lot of families actually moved to the States.
Laban considers himself a fiscal and social conservative and is a big supporter of President Donald Trump.
When President Trump was in power, it was an amazing type of business. You know, the market was great, the job opportunities were great, and people were optimistic.
When it comes to his trucking business, Laban is feeling the pinch of high fuel prices, and that he blames on President Biden. He says during the Trump administration, fuel prices were in the $3 a gallon range.
Right now, unfortunately, with the gas prices, is hovering around $5 for the diesel, $4.50, $5 for the diesel. And as you know, transportation is the bloodline of the United States. Almost 70% of the goods are moved through trucks like this.
Global oil prices are extremely volatile and set by a complex set of factors. Laban insists former President Trump has the answer.
Trump showed us the way to do it. You drill, you drill, you drill, you drill, and then you compete. You see, now we don't need to explore other ideologies.
Democrats, like Fatmata Berry, see the choice in this election very differently. She came to the U.S. at the age of 11 from her native Sierra Leone. After law school, she settled in Montgomery County, Maryland, to pursue her passions, community advocacy and immigration law.
Looking good.
My dream would have been to have the kind of work where I can do the community work and still make a good enough living to live well.
Fatmata is a fierce advocate for civil rights, women's rights, and immigrants. She will be supporting Kamala Harris this November.
I think Vice President Kamala Harris is a person for the people. She is the person we need right now to bridge the divide that is in this country.
She is worried about Trump winning the presidency again.
The black community is being hurt more by the illegal aliens.
I am scared. The fear of immigrants is starting up again. The fear of black and brown people is starting up again. And it's hard when the person on top is leading it, so everyone else feels comfortable.
She says if the past is any guide, immigrants following the legal process will also be impacted by his plans to deport an estimated 11 million illegal migrants from the U.S.
And when they go for the interviews, they're doing it legally. They're detained and they're held. And some have been deported when they were not supposed to be deported.
Today, she is volunteering at a food bank.
Where do you want it?
She says although economic indicators are strong, there are many who are still falling between the cracks.
We look at the numbers, and the numbers look good, but there are people who are being missed, who we don't always think about, the hourly wage earners, the people who there are 2-3 families living in one home. The contrast basically is that the top 0.1% will have all the money and the rest of us will be struggling if you go with Trump. And the nation was never built like that. America became America because of the work that the blue-collar workers did in this country.
Two distinct visions for America, two distinct choices for the future. Jeff Swicord, VOA News, Silver Spring, Maryland.
Thank you, Jeff, for that report. Now for more about how Africans in the diaspora vote in America and what issues matter to them as both parties vie for their vote. We have Ms. Nneka Achapu, the founder of Africa Public Affairs Committee, AfriPAC, a nonpartisan political organization that advocates policies for the empowerment of the African diaspora. She is joining us via Zoom from Houston, Texas. Hello and welcome, Ms. Nneka.
Hello, good morning, and thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Tell us, please, why is it important for African immigrants to participate and also to be educated on civic engagement?
Well, I think the African diaspora is very, very vast. And we're not a monolith, as we heard from the various participants. We have Republicans, we have Democrats. However, in the last history, we have seen that the African diaspora has been almost kind of ignored. And so we as a community are rising up through organizing, mobilizing about this election and all subsequent elections, about how important it is for us to be participant of political action and in general, just civic engagement. So we've been doing a lot of education within our communities about why it's so important to be part of this election and voting. The community has, because we're so vast and so different, we have diverse experiences, viewpoints, and our heritages are different within the different African nations. So, but we have a common ground goal to demand for recognition as a voting bloc, respect and representation as an integral part of the fabric of America, ensuring that our voices are being heard.
Mm-hmm. So can you tell us, like, what are some of the key challenges that African immigrants face when it comes to civic engagement and to voter participation in the U.S.?
I think one of the things that we see mostly is apathy towards civic engagement and voting and all of these elements, because we're not used to it as a people to be involved in the political process. And so a lot of folks are in the shadows sometimes, not knowing why they should be out to the polls voting. But I think one of the major issues, major concerns that are showing up in spaces right now are riling people up to understand the importance of civic engagement and why they should vote. As many of other folks mentioned, this election is particularly important because of immigration, and particularly because of how Black immigrants, African diaspora, are being treated, perceived by the media. And so we are hoping that by bringing our folks out to vote, that we can show in a powerful way that we have voices and hopefully addressing some of these systemic issues that we have within our communities to create a system that works for all of us, and including the African diaspora into the fold. I see a lot of times we get engulfed within the African American Black engagement. However, it's important for everybody to realize that we have a strong, from every corner of the United States, we have a strong African diaspora that is ready to go and vote.
Correct. Well, no, are there specific policies, maybe initiatives that AfriPAC is currently using to help Africans, especially to get the skills that they need to climb up the leadership ladder? We know that assimilation is very hard. The way we look at leadership is very different in the U.S. So what are some of the initiatives that are helping them gain those skills?
Yes, so a lot of our programs are geared toward U.S.-Africa policy, and we do these informational sessions where we educate people on what is going on, what is affecting U.S.-Africa relations, and why on the side of, living, breathing here in America, why it's important. We also educate on taxation and things that kind of affect an African immigrant who has lived here for a long time. So we try to educate folks on the things that make policy in order for them to understand why some candidates are for one issue or the other. In the last, because it's election season, a lot of the work that we've been doing has been geared toward finding eligible green card holders to actually make the transition to becoming U.S. citizen. So we've been doing that outreach to our community in addition to registering people to vote. We
awesome.
partner with organizations such as the League of Women Voters, and we often go into the community to actually talk about the importance of civic engagement and voting. And so I am very, very, very proud of this work because the community needs to know that we are an effective part of this country. And the only way to make ourselves part of it is to be vocal about our issues, whether it's through policy changing mechanisms or advocacy. Those are the things that we focus on in order to get people's buy-in on why they matter to the United States and what kind of contributions that they make.
That's great. And the fact that AfriPAC is a non-partisan organization, that's very important so that everyone gets to participate and gets to get the skills and the knowledge that they need to be good have civic engagement in America. Well, we'll have to take a pause right now. I'd like to thank Nunka Achapo of the African Public Affairs Committee, AfriPAC, about empowering the African diaspora in the U.S. for joining us via Zoom from Houston, Texas. It's time for a short break. Coming up, we'll take a closer look at crucial role women are playing in the U.S. upcoming election polls, and more specifically, how women of color are a force to be reckoned with in voter engagement in the U.S. presidential campaign season. We'll also want to hear from you. Join us on our Facebook, Instagram, and X, formerly known as Twitter, at VOA Africa using the hashtag VOA Our Voices. We'll be right back.
In times of change, when the world seems uncertain, and what we hear doesn't reflect what we see, we seek the truth. When we are told only part of the story, we lose trust. In moments of crisis, our dreams, hopes, and wishes for a better tomorrow depend on a free press. At Voice of America, we bring you the stories that people take risks to see. We connect the world and unite it with truth. At Voice of America, we show you the whole picture.
You're watching VOA's Red Carpet. My name is Jackson Vunganye. Thank you so much for joining us each week right here on Red Carpet. We bring you the latest in
health, wellness, sport, beauty, medical breakthroughs. Healthy Living cares about your well-being. What are the main health concerns in Africa and around the world? Find out the latest on coronavirus. Connect with our experts and ask them questions.
How long does the virus stay?
Join me, Linor Moudou, in Washington, every week on Healthy Living, right here on VOA.
Welcome back. You are tuned to Our Voices, and we are discussing African diaspora vote in America. Today, we are excited to have Miss Aisha Bairo Diallo the founder of Pan-African Women in Leadership Forum, to discuss how women of color are mobilizing to ensure voting rights for citizens and candidates of African descent, which many are saying is an undeniable force in the 2024 political campaign landscape. Thanks, Ms. Diallo, for being with us.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. So please tell us, what strategy have you found the most effective in mobilizing women, especially African women?
Like as they said, the African diaspora, we are about 4.5 million eligible citizens, and we are about 2.4 eligible to vote. And women, as we know, they call us as the winner of the backbone of the house and the economies. So the strategy we use, especially right now at this moment for these elections, first is how to save democracy. You know, black women is a power voting bloc in the US elections. So we vote on all single things: education, the economy, and especially right now the diaspora is about immigration. Because these elections is crucial. It's the most crucial election in our lifetime. So once we go there to convince the diaspora, you know, usually they say, oh, politics, we don't get involved. The first word I use to tell them is either you do politics or politics do you. So it's either way, you're going to be on that table, the discussion.
Mr. I wonder, before somebody asks another question, these women voters are now Americans. Do they still feel concerned about immigration laws?
Yes, they're still concerned about immigration laws. What you should know, most of the immigrant women, they are here, either they want to bring their wife or their husband or the kids that they left back home. And it's open, how are you going to join that family if that is become an issue?
Immigration is an issue, right?
So you cannot.
And
so
so
you are
directly concerned.
even as being as a U.S. citizen for over 10 years, you get now scared hearing all those immigration issues. We're going to deport you. If we deport you, we bring you, you come back in, we kill you, all those kind of things. So it's a very, very, very big issue right now.
So one way to have their voice heard is by participating in elections.
On your civic duties. I tell people, that's the only time in your life you feel power. Because those people who decide for you, those are the elected officials on your daily life.
Right. So, Ms. Diallo, what about other issues besides immigration issues? We said they are citizens, so obviously it's not just immigration, right? In education, all that.
Education.
What can they do as Africans to make sure that they advocate effectively for their issues in their communities? What else can they do? What strategies can they do?
The strategy they can do, they have to run for office. Immigrants have to ask step to step. We don't going to be on the sideline, we just go vote and then come back home. I said I vote. We have to step up, run for different auspices, from the school board to the top ticket.
I have been seeing different African names when I'm driving around the city. Does that mean that more Africans, or is that a trend for more Africans to run for position, run for office?
Yes. You know, once you are at the table, you discuss, and they can discuss. I always tell people, as an African woman, as an immigrant, I know my issues better than if other person is discussing them. I know what I go through from my kitchen table.
Besides immigration, just tell us one more
One more thing issues we work, it's healthcare. Kids education. And because childcare and all that, now we're hearing, if you look at the different parties, if you look at the one side, they say they're gonna take out the education. Not the education, they won't have any secretary of education. That's scary, because that means, and they're telling kids as immigrants not to study our history in school, the books. So that's a main part for women. And second, healthcare. Most immigrants had the Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act.
Most immigrants?
Most immigrants use it. And if that is taken away from them, there are issues because most of us, we have preconditions.
So now with the growing, as we mentioned, the growing political influence of black women is increasing, it's growing over time. So what advice do you have for African immigrants, African diaspora communities seeking to expand their political participation, directly involving in this opportunity?
In the US, the black women sway always the vote. Either way, Republicans or Democrats. And I always tell women, when women lead, they are peace. When women lead, that the economy that grows. We grow the economy. And I asked, especially my sisters, the African women, immigrants that living in the US, most of us now are running for offices. They get involved. You cannot take that away. That's their voice. Once they're in, they can push a lot of changes, even for Africa to change. As they said, I tell people, they always said, wherever the wind of America goes, the world follows.
Well, thank you, Ms. Diallo. On that note, we have to go. This is our show for today. Thank you to our guest, Ms. Aisha Barrow Diallo, the founder of Pan-African Women in Leadership Forum, based here in Washington, D.C., and also Ms. Nneka Chapu of African Public Affairs Committee, AFRIPAC, who joined us via Zoom from Houston, Texas. Be sure to watch our voices on the VOA website at voaafrica.com or our YouTube channel, where you can catch up on the latest episode and the latest news from around the block. Also, thanks to our editorial and production teams on our voices. We'll see you again next week with another exciting program. Until then, remember to stay engaged and make your voice heard. Have a great day.
Sao Tome and Principe, officially the Democratic Republic of Sao Tome and Principe, is a twin island nation found on the equatorial west coast of Africa. The country consists of two archipelagos, that is, a cluster or collection of islands, about 140 kilometers apart. Principe is the closest island to the mainland Africa, and it is about 225 kilometers off the northwestern coast of Gabon. The name Sao Tome is of Portuguese origin, named after St. Thomas by Portuguese explorers, marking their arrival on the island, which coincided with St. Thomas' Day. History has it that the islands served as a vital commercial and trade center for the Atlantic slave trade. The country had a peaceful independence in 1975 and has since then remained one of Africa's most stable and democratic countries, although there was an attempted coup d'etat on July 16, 2003, when the then President Frederick Menezes was out of the country on a private visit to Nigeria. The current population of Sao Tome and Principe, according to Worldometer data, is about 223,931 people, an increase of over 22,000 people from the 201,800 official estimate in 2018. The country is said to be the second smallest African sovereign state after Seychelles, as well as the smallest Portuguese-speaking country. Standard Portuguese is the official language of the country and is understood by virtually all islanders. In addition, 3 Portuguese-based mother tongues are spoken, namely Sao Tomeans, spoken by the Furos and having by far the largest number of speakers. Angola, the language of the Angolaris, spoken on the southern tip of Sao Tome, and Principes, spoken by only a few hundred individuals on the Principe Island. The country is endowed with excellent weather conditions for tropical agriculture. Cocoa, for instance, is the main agricultural produce of the island nation, and it represents about 95% of the country's export. Once said to be the largest producer of cocoa in the world. Also, the rich volcanic soil and proximity to the equator has made the country ideal for sugar cultivation. Other cash crops such as coffee and coconut are cultivated in large quantity and has hugely contributed to the gross domestic product of the country. Tourism is another major contributor to the country's economy, attracting tourists from Portugal and other European countries. Most notable tourist destinations in the country include the Ubud National Park, covering about 30% of the country with white and black sandy beaches and around 700 species of flora and fauna. The Bombom Island, off the northern coast of Principe, is a tourist resort and one of the must-visit places in the country because of its beauty. Famous for its humpback whale sighting and the magical Cascata Sao Nicola waterfall, another beautiful gift of nature. Interestingly, the islands of Sao Tome and Principe are home to a large number of birds. Yes, you will find the world's smallest ibis and the largest sunbirds in the country. It is indeed a bird-watching paradise. The country has a homogeneous culture, profoundly marked by centuries of blending elements of the dominant Roman Catholic Portuguese culture with various African influences. The kinship system is bilateral, although men traditionally are known to be polygamous. With the virtual absence of monogamous marriage, the conjugal system is characterized by a high incidence of multiple and serial customary unions and visiting relationships. Sao Tomeans are known for Uswa and Sukub readings, while Principe is home to the Dexa beats. Portuguese ballroom may have played an integral part in the development of these readings and their associated dances. Chiloli, for instance, is a musical dance performance that tells a dramatic story of Sao Tomeans. And the Danko Congo is similarly a combination of music, dance and theater. The islands that make up Sao Tome and Principe are great for people who love nature. With about 30% of the country's territory covered by rainforest, and unlike mainland Africa, there is no threat of large dangerous animals or poisonous snakes. The only thing you have to look out for is mosquitoes. So, pick up that mosquito repellent and venture into the jungle as the smallest yet beautiful African country, and her people are welcoming and peaceful.
Hello, I'm Yeheyes Wuhib, your host for today's special edition of Straight Talk Africa, African Voices, U.S. Elections 2024. Statistics show that over 2.4 million African immigrants are living in America. This diverse diaspora community is becoming an increasingly critical constituency in U.S. elections. Diaspora voters are asserting both their economic and political power. They care deeply about issues such as immigration reform, healthcare, racial justice, and economic opportunity. As we inch closer to this all-important election in November, we will examine how the African diaspora's vote could help shape the future of America. Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump are battling for the White House. In 2020, Harris ran for president, but she dropped out. 4 years later, she is now the first woman of color in U.S. history to become a major party presidential nominee after President Biden decided not to run for election. Trump, whose bid for re-election failed in 2020, is again the top person on the Republican ticket. What are diaspora voters thinking? VOA's Philip Alexio sets the scene.
The U.S. presidential election shows a tight race, with each nominee leading in the polls in various categories and demographics. The black vote, including the country's expanding African diaspora, could be a factor as black voters remain overwhelmingly affiliated with the Democratic Party, according to the Pew Research Center. But Cameroonian-born American Pastor Daniel Puffuck thinks the black community's values don't always represent the political bloc they vote for.
It makes you feel that there is a kind of bipolar way of looking at life, because you cannot have certain set of values that maybe belong to one party, but when it comes to the voting booth, you vote against those values.
Assistant Professor of Political Science Sambo Muzata from Zambia says politics in America today has taken a step back.
U.S. elections are a big thing in Africa, in Zambia, and I think the rest of the world. Setting the tone for democracy, I think, to the whole world is basically what this is about.
Ghanaian-born U.S. citizen Bubine Havi says when it comes to voting, her views tend to evolve.
My views have definitely been changing often. I'm not a consistent person firm on a specific party. I look for what is right based on the context of what we're dealing with in our current society.
Along with the economy, the dysfunctional immigration system is high on voter concerns. It's also an issue that affects non-citizens like Rwandan Bengali Diakite, a student at JMU here on an F1 visa. To stay in the U.S., he says, students have to get a job and worker authorization within 3 months of graduation.
And I feel like it's very tight on F1 students because it kind of doesn't give us enough time to be able to look for all those opportunities or even do the interview process, and understanding that we're in a new environment, so we need some time to cop up.
Chukwanunso Vincent Iwanage chairs the Maryland Governor's Commission on African Affairs. He points out that the African continent is home to 40% of the world's minerals.
So there's no reason why the continent, should be considered poor.
Rather than exporting lithium ore mined in African countries, Iwanage says the continent should be building factories and making the batteries. He believes in creating economic opportunity over the focus on aid by other countries.
That should be where the next president should be looking to in relation to Africa.
Philip Alexio, VOA News, Washington.
To help us analyze the issues of the presidential election, we have with us 3 distinguished panelists. Kweku Nuama, a senior lecturer at the School of International Service at American University here in Washington. Philomena Desmond Ogu-Gua, Vice President and founding member of the African Businesswoman Network, and Ambassador J. Peter Pham, former U.S. Special Envoy for the Sahel and also the Great Lakes region of Africa. Welcome to all of you.
Thank you for having us.
So now, we are talking about the diaspora. Diaspora, a word that comes from the Greeks, meaning to scatter, to sow, to to disperse. We have been dispersed. We have been scattered to Africa, and we are here. Now that we are here, we actually get into the whole process of the American system, and we'll have this opportunity to be part of the system. And we get that gift, which is the vote. So now, armed with that gift, the vote, my first question to Ambassador Pham: how can the African diaspora critically, policy discussions, actually conduct policy discussions on immigration, trade, and foreign relations between the U.S. and Africa?
Well, first let me begin by thanking you and my sister and brother here for having me here as part of this discussion. It's a discussion addressing primarily the African diaspora, but in a way, as my great elder sister, Janetta Besh-Cole, the former director of the National Museum of African Art, always said, we are all part of the African diaspora. Some of us just left earlier than others along the path, but Africa is the mother of us all. So I'm very privileged to be here, and I thank you for having me. And my answer to your question is, how does the African diaspora engage? The same way every citizen should engage, informing themselves about the issues that matter to their communities and their families and their individual circumstances in life, but connecting those to the unique experience they have as citizens. Now, I feel a certain kinship to that, being myself a naturalized citizen who owes a great deal to this country, who's given me a great opportunity to not only have a life here, education, but also to serve it at some of the highest levels and work in Africa for it. So it's the same answer for every citizen. But of course, Africa, you know, for those who are of the African diaspora more immediately, it tugs more directly, and they have an opportunity now to inform themselves on policies that affect Africa, but also to be voices to candidates and others about the importance of that. And we can discuss the particulars. That's the lead-up piece gave us a few very good examples that we can delve into, and I look forward to doing so.
Philomena Desmond Ogugua, how might the African in the diaspora be a catalyst for economic development in Africa?
I thank VOA for having me, and I thank my fellow panelists for having me discuss this critical issue. Apart from the Business Women Network, I'm chair of the Virginia African Diaspora. We organize ourselves so that Africans in Virginia and in America in general can speak with one voice. If we don't speak with one voice, no matter what we do, we can't get what we want. There are 200 million African diasporas worldwide, and more than 2.5 million of those are in the United States of America. That's a critical mass. And the spending power of the African diaspora in America is estimated at over 1.7 trillion, which is an economic power. With that, I think we can change the economic landscape of our new home. We are the new Americas. And with that also, we can change the policies and the voting pattern in the United States if we can harness collectively our strength. When we work together, we are stronger. But when we start fractionating ourselves, we are weak. With that, we can help here economically, and we are helping. Statistics has it. And also in the continent. Over 50 billion was sent home from African diaspora in the United States to Africa, which surpasses foreign direct investment, USAID aid, and even surpasses some countries' GDP. We can use that to start building the continent. Time has passed when the continent needed aid. It used to be Africa to the world. Now it's the world to Africa, because it's coming back to how God created it, the cradle of civilization. Every country originated from Africa, and it is coming back. It is now Africa to the world. As we continue, I will give some more statistics, because the African diaspora in America, they're everywhere. And we can help in the United States and in the continent. Thank you.
Professor Kweku Nuama, I'm curious, what does the U.S. election mean for U.S.-Africa relations? What are the continent's expectations, and will those expectations be fulfilled?
Well, thanks for having me, and thanks to VOA for organizing this forum. What does the election mean for Africans? As with any other election, it's a time for stock taking and a time to look forward. And I think that at this juncture, Africans are trying to assess the relationship with the United States and to reevaluate where possible and to organize ourselves to table our demands. Africans get an agency, and Africans expect things. If you look at the African press, for example, you see people talking about it's time for Africa to get respect in the international system. It's time for Africa to move from the periphery of American foreign policy into the core. We too deserve a special relationship with the United States. We are here, we contribute to the country's development. Africa is a big part of America's future. America needs Africa, Africa needs America too. And then there's speculation about what happens with the candidates that we have running. And I think that we can look at former President Trump and what he did when he was president, and with Vice President Harris, we can look at the Biden agenda, and there's a question about how much of that she'll carry in her own administration. I think that by and large, American foreign policy, there's a lot of continuity in it when it comes to Africa, but there might be changes here and there based on the type of Congress that the president gets and the type of demands that come up. But I think Africans are very hopeful. They have specific needs, and the expectation is high. I don't think all of it will be met, but it's a good place to start. And I think that for especially those of us who are here, our responsibility is to vote and to also advocate for our continent. And I think that no matter who wins this election, Africa will continue to be an important part of America's foreign policy, and Africa will continue to have friends on both sides of the aisle, whether it's a Republican president or a Democratic president.
Wise words from our panelists. Now we turn to our audience, and basically we'd like to have a few questions, if you have, for the panelists. You can introduce yourself and ask the panelists whatever questions you feel like you would like to talk to. First, introduce yourself and address your question to the distinguished panelists.
Definitely, yeah. Thanks so much, VOA, for organizing this event and inviting Ethio Diaspora Hub here. I am Iyo Boldahana. I came from Ethio Diaspora Hub, a platform dedicated to help immigrants to have information to make an informed decision in their day-to-day life. So my question for the panelists is, as a fellow African, for those who are new to this country, for those who don't understand the impact of election here in the big, picture of Africa, what kind of message do you give why they need to participate in voting in this election? That's my question for you guys. Thank you.
Who would like to take that?
Can you repeat your question, sir, please, and speak a little louder?
Sure. My question is, what message do you have for someone who is new to the country as an African, like a migrant coming here, who doesn't even see the impact of election being participating in this election as an African person here? Because obviously there are a lot of, implications why we need to participate and heard our voice. But what kind of message do you have from experience for those newcomers?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I take it?
Go ahead for what?
Because this is about outreach, mobilization, and reach out to the African diaspora. The African diaspora, you have the Gen Zs and the millennials. We're always a family unit. The message I have, especially if they are citizens, one, they'll make sure they're registered to vote. And even if they registered to vote many years ago, they should go to ivote.com to make sure they're still registered to vote. Because I handled like 2 cases last week. They participated in the primary. Now in their different counties, they've deregistered them. So it's good to tell all your friends in your different ethnic communities, let them check they are registered to vote. Participate in the political process. When you don't vote, the wrong people are voted in. So don't complain. You have to reach out. You have to participate. You have to, because this election is a test of democracy. And the immigrants, like you and I, I'm a naturalized citizen. From what you are reading in the press, if it is a fact, some people are planning to remove our citizenship and deport us. When we have been paying taxes, doing our social, corporate, and community responsibilities, and when some of those people also saying this are first or second generation Americans, including their children. So that's why it is essential, because our right to vote as a citizen is a right nobody can take from you.
If I could,
Ambassador,
I
go ahead.
definitely agree with my sister here that the importance of registering and voting,
Yes.
but also being informed on the issues,
Yes.
and not believing everything you hear. Now, with all due respect, my sister, I'd like to know who is saying removing the citizenship and deporting citizens. I think there's discussion of deporting those who are here illegally, but I've not heard a major candidate of either party talk about lifting citizenship from naturalized or other citizens. So let's not alarm people also unnecessarily.
I think I can talk to you off camera about that, you know, but because it is documented. But we have to vote on issues that affect the African diaspora. The issues that affect you is not the same that affects me. Immigration is important to me. Education is important to me. Health is important to me. Work is important to me, especially immigration. You know, is very, very important to me. Healthcare is important. Education is very, very important. Those are issues that affect my community. Is different from issues that affect your community. Our community will look at issues that affect them. Which of the 2 people running addresses our needs better?
Very good. Let's involve Professor Kweku here on the same subject.
I think that a vote is a terrible thing to waste. If you have it, use it wisely. And I think that you shouldn't let one of the parties take your vote for granted. And don't write anybody off. Examine issues and look at the records, see what they say they're going to do for Africa. But also you live here, so you also have to vote. You have to vote for here and also for home. And so you have to look at the parties, look at their platform, but more importantly, once they have power, you have to hold them accountable. And it's not just the presidency, it's throughout the system, the local government, hold people accountable, because if you're not there, they take you for granted. And so don't just vote and go home, just continue to stay engaged.
We will take more questions after the break. It's time to take a short break.
I worked for the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees for about 30 years. Now, I've got 3 questions. One first practical question, which is for those 30 years serving in the humanitarian work stream, I have met less than 10 African Americans or Africans in the diasporic African population in the U.S., in Africa serving. The U.S. is one of the key donors when it comes to humanitarian issues as well. And the absence of the African diaspora in that particular domain is very conspicuous and very mysterious. I don't understand it. So maybe you could assist with helping us to understand why is it that we don't see a lot of those from the African diaspora. The second question is with regard to, I think it's Melvin who asked it, is there a deliberate effort on the part of the diaspora, the African diaspora, to come together in a structured way in order to influence policy? I mean, 54 leaders from Africa met with President Biden just a few months ago. Is there anything that is being done? You referred to the 6th region. Is there anything that the diaspora is doing in order to interact in a deliberate way with the African Union in order to influence policy? Thank you.
We are running out of time, so can anyone capsulize his thoughts and answer it?
You said, just in a nutshell, when you said about the Leaders Summit, that's what you were talking about, right? At least something has come out of it. The Lobito Corridor came out of it. That is linking DRC, Zambia, and Angola to Benguela province in Angola, Lobito Sea, to the Atlantic Ocean. Now, the great country of Tanzania has been added to it through Dar es Salaam. Something came out of it. And another thing that came out of it is the creation of PAC. For the first time, there is a Presidential Advisory Council on Africa. It didn't have before. At least this is a stepping stone to something that will lead. It is not perfect. Rome was not built in a day. It's going to be made to something different. Mel knows about it. So something is happening. You know, we are the new baby in the block, the African diaspora. Rome was not built in a day. We can't jump like that. It's small, small, small. When you do things small, small, it gels. But when we grab it, it won't last. Something is being done to make things work. What you are saying about African diaspora being in the humanitarian space is for them to apply. If you apply, you know, I think that it will be through USAID or one of the agencies or through UN, you know, to go to those places for humanitarian jobs. It's not African diaspora individually that does it. It's you applying.
Yeah, just to, I'm sorry, I have to correct the record. The Lobito Corridor was not a fruit of the U.S.-Africa Leaders Summit. It was an idea that Africans had for many, many years. Yes. The countries of Zambia, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Zaire at the time, and Angola have talked about it all the time. And then, you know, but they lacked the resources and coordination. It began, actually, the modern iteration began 2019, Secretary Mike Pompeo's visit to Luanda when I was Special Envoy for the Great Lakes. But this is a level what Professor talked about, the continuity of U.S. engagement with Africa. Began there, was picked up certainly at the U.S. Leaders Summit, and carried forward by my friend Amos Hochstein, the President Biden's deputy assistant, who's really carried the torch for it and brought back together to integrate not just transport, but also mining, energy to do so, telecoms infrastructure, food security. And in fact, this is an example of bipartisanship. At the recent United Nations General Assembly, I hosted a large party where at the reception, the keynote address was given by Amos, and it showed the fact that America was united behind this initiative, which had its origins in Africa.
Ambassador. Okay.
Mr. Ambassador, with all due respect,
we are out of time. We are out of time, Philomena. We are out of time, but this has been a great discussion on the power of the African diaspora vote. I would like to thank our three panelists, Kweku Nuama, Philomena Desmond Oguagua, and Ambassador Gay Peter Pham. Our fantastic audience, and of course, our affiliates across Africa. I'm Yeheyes Wuhi from all of us here in Washington. Thank you for watching.
Hello, I'm Africa 54 Managing Editor Vincent McCory in for hashtag the Awards. Welcome to Africa 54. Here's what's coming up. President Joe Biden visited areas affected by Hurricane Milton in Florida and announced new funding, even as officials warn that misinformation is spreading rapidly as Election Day draws near. In the countdown to the U.S. presidential elections, we'll look at how American women could play an important role in deciding the 2024 U.S. presidential election. And more than 700,000 of Lesotho's 2.3 million people are facing extreme hunger due to the severe El Niño drought. We'll bring you a special report from the Kingdom in the Sky. All this and much more coming up on today's Africa 54. We begin here in the United States and the visit of President Joe Biden on Sunday to areas affected by Hurricane Milton in Florida, where he also announced $500 million in new funding to improve electric grid resilience. But even as relief and recovery efforts continue, officials warn that misinformation is spreading rapidly as Election Day draws near. VOA's Veronica Balderas Iglesias has the details with reporting from Patrick Bresnan in North Carolina.
U.S. President Joe Biden surveyed Sunday the areas devastated by Hurricane Milton in Florida. He also announced $612 million in funding to support the communities affected by both Milton and the hurricane that preceded it, Helene.
This funding will not only restore power, but will make the region's power system stronger and more capable and reduce the frequency and duration of power outages while extreme weather events become more frequent.
Disinformation surrounding the federal government's response, however, has spread rapidly. Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas told CBS's Face the Nation he is incredibly concerned.
It is extremely pernicious. We have individuals in need of assistance who are entitled to assistance who aren't seeking it because of the false information. We need individuals, elected officials, people who have the platform to really debunk this false information, and we're not seeing enough of that.
Democratic presidential nominee and Vice President Kamala Harris spent the weekend in North Carolina. On Saturday, she joined relief efforts as the western part of the state grapples with the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. Harris's political rival, former President Donald Trump, has criticized the Biden administration for what he considers a poor hurricane response. Trump's vice presidential pick, J.D. Vance, was asked Sunday about falsehoods promoted by the former president, including that aid to Republican disaster victims is intentionally being withheld by federal government agencies or given to undocumented migrants.
We've got Republican congressmen who are on the ground who represent that area saying that they have to call the White House to get food and water to FEMA. I don't frankly think there's anything malicious going on here, Martha, but I do think that we've had an incompetent response to this particular crisis.
VOA toured hurricane-stricken areas in the city of Asheville, North Carolina, and spoke with some of the affected about the government's response.
I've seen just in the air, helicopters, all that kind of stuff. We've seen National Guard driving around. I mean, I think there is a decent response. We haven't had any support from our government or FEMA or the city government yet, but it may be coming still.
As resources are running out, Congress is being urged by the Biden administration to approve additional emergency disaster funding before the presidential election on November 5th. Veronica Balderas Iglesias, VOA News, Washington.
Authorities in Southern California say a Nevada man with a shotgun, loaded handgun, ammunition, and several fake passports in his vehicle was arrested at a security checkpoint outside Donald Trump's campaign rally Saturday night. A Riverside County Sheriff Chad Bianco told reporters Sunday that deputies arrested a 49-year-old man identified as Van Miller of Las Vegas as he drove up at a checkpoint near the rally in Coachella, located east of Los Angeles.
There were many irregularities that popped up. The deputy noticed that the interior of the vehicle was in quite disarray. The vehicle had a an obviously fake license plate, and that prompted further investigation from our deputy into why the person was there and what he was doing.
The department said in a statement that the man was arrested on suspicion of possessing a loaded firearm and possession of a high-capacity magazine. He was released after posting a $5,000 bail and is scheduled to appear in court on January 2nd, 2025. Security is very tight at Trump rallies following two recent assassination attempts. A man was indicted on an attempted assassination charge last month after authorities said he staked out the former president for 12 hours and wrote of his desire to kill him. And the Florida arrest came 2 months after Trump was shot and wounded in the ear in an assassination attempt during a campaign rally in Pennsylvania. As the U.S. presidential elections draws near, Democratic Party candidate Vice President Kamala Harris and Republican Party candidate former President Donald Trump are crisscrossing the country to woo as many voters as possible. In our first installment of reports seeking to shed more light on the different aspects of the U.S. elections, we look at one voting group and who might benefit more from it. Here's Jackson Vunganye with more.
American women are poised to play an important role in deciding the 2024 U.S. presidential election. In recent years, women have registered to vote and cast votes at higher rates than men, and in the 2020 election, female voters outnumbered male voters by several million. Although women are not a monolithic voting bloc, the trends favor one major party over the other, as Dura Meko reports.
Voter turnout rates for women have been higher than for men in every U.S. presidential election since 1984. And women have voted for Democrats over Republicans in every presidential election since 1992.
Not only do women turn out more than men, but they live longer than men. So those older groups are going to be much more represented by women. So it's important to have women if you're a Democrat running for office.
Using the latest U.S. Census numbers, demographer William Fry of the Brookings Institute analyzed what the women's vote will look like in 2024. He says the trends favor Democrats, in part because more voters today are college-educated women. Non-college-educated women, who are historically more likely to vote for the Republican presidential candidate, will account for less than 40% of the electorate. Back in 2012, these so-called working-class women made up almost half of the voting population.
Back in 2012, white non-college women were 48% of all women. Now they're just 38% of all women.
Meanwhile, the share of college-educated white women, voters who are historically more likely to vote for Democrats, is rising. They made up 23% of the electorate in 2012. In 2024, they account for 27% of eligible voters. The percentage of Black and Hispanic female eligible voters has roughly remained the same. In 7 key battleground states, the share of white non-college educated women far surpasses the number of white college-educated women. But
even among those states, the college-educated group of white women is increasing, the non-college is decreasing.
Which candidate will be able to harness the power of the women's vote? Women made their voices heard during the 2022 midterm congressional elections. A majority of men voted Republican, but younger voters, especially women, were largely credited with thwarting a so-called red wave or a Republican sweep.
Young women made the bigger difference in that younger group.
The issue of abortion rights drove many of those young women to the polls. But abortion is also an issue for Democratic female voters over the age of 50.
Conversely, we see on the Democratic side issues like threats to democracy, abortion, and reproductive rights being high issues that are driving them to the polls.
Then there are the factors demographers and pollsters can't calculate, and that's whether a woman candidate, who is also a woman of color, will drive up turnout among women voters.
College-educated women tend to turn out more than non-college women, number one, and if there's a special, excitement about this candidate, the fact that we now have a woman candidate may propel some of that a little more.
Women comprised more than half of all voters in the 2020 presidential election. As with most presidential contests, who wins ultimately comes down to which voters turn out in the biggest numbers for the 2024 presidential election.
And that was a look at how the shift in women's voter demographics could impact the upcoming elections.
But a Sudanese network of volunteer rescuers said on Sunday the military carried out an airstrike a day earlier on a marketplace in Khartoum, leaving 23 people dead. The market is near the main camp in the capital of the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, RSF, with whom the military is fighting a civil war that has killed tens of thousands of people. The war in Sudan, which erupted in April 2023, has forced almost 10 million people from their homes, sparked widespread hunger and famine, and seen waves of ethnically driven violence blamed largely on the RSF. Now, most hospitals in the Khartoum area of Sudan have been destroyed or evacuated as fighting in the capital continues. VOA gained rare access to a hospital still operating in the area and to one gutted by the fighting. As rights groups say, those responsible for the devastation should be held accountable for war crimes. Henry Wilkins reports.
Hamida Abdel Manin Abdel Rahim was injured in crossfire in Sudan's Khartoum area in early September.
The bullets were all over my body, my hands, my stomach, and my legs. I lost a lot of blood. Both my legs got shot. Both of them are broken. Also, one toe was amputated on this foot, and 2 toes were amputated on the other foot.
She is a patient at the Al Now Hospital, one of only a handful of hospitals still operating in Khartoum, a capital city ripped apart in Sudan's civil war. The World Health Organization says only 16% of healthcare facilities were operating in the capital region as of July, citing Khartoum's health authority. Human rights lawyers say that both sides in the conflict, the Sudanese Armed Forces, or SAF, and the Paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, or RSF, are responsible for the destruction of hospitals.
The hospitals have been subject to indiscriminate shelling, reasonable basis to conclude that that has been perpetrated both by RSF forces as well as SAF forces.
On a recent trip to Omdurman across the River Nile from Khartoum, VOA visited the so-called Chinese hospital, which has been gutted since the war started. This hospital is under the control of the Sudanese military. They say they took back control from the Paramilitary Rapid Support Forces in February of this year. It's not clear which side is responsible for the destruction of the hospital. The SAF told VOA that security personnel stationed in the hospital were police and volunteers there to deter thieves. Rights groups say military use of hospitals is banned under international law. The SAF are not the main culprits for illegal occupation of hospitals, however, says Letitia Bader of Human Rights Watch.
In terms of the occupation of hospitals, this has been very much more on the RSF side.
She said it's indicative of the disregard shown for hospitals in Sudan, which could amount to war crimes. The RSF told VOA in a statement the Rapid Support Forces have not occupied or destroyed any hospitals. These accusations are completely untrue and blamed the SAF for violations. Henry Wilkins, VOA News, Omdurman, Sudan.
Now to the southern tip of the continent, where more than 700,000 of Lesotho's 2.3 million people are facing extreme hunger due to the severe El Niño drought. According to the World Vision, 80% of Lesotho's poor live in rural areas and are heavily dependent on crop and animal farming. However, these people have been hard hit by the El Niño drought, leaving nearly 1/3 of the population in dire need of humanitarian assistance. Our reporter Tuso Kumalo visited Lesotho and filed this special report from Mokena village.
The Lesotho drought has been described by World Vision as a complex emergency that has left the country at the brink of a humanitarian disaster. Both animals and humans have not been spared from the harsh effects of the drought. In the villages of Hamasana, Hamantsebo, Lekalong and Hamufuka, east and south of the capital Maseru, crops have wilted away, leaving villagers with no food to eat.
The main problem we are facing as a community is serious hunger. People lost their jobs and most of the villagers spent some days without food to eat. The absence of rain for a long time also impacts negatively on agriculture-related activities.
The grass has dried up and the husks of withered crops are quickly running out, posing a threat to domestic animals. Unless the owners of these animals have money to buy feed, they could soon lose them. Water sources are running dry too, putting villagers in panic mode. In this Mukema Komakoma village, villagers and animals are fighting for drinking spots at the only river that is still running. The water here has all kinds of revolting impurities, but for these villagers, there are only two choices: drink it and risk developing all kinds of diseases, or ignore it and die.
We are facing a big challenge of water scarcity because of the absence of rain. We use water from the river to do household activities because we don't have tap water. We share the river water with animals. This is the same water we use for cooking and drinking.
Non-governmental organizations are now calling on the government to remove all red tape and urgently intervene in the affected communities.
These short-term handouts are not sustainable, and the government cannot have enough money to do that. So we need now to be embarking seriously on the summer cropping.
Others say developing agricultural capabilities of the rural communities and creating jobs for the urban dwellers remains a permanent solution to the hunger problem in Lesotho.
I think that we need to invest a lot more in terms of ensuring that lives of Basotho are enhanced, in making sure that a lot of them get involved in agriculture is one of the sectors that we think we can make a contribution in.
As the night falls on this village of Mukema Komakoma, hope of survival for these villagers is also fading away as they keep waiting for government relief. In response to this crisis, Lesotho Prime Minister Matekane has declared the state of national food disaster. In a televised address to the nation, Matekane described the situation as critical and called on regional and international humanitarian organizations to intervene. Tuso Kumalo for VOA News in Mukema Village, Lesotho.
And we'll be right back.
Health, wellness, sport, beauty, medical breakthroughs. Healthy Living cares about your well-being. What are the main health concerns in Africa and around the world? Find out the latest on coronavirus. Connect with our experts and ask them questions.
How long does the virus stay?
Join me, Linor Mudu, in Washington, every week on Healthy Living, right here on VOA.
The World Bank said on Monday it had lowered its economic growth focus for sub-Saharan Africa this year, mainly due to the destruction of Sudan's economy in a civil war. However, in its latest regional economic outlook report, Africa's pulse at the bank said growth is expected to remain comfortably above last year's 2.4% due to higher private consumption and investment. The World Health Organization said on Monday it had approved a Bavarian Nordic's Bavacor for adolescents aged 12 to 17 years, an age group considered especially vulnerable to outbreaks of the Mpox disease that has triggered global concern. The WHO declared Mpox a global public health emergency for the second time in 2 years in August after a new type of the virus spread from the Democratic Republic of Congo to its neighbors. And Namibia's president, Nangolo Mbumba, tells VOA he will not run for presidency, but instead he has endorsed incumbent Vice President Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah as the presidential candidate of the ruling SWAPO party ahead of the coming November 27th general election. In an interview with VOA's Peter Clotty, President Mbumba talks about his decision not to compete in the coming polls, as well as his confidence in the electoral body's ability to organize a credible vote.
The party, SWAPO, has already done its work well. They have already gone through what we call the Congress. We have elected who were the leaders. The leader of the party was President Gaingop, was the president of the country and president of the party. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah was the vice president of the party in the cabinet of the president, okay? Then we have a secretary general, a lady, and another, a man, okay? So we were preparing with Dr. Gaingop to leave office because in our 80s, man, oh, well, what do you want to, why do you want to hang around until people say, we'll borrow you out of the office? So why should we do that? The mechanism was already there. I could have, so we are talking about being wild, I could have said, since I was left in the office and the term was not completed, I wanted just to hang around for one term or whatever. But one term to do what? I want to know to do what? But the most important thing is that with these elections, if or when Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah assume or go through the elections, is elected, I hand over. I'm not only handing over to her as Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, I'm handing over the authority to a representative of the SWAPO party, the party that liberated Namibia.
So does that mean that you're going to endorse her for?
We don't have to endorse, we're already campaigning for her.
So do you have confidence in the Electoral Commission of Namibia to administer free, fair, transparent, and credible elections? Because some of the opposition have, accused the SWAPO of using its dominance to ensure an uneven playing field during the elections. What is your response to that, Mr. President?
First of all, the Electoral Commission is independent by law. It has capable people chosen for that purpose, and that purpose only. Anyone who doubts the ability or the legal position of the Electoral Commission of Namibia should not then participate in the elections. So there is nobody who is going to be favored. You have just to work hard. You have to campaign very hard. You have to crisscross the country and get whatever votes you get it from the people who support you or the people who support your party.
That was VOA's Peter Clotty speaking with Namibian President Nangolo Mbumba. Now, Columbus Day is a federal holiday in the United States. It is the anniversary of Christopher Columbus' arrival in the Americas. However, since 2019, the state of California officially celebrates Indigenous Peoples Day instead of the federally recognized Columbus Day, which falls on every second Monday in October. VOA's Genia Dulot visited the celebrations at the Getty Museum in Los Angeles that drew around 2,000 people.
Andrea Jimenez, founder of Herb Club LA, leads a garden tour at the Getty Museum in Los Angeles during a festival celebrating Indigenous Peoples Day. She shows the visitors native plants to California. For example, yarrow, a flowering plant that is known for its medicinal properties.
So native peoples would use it for healing wounds, for healing indigestion, for healing, all sorts of things. And it has been known as one of those plants that is called a panacea.
The third annual celebration of Indigenous Peoples Day at the Getty Museum drew about 2,000 people, making the event one of the biggest in Los Angeles, says festival founder Chelsea Anderson.
So the mission of the Family Festival is to share resources of artists and makers from Indigenous diaspora in Los Angeles. We love the educational component of sharing traditions of the past, but also we really celebrate contemporary voices and contemporary artists.
One of the artists, Shigo Belilitso, a dancer with the Wild Horse Native American Association, says Indigenous Peoples Day brings recognition to his people who lived on the land before Europeans came.
I remember growing up, a lot of some teachers, they didn't even know we exist. Some people think we're extinct, and we're not. We're here, we're alive, we're well, and we're thriving. And we're passing this to our next generation, our singing, our dancing, our traditions.
The state of California does not observe Columbus Day, having replaced it with Indigenous Peoples Day in 2019. Solange Aguilar, a Native American poet, says growing up it was a struggle celebrating Christopher Columbus Day.
There's this story about him that he discovered America, but you can't really discover something when there are already people there. It's important to learn that history and understand that he was a really bad guy, he was awful, and that history of him, that mythos or whatever, is a real thing. It's a real trauma that we carry.
Erica Barrenwall, who moved last month to Los Angeles from Columbus, Ohio, is celebrating Indigenous Peoples Day with her family for the first time. She believes recognizing Native peoples will make a better future for her mixed-race kids.
That's important to us, for our kids to be able to grow up without people making so many assumptions about them based on the color of their hair, the color of their skin, their last name.
Columbus Day is currently a federal holiday in the U.S., unlike Indigenous Peoples Day, whose status varies state by state. On Monday, New York City is holding one of the biggest Columbus Day parades in the country, celebrating Italian-American heritage, culture and achievements. Jenya Dulo, VOA News, Los Angeles.
Well, and that's our show for today. Be sure to watch Africa 54 on our website at voaafrica.com. From all of us here in Washington, thanks for watching.
This week on Healthy Living, how do individuals manage their health issues through medical care and spirituality? What do experts say about traditional healing versus medical care? Let's take a look. Some African countries continue to confront FGM despite global efforts to end the practice. We'll have these stories and more in this edition of Healthy Living. Hello, I'm Kamiti Kibayasi. Thank you for joining us for another edition of Healthy Living. Public health professionals can learn about the connection between health and spirituality. Many people find that good health can enhance their spiritual experiences, and spirituality can positively impact their mental and emotional health. Individuals may seek ways to improve their mental health through both physical care, such, for instance, in Africa, millions of people still turn to prayer camps for healing instead of seeking medical care in hospitals. This oftentimes leads to otherwise preventable deaths when health conditions go beyond medical help. But experts say apart from religious beliefs, high cost of health care, one reason prayer camps are flourishing. Timothy Obiezo reports from Abuja, Nigeria.
3 years ago, Immaculate Joshua noticed an unusual swelling in her left breast. It soon turned sore and discharged blood. Without seeking hospital diagnosis, she suspected it was cancer, and she says after visiting various spiritual healing homes, the pain eventually ceased.
I believe in God. I call one of my spiritual father. He said I should use salt and warm water. When I use it up to then, nothing happened to me. I didn't sick again.
But that wasn't a one-off. Josh has been relying on prayer camps for years to fix many family problems, including financial constraints. And right now, she's hoping to get healing for her husband's blindness. It all started 2 years ago with a blurry vision.
I believe that God will do it when his appropriate time comes. You can't force God or you can't rush God.
Nigeria strikes a delicate balance between its Muslim and Christian populations. Last year, Washington-based Pew Research Center ranked the country as second most prayerful nation on earth, only after Afghanistan. But health experts are raising concerns that some citizens turning only to prayer over their health conditions often leads to complications and deaths.
Spiritual beliefs and practices are already deeply rooted, and often people prioritize them over conventional science-based medical treatment. So is a major issue in Nigeria.
Yes! Mike Michaels, an Abuja-based pastor, says ignorance and poverty are to blame and that prayers and healthcare should work together.
God's provision for your healing cuts across medicine also. And it's a right mindset to have so that you don't just see drugs as an escape from God. So there is that balance. The problem is when you see medicine in itself as able to heal you outside of God. And I think that's where the issue is. So medicine is provided by God because God is the master scientist.
Michael says despite the perception, many churches like his are trying to set the record straight.
I also know that a lot of churches are doing a lot of ministries are doing a lot to help create some kind of awareness and even help provide free medical services to people. Even our ministry, we've reached out to several people. We've done medical outreaches, helped people get them free glasses, done rapid tests for malaria and some other sicknesses.
Only 6% of Nigeria's annual budget is allotted to the healthcare system, making out-of-pocket spending on health too high. But health experts say until many more religious bodies create a balanced perspective of health and spirituality in their teachings, people like Joshua will likely continue to hold firm to what they believe. Timothy Obiezu, VOA Africa, Abuja, Nigeria.
We asked viewers to share their thoughts on health and spirituality and which of the two they put their trust in most. Here are some reactions from Mombasa, Kenya.
I 100% believe in prayer. 100%. Yes, I believe that prayer can heal because I have actually been in situations where I have been unwell and I took prayer seriously and I saw the results. I mean, if you have a wound and then you decide that you're just going to pray, I don't think it's quite effective.
I do believe that prayer has the power of healing
That's because there is always a strong bonding with God when you pray, and you feel that healing and the peaceful structure within you.
My view on prayer as a healing factor is that I might believe that prayer heals, yes, but when you're praying, you have to manifest. You can't pray and you don't have faith. You have to manifest that you will heal. You can't just pray and you don't have faith that you will heal. I believe prayer heals, but first you have to believe that you're going to be healed.
I believe prayer has a big role in healing. In the scriptures, the Bible tells us that if any of you is sick, let him call the elders to pray for him, and a prayer of faith will heal him from his diseases. Well, I believe there is a role for medication in the scriptures, because even in the Bible, some of the Bible's apostles and writers were physicians. Example, Luke, who wrote the book of Luke and the book of Acts. He was a physician.
As for me, I believe prayer heals, because sometimes I was mentally sick, but I believed in prayer, and at the end of the journey, I was well without taking any medication. Whatever you hope for, whether you are sick, you become ill, but there are some extents or kind of diseases which can't be healed by just prayers.
I do believe in a prayer to heal. Why do I believe so? Because I know prayers works. As long as you believe in God, He can make miracles for you. For example, if I have a problem or if I'm sick, I always pray. And always God answers my prayers.
Health and spirituality are beneficial, but it takes recognizing their unique roles while appreciating how they enhance each other. Spiritual practices can vary widely, including prayer, meditation, mindfulness, yoga, or simply spending time in nature. These practices can enhance inner peace and self-awareness. Here is what an expert, Anton Gimbi, a clinical psychologist in DRC, has to say.
Merci d'abord pour la question.
First, there's spirituality, and then there's health. Two factors that are closely interconnected, each playing a unique role in society. In health, we encounter medicine, which often focuses on illness. When we fall ill, we tend to seek help from doctors and medicine in our search for healing. However, when medicine fails to provide the solutions we seek, we often turn to spirituality, hoping to find peace and healing from the problems that surround us. Indeed, modern medicine has made significant advancements, enabling humans to manage various illnesses effectively. However, I believe we cannot move directly from health to spirituality without first addressing health concerns. When our health deteriorates, we seek medical assistance. If medicine cannot provide a solution, only then do we turn to spirituality. Thus, there is a necessary progression. When health fails us, we can explore spirituality. I believe spirituality can offer valuable support when traditional medicine falls short.
Despite global efforts to stop the practice of female genital mutilation (FGM), the harmful tradition continues to affect the lives and health of millions of women and girls in Somalia. Reporter Najib Ahmed has this story from the capital Mogadishu in Somalia.
This 17-year-old lives with her family in a camp for the internally displaced in Mogadishu. She says she's a victim of female genital mutilation, or FGM, a harmful traditional practice defined by the World Health Organization as the partial or total removal of the external female genitalia for non-medical reasons. Since the procedure 12 years old, she has lived with persistent pain, health problems, and emotional trauma. She chose to speak to VOA anonymously because she fears backlash for speaking about a taboo topic.
I went through a lot of pain, lost a lot of blood because of excessive bleeding, and suffered from recurring infections, which still gives me nightmares. I hope my sisters will not undergo the pain I went through.
FGM persists in Somalia because of the common belief that uncut girls and women are promiscuous, unclean, and physically undesirable. The United Nations says 98% of the Somali girls and women ages between 15 to 49 have undergone some form of FGM, and despite its devastating health effects, talking about it is forbidden in the culture. Midwife Shamsa Ali Mohammed performed FGM for over 20 years, but now she's one of the many women fighting to end the practice.
We used to circumcise a lot of girls, but we have now stopped the practice since IFRA Foundation trained us. We now raise awareness against FGM as it hurts women and girls, and many are suffering during labor because of this harmful practice.
IFRA Foundation is a non-profit working to end FGM in Somalia. Its founder, Somali-Irish social activist Ifrah Ahmed, says her organization's engagement have persuaded hundreds of people to pledge not to practice any form of FGM.
I don't want people to see me just interfering to the community. So we trained all the leaders, religious leaders, women's group, authorities in districts. So we allowed them to start the conversation and build the dialogue about female genital mutilation.
Another organization, SASA Together, aims to mobilize the community, also aims to abolish FGM. Mohammed Mursal is a UNFPA program specialist who works with SASA Together.
As an organization, we are fighting to eradicate FGM in Somalia by closely working with the government of Somalia, especially the Minister of Family Affairs, to come up with a legal framework that criminalizes FGM in Somalia.
Although the Somali constitution prohibits FGM and describes it as cruel and degrading, no national law exists that criminalizes the practice. Anti-FGM activists say unless that happens, girls and women will continue to suffer. Najib Ahmed, VOA Africa, Mogadishu, Somalia.
That's our show for today. For more health news, wellness tips, and medical breakthroughs, stay connected to Voice of America at voaafrica.com. You can follow me on X at Mkamiti VOA. Until next time, stay well and strive to make every day a healthy day.
Hello and welcome to VOA's Red Carpet. My name is Jackson Vunganyi. This week on the Red Carpet, we chat with Ugandan actor Mushema Hausen on how streaming platforms have transformed Uganda's entertainment industry. And we meet Sebastian Cruz, the performance coach and dancer whose coaching credits include superstar Madonna. Plus, we visit Zimbabwe's Victoria Falls, known as one of the 7 natural wonders of the world. Let's get on with the show. Hollywood legend John Amos, who played characters in the TV shows Good Times, Roots, and in movies, died in Los Angeles of natural causes. He was 84 years old. His August 21st death, announced by his son Casey Amos, had not been disclosed until early October. John Amos, who was known for playing roles of strong black characters, will be remembered by African audiences for his roles in the movie Coming to America and Kunta Kinte in the critically acclaimed miniseries Roots, a role that earned him an Emmy nomination. And not far from VOA headquarters, Bob Marley's 5 sons made a stop in the state of Virginia on their multi-city tour, bringing their late father's timeless message to audiences worldwide. The Marley Brothers, the Legacy Tour, marks the first time in 2 decades that Ziggy, Stephen, Julian, Kaimani, and Damian have performed together. Each of the brothers have carved out their own successful career in music while they continue to carry forward their father's powerful heritage. Stephen Marley said that the brothers plan to collaborate on a new album to continue championing their father's enduring message of positivity and unity. Mushema Hausen is a leading Ugandan actor known for his captivating roles in multiple TV series across the country. He joins me in studio to talk about his career and his highly anticipated new TV series, Prefect.
Now we have new work that is coming out, especially the fact that we have key players like Mal Choice coming into with Showmax. You know, we lack more of those to put in more money, to put in more creativity, and teaching the new
new creators, the new content creators,
the way outside market we compete with the standards back the side, you know. So they're really trying so hard, but we need more of Showmax, Netflix to come through.
So these platforms have helped you elevate your game in a way.
So much, because right now we have our show like Sanyu being previewed in South Africa. You know, the ratings. Earlier we talked about the ratings, and you know, back then we didn't have how to know that whether the show is being watched by how many people. Right now we know that the show is being downloaded by this kind of numbers, and these numbers help to bring in money because now you know.
How did you start into acting yourself?
First of all, I started as a model. And I did that for a couple of years as a model of the fashion business. I won awards back in Uganda. I modeled on Tanzania on platforms like Swahili Fashion Week back in Tanzania, and so many shows around East Africa. I was in magazine shoots, underwear shoots, name it.
Yeah, you've been around.
I've been around. So when I crossed over to film, it was the same strategy I used. I said, you know what, I'm back to zero. I have to learn new stuff. So I started with theater. I crossed over from theater, from the shows we did like Tragedy of Macbeth, and then into film we did the Hostel series. We've done shows with NTV, Second Chance, the remake of the Telemundo show, and then so many shows. Right now the current one that is booming in East Africa or in Uganda as well, it is Sanyu. It's a 880 episode, 4 years of filming.
Wow.
On a set.
Wow.
You know, it's a success. We are happy.
And you're currently working on a new project, launching soon.
Yeah, we are launching Prefects.
Yeah.
A show that was filmed in Kenya with Kenyan and Ugandan actors. Such a great show that depicts the political atmosphere in Africa, where we look at the powers of prefect.
In school.
In school.
Yes. I like that.
A prefect has more power than a teacher.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember that as a person who went to school in East Africa.
Imagine a prefect has more power than a teacher. A teacher, why are you taking away my student from class? Shut up. He didn't lay his bed. He didn't make his bed. I'm going to punish him. Imagine. Yeah. So the political atmosphere shows you the power that the student has vis-a-vis the current
political leaders in the country.
Yes, so we're looking at that, and the reason why it was filmed in Nairobi is because of the political atmosphere back home in Uganda.
Sebastian Cruz is a Cape Verdean Swedish dancer, mentor and physical health expert, celebrity trainer and public speaker. He developed an innovative method that transcends conventional fitness, offering a dynamic pathway to enhance stamina, focus, and decision-making agility. His client list includes Madonna. Cruz sees social media as a powerful tool for business growth. Let's check it out.
Sebastian Cruz, or Coach Sebastian, participant of Mandela Washington Fellowship Summit 2024, is an international dancer with over 15 years' experience. Cruz has developed physical training methods for executives, dancers, and renowned artists such as Madonna and Mohombi.
From nowhere, a good friend of mine that I had trained before, she calls me and she says, hey, like I wanna introduce you for an artist. And fast forward, her friend had seen something that I have posted and tagged her in, and then from nowhere, I get a phone call from Madonna. I mean, I'm on the beach, I'm having a good time, I'm drinking a caipirinha, I'm doing good, like I'm on vacation. And yeah, I get a phone call and Madonna calls me, and then fast forward, now I'm in New York, and I'm with her there. I'm in her home, living in her home. I've also trained African artists, Afro-Swedish artists like Mohombi, who's a Grammy Award-winning singer-songwriter. And yeah, it's the same thing there. I really focus on helping people get stronger. I think if you use social media correctly, it's such a powerful tool. What ended up happening is that I ended up with one of the biggest artists in the world. And that is just by being like consciously putting out content. So one of the biggest things and takeaways I wish people do is that they understand that it's not about how many that are watching, first of all, it's about who is watching. And then even if you have a small following, you can still get to where you want to get, and I'm a testament of that.
Law and Order Special Victims Unit has been renewed for its 25th season. It is the longest-running primetime drama on U.S. television. The show's lead character, Captain Olivia Benson, played by Mariska Hargitay, has become such a fixture in American life. She was recently honored by the Smithsonian's National Museum of American History. VOA's Maxim Adams has the story.
Americans and millions around the world have come to know the distinctive theme of Law and Order Special Victims Unit. This police drama and its star Olivia Benson, portrayed by Mariska Hargitay, has aired on NBC television for a quarter of a century. On Monday, Hargitay and show creator Dick Wolf presented one of Benson's costumes from the 25th season to the Smithsonian's National Museum of American History.
You know, Olivia is after justice, and she does it with compassion, and she does it for healing. That's what we want, is a healed society, and that's what the Smithsonian does, right? A more just and compassionate society.
Law and Order SVU follows a specialized team of detectives led by Benson, focused on solving sexual assault crimes. Benson's costume will now be part of the permanent Entertainment Nation exhibit at the Smithsonian. The exhibit explores how the entertainment industry has shaped American society for over 150 years.
That her beautiful costume, though, tells so many deep stories about sexual assault, about survivors, and about what we can do to help both the survivors and this, long and tragic history of sexual violence.
Special Victims Unit was a spin-off from the original Law and Order series, which ran 20 years and was revived a few years ago. According to executive producer Anastasia Puglisi, the show's longevity stems from the connection audiences feel with Olivia Benson.
I think first and foremost it's that people can connect with Captain Olivia Benson more than anything, and they feel like the audience truly wants to believe like someone like Benson is out there in the world fighting for them if, God forbid, they were ever in a situation like that.
Mariska Hargitay is also helping people in real life. In 2004, she founded the Joyful Heart Foundation, dedicated to supporting survivors of sexual assault and child abuse. Maxim Adams, VOA News, Washington.
Zimbabwean authorities are hoping tourism will help revive the ailing economy, as one government official cites new figures that show more tourists are visiting Victoria Falls, known as one of the 7 natural wonders of the world. But critics say the country's poor infrastructure is preventing the site from realizing its full potential. Columbus Mavunga reports from Victoria Falls in Zimbabwe.
Even though water levels at Victoria Falls on the border of Zimbabwe and Zambia are lower than usual,
tourists like Sarah are still visiting in large numbers.
I am impressed, to be honest. I've been enjoying too much the country and the culture, and also obviously this site, Victoria Falls, is wonderful.
She wants to return one day like Simon, who is from Zimbabwe but now lives in the UK.
Yeah, I returned to come see Victoria Falls as an experience because when I was young I never really got to see it. So last year I came, and this year I brought my friend from the UK to come actually have a view of the great Zambezi and Victoria Falls here, which we are experiencing, and it's very nice, very beautiful.
But the country's international reputation suffers from what the U.S. State Department describes as credible reports of human rights abuses, including unlawful or arbitrary killings, harsh and life-threatening prison conditions, and restrictions on free expression and media. Economist Gift Mugano says these government practices negatively impact tourism.
That is not good for our brand equity. And so as long as we are doing that, we don't get as much arrival as possible, because we earn a bad name as a country. On hardware issues, we need to work on an infrastructure.
Of tourism, or the numbers that are going to come through into the country.
Mukwasi added that the number of tourists visiting Zimbabwe has been rising since the end of COVID pandemic, and that arrivals were up by 27% in the first half of this year over the same period last year, according to Zimbabwe's Minister of Tourism. He hopes that in future the sector will rival agriculture, manufacturing and mining as a driver of the economy. Columbus Mavunga, VOA News, Victoria Falls, Zimbabwe.
Thank you for watching VOA's Red Carpet. I'm Jackson Vunganyi. For more entertainment news, remember to check us out at voaafrica.com. We are also on Facebook, on Instagram, and on YouTube. Don't forget to like, to share, and to subscribe. Until next time, goodbye, everyone.
Hello and welcome to the news on NTA International. I am Charles Alpha. First, the headlines. Ministry of Information and National Orientation unveils logo of Nigeria Reputation Management Group. And Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Office of Nigeria's First Lady reintroduced Young Farmers Club in schools. The Minister of Foreign Affairs and legislators condemned ill treatment of Super Eagles in Libya. Vice President Kashim Shettima has charged the newly appointed Board of Directors of the Nigeria Sovereign Investment Authority to diversify the nation's investment portfolio in order to support key sectors of the economy. He gave the charge during a meeting with the Board of Directors of the NSIA, outlining the administration's vision for the authority, a drawing comparison with more established sovereign wealth funds. State House correspondent Abraman Jibrila reports.
Acknowledging Nigeria's late entry into the Sovereign Wealth Fund, Vice President Kashim Shettima stressed the need to support the real economy particularly highlighting the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority's role in agricultural revitalization, assuring the Board of Tinubu administration full support in achieving national aspirations, emphasizing the critical need for teamwork.
We have been supporting the nation in our agricultural revitalization efforts. We are part of the success story, especially in bringing in agricultural inputs. I want you to sustain that tempo, and ours is a young nation. The average age of the Nigerian nation is 16.9. 70% are below the age of 30. Plans are in the pipeline by the federal government to establish a youth entrepreneurship investment bank, all geared towards assisting our youth to be gainfully employed. It's going to be a bank by the youth, for the youth.
Chairman of the board commended the effort of the federal government, particularly members of the National Economic Council, saying they treasure the confidence the council has reposed in the board.
The Sovereign Fund is a fund that is set up for a number of reasons. One, to provide support to government during volatility. The second reason is to provide savings for the future generation. And we're also here to catalyze additional investment for various sectors of the economy. We've done this very, very well. So we tend to continue doing this, make sure we protect the sovereign wealth of this country, to be sure that when we all live, our children's wealth is protected, our children's wealth is protected. That's what we have to do.
What is next after this meeting is the submission of the last audit accounts to the National Economic Council with the intent to work with the principles of the Nigeria Sovereign Investment Authority. From the State House, Abraham Jibrila, NTA News.
To inculcate the spirit of building a reputation for Nigerians and Nigeria by the Nigerian Institute of Public Relations is in line with the vision of the current administration, in line with the revelation by the Ministry of Information and National Orientation. Minister Mohammed Idris says reputation is an asset for Nigeria. Saliu Gwanara reports.
Unrelenting efforts to build a nation whose citizens demonstrate acceptable standards of reputation in order to transform the country's image and socio-economic development. Nigerians from across every sector are here demonstrating commitment to a proposed template for reputation management. This groundbreaking initiative, according to the Minister of Information and National Orientation, requires the collective efforts of citizens in order to complement and fast-track the ongoing national reorientation agenda through the National Identity Project approved by the Federal Executive Council.
As you are all aware, a country's brand reputation is one of its core assets, alongside its financial and natural mineral resources. Charity, they say, begins at home. All of us at the Ministry of Information and National Affairs Agency, especially the National Orientation Agency, is playing a pivotal role in ensuring that Nigeria reclaims its steps. Nigeria comes back to those ideas for which our founding fathers put on course for this country. I believe that we are going to turn the corner. We are already beginning to see signs of that. Reforms all over the world are extremely challenging. It is your ability to rise up to the occasion that makes the difference. I think the President is doing that with every sense of responsibility. I call on all Nigerians to support him and give him more time. Nigeria will reach the desired destination.
He was emphatic that the resilience spirit of Nigerians will add value to the proposed reputation project and want Nigerians to distinguish themselves as brand ambassadors.
Especially for the media, reporting accurately, objectively, and also being patriotic about their country.
The Nigeria Reputation Management Group logo was unveiled at the event in Abuja. Salihu Abdullahi Gwanara, NTA News.
And in the face of potential reputation-damaging scenarios, having a crisis communication plan in phase that outlines the steps to mitigating damage and communicating transparently will go a long way in ensuring a better society. This is what the Nigerian Institute of Public Relations is championing with the coming on board of the Nigeria Reputation Management Group. And Haman Jabani takes us through the unveiling.
The journey, which started 3 years ago, is designed to be inclusive and conceived as a professional, private, secured, complementary solution aimed at strengthening and repositioning Nigeria's reputation capital as a core national asset for stronger domestic relevance and global competitiveness on a deliberate, sustainable basis through collaboration and partnership. For Nigeria Institute of Public Relations, reputation is birth. Reputation needs air to survive. Reputation is nurtured with the right character, and when reputation is created and built as an asset, it continuously managed and effectively sustained. This is why Nigerian Reputation Management Group should be Nigeria's biggest possible and core assets for investable value.
The image of Nigeria needs conscious, deliberate attention. Today's event is NIBR's robust response to the call. We have the biggest body of knowledge in Africa. NIBR is well positioned and ready to deal on this matter.
The Nigerian Reputation Management Group is designed to propagate and project a positive national reputation, in order to promote our core values, principles, and beliefs as a people.
The NRMG will stand on 6 core values of ethics, professionalism, trust, communication, inclusivity, and ownership, while focusing on Reputation Summit, Nigeria's Reputation Day, Charter, and Champions, among others.
Our citizens have a key role to play. The image of any nation is not shaped solely by leaders, diplomats, or businesses, but also by the actions, attitudes, and behaviors of its citizens. Nigerians, both at home and in the diaspora, are the primary ambassadors of our national brand.
I urge you to remember that the future of our country lies not only in the hands of our leaders, but in our own actions. We cannot demand integrity from others if we do not hold ourselves accountable.
The NRMG is geared towards promoting Nigeria's positive image nationally and globally through strategic communication and proactive public relations engagements to protect Nigeria's reputation from negative local and international narratives. Hamman Jabani, NTA News.
The 3rd Annual National Conference on Judges' Performance Evaluation at the instance of the National Judicial Council is underway in Abuja. The 2-day event is a self-appraisal of the judiciary and a platform to forge a way forward for efficiency in the dispensation of justice. Delia Chumbi reports.
The Performance Evaluation Committee of Judicial Officers of Superior Courts of Records, which was established in 2003, has the aim of improving the performance and ethical conduct of judicial officers nationwide, with the mandate of evolving judicial performance policy, thereby giving prominence to strategies to strengthen judicial performance through constant monitoring and evaluation, as well as through continuous monitoring and assessment of the adequacy of the facilities available to judicial officers for efficient performance. In addition, the Judicial Performance Evaluation Committee is expected to strengthen the quarterly evaluation mechanisms already put in place and introduce new measures to ensure improved performance of judicial officers. It is in the light of this that the ongoing 3rd Annual National Conference on Judges' Performance Evaluation is aimed at improving access to justice and boosting the confidence of the people on the judiciary. The conference expresses concern on the volume of pending cases in the dockets of Superior Courts of Record in Nigeria.
No doubt, enhancing the effectiveness and integrity of our judicial system is a responsibility we all share. And to achieve this, we must continually strive for mastery and excellence in our craft. As your lordships are aware, The term judgecraft encompasses the art and skill of judging. It goes beyond mere legal knowledge, but touches on our capacity to render justice impartially and efficiently.
As of the first quarter of 2024, we now have a total of 243,253 cases pending. This, no doubt, is a staggering number indeed. Urgent and decisive action is therefore required. The second issue is the consistently low performance of some of the judicial officers, despite the continuous guidance given by the committee.
The conference with the team, judgecraft, performance, and the way forward is expected to involve speedy dispensation of justice in Nigeria. In Abuja, Dele Atumbi, NTA News.
The ECOWAS Court of Justice has a new president, and he is Justice Ricardo Claudio Monteiro Goncalves, who has been elected for a 2-year term in office. Following an election by the College of 5 judges of the court, Justice Ricardo succeeded Justice Edward Amoka Asante, who led the court for 6 years since assuming office on July 31, 2018. A statement by ECOWAS recalls that Justice Ricardo was sworn in on Thursday, October 6, 2022 in Guinea-Bissau by former President of the Conference of Heads of State and Government of the Community, President Omar Sissoko Mbalo, for a non-renewable term of 4 years. It also confirms the election of Justice Ricardo Sengu Mohamed Koroma as Vice President of the ECOWAS Court of Justice. As Tunisia's President Kais Saied begins his second term in office, the North African country continues to contend with major social and economic challenges. His first term was marked by the slogan, "The people want," an emblematic phrase linked to the 2011 revolution.
Saied's new slogan is Construction and Edification from 2024 until 2029. His supporters say the new 5-year term will set the stage for consolidating the presidential project.
بالنسبة لسيادة الرئيس هو شعاره البناء والتشييد. البناء والتشييد هو لازم نحركوا عجلة الاقتصاد، نعملوا مصالحة مع رجال الأعمال، نعملوا مصالحة مع الإدارة، ونعملوا مصالحة مع الناس الكل. اليوم يلزمنا نبنيو ونخلقوا جيل جديد متاع بناء.
Economic observers say Tunisia took progressive steps toward fighting corruption, but more must be done to eradicate this phenomenon and to boost the ailing economy.
الإجراءات الإدارية في تونس كبيرة.
Tunisia also faces challenges in dealing with the flows of irregular migrants. As a result of the Italian-Tunisian partnership to mitigate migration, about 15,000 migrants are estimated to be stuck in the North African country, according to the International Organization for Migration. Experts believe the real number is much higher than IOM estimates.
واستحالة العبور نحو إيطاليا نتيجة السياسة اللي خرجت فيها تونس منذ السنة الفارطة.
The National Institute of Statistics says GDP growth rate has reached only 1% in the second quarter of 2024, while unemployment stands at around 16%. Despite signs of improvement, such as the inflation rate falling to 6.7%, many Tunisians are still feeling the effects of the economic crisis. President Saied has vowed to build a prosperous national economy.
President of the Democratic Republic of Congo has approved the extension of Operation Shuja. The Congolese army is carrying out the joint military operation with Uganda troops against rebels of the Allied Democratic Forces in the east of the DRC. President Felix Tshisekedi took the decision after an assessment of the ongoing cooperation was made by senior army officers from both countries.
A military onslaught against the Allied Democratic Forces rebels heats up in the east of the Democratic Republic of Congo. It's known as Operation Shuja. Troops from the DRC and Uganda launched it in 2021 after 2 bomb attacks that were blamed on the ADF rebels rocked the Ugandan capital, Kampala. The DRC president recently met with senior army officers from Uganda and agreed to extend the operation. The move has received mixed reactions in the DRC.
Our government has chosen to continue the operation with Uganda in order to concentrate on the front against the M23 and AFC rebel movements. It's a tactical decision which unfortunately does not address the needs of Congolese citizens.
The ADF rebel group is led by radical Islamist fighters who are originally from Uganda. They fled to eastern DRC in the mid-1990s and are accused of killing thousands of Congolese civilians. Residents of Beni territory have in the past praised Ugandan and Congolese soldiers for repulsing the rebels from their region. But some people in the capital Kinshasa have reservations about the Ugandan army following a UN report that accused some Ugandan soldiers of backing the M23 rebels.
Today there is a view that Uganda has supported the M23 rebels, not officially, but through some individuals in their army. It does not necessarily mean it was approved by President Museveni, but that in itself is a serious issue that should make us analyse and review this joint cooperation.
Uganda had planned to build roads in eastern DRC in late 2021 to promote trade between the two countries. But an increase in armed activity in eastern DRC has halted that project. Both Congolese and Ugandan military officials say their joint operation has resulted in huge losses for the ADF rebels. But locals say the rebels have broken up into smaller units and continued attacking civilians. Under the new arrangement, the DRC and Ugandan troops will expand their area of operation to track down the rebels.
Still watching the news on NTA International. We'll take a quick break now. More reports ahead. Stay with us.
Tell me how come this. I'm trying my best, Jaja. You're not a slave.
I am trying to help you, and you make a mockery of me.
Hey, calm down. Don't tell me to calm down. She always does this. I want it now. You didn't mind. Answer me. For you to die.
Now, Côte d'Ivoire is aiming to capture a greater share of the cocoa value chain, despite the West African nation's dominant position in the global cocoa market. The country's chocolate manufacturing sector remains underdeveloped. Reports say that efforts are being made to enhance the country's value chain and boost revenue from cocoa products.
With more than 2 million tons produced every year, Ivorian cocoa beans are estimated to account for 45% of the world's population and generating 40% of the country's export earnings.
Once our production capacity has been increased and we have absorbed the output of our region, we will then have to identify suitable markets. To achieve this, we are targeting the Chinese market, which represents a significant opportunity.
Ivorian chocolate makers now want to offer the world a variety of quality chocolate with original flavors, traceability, and above all, a more inclusive value chain.
Our annual production currently stands at 3 tons, and our ambition is to produce more.
Côte d'Ivoire boasts 12 companies with 14 plants for primary processing. The government says it will be implementing a series of initiatives to enhance production and promote the consumption of locally produced cocoa products.
Local cocoa processing will create added value. It will create jobs for young people. There are therefore many economic issues related to this great initiative. Additionally, the local processing will facilitate Côte d'Ivoire's ability to develop economic strategies. But this cannot be possible without local consumption, because consumption underpins the industrial object.
In order to encourage local chocolate makers to process more chocolate and increase the value added, the Ivorian government has introduced a processing exemption strategy.
In terms of processing, we are encouraging local chocolate makers to diversify their markets and explore non-traditional and undemanding markets, such as the domestic, sub-regional, Asian, and the market in the Maghreb and Arab countries.
Côte d'Ivoire has seen a 10% increase in local cocoa processing between 2021 and 2023. The share of beans processed in the country rose to around 32% in 2023. The sector now accounts for 15% of the country's economy.
The maiden edition of the Africa Skills Week is underway in Accra. The program organized by the African Union seeks to equip young people with the skills, knowledge and opportunities to thrive in the rapidly evolving job markets and also help them contribute to sustainable development in Africa.
In the next 5 days, more than 2,000 young Africans, AU partners, technical and digital experts and other players will discuss critical issues affecting the African youth. Deliberations will also focus on skills and jobs for the 21st century, quality skills development for sustainable employability in Africa. Discussions on Monday focused mainly on the youth. Dubbed the Youth Summit, it is designed to inspire, empower, and connect the youth with mentors and educate them on opportunities for skills development and employment. Speakers at the forum stressed the need for African leaders to scale up skills training among the youth. To them, skills training will unlock the potential of Africa's youth, drive sustainable economic growth, and promote social inclusion across the continent. Mr. Sergio Aziz Kamara is the Deputy Minister for Technical and Higher Education of Sierra Leone. He spoke on the need to equip the African youth with skills that will make them ready for the global job market.
Africa's youth deserve a future where they are not only employable but are also empowered to create jobs and innovate in their communities.
The Director General for the Commission for Technical and Vocational Education Training, Mr. Fred Che Asamoah, said equipping the youth with creative skills, technology and innovative ideas is the way to go.
As we witness rapid technological advancements, there is an ever-growing demand for skills workers who can drive innovation and productivity. By bridging the skills gap that exists in our economy, we are preparing our African youth to meet the evolving demand of job markets.
The African Skills Week aligns with the African Union's 2024 theme of building resilient education systems for increased access to inclusive, lifelong, quality and relevant learning in Africa.
Zimbabwe's government has urged the public to remain calm after the Southern African nation confirmed its first 2 cases of Mpox. The health ministry said there are adequate measures in place to respond to the cases and any other should they be confirmed.
The 2 cases are an 11-year-old boy with a travel history to South Africa in August and a 24-year-old male who traveled to Tanzania in September. The Ministry of Health says both patients are stable and no longer infectious but remain in isolation. Some of their contacts have been traced and are being monitored. Authorities have activated response systems, including training of health personnel and increasing public awareness campaigns.
We need to have an adequate stock of all the essential drugs, which would include antibiotics, IV fluids, steroids and other drugs that we make use of to contain, to fight the complications. So case management becomes very important, especially when you want to reduce death. But the mitigatory and containment measures become very relevant and important when we want to cut to the transmission.
Stakeholders have called for the timely provision of medicines at the isolation and treatment centers. Mpox was declared a public health emergency by the World Health Organization in August after a new variant that spreads more easily through close contact was discovered. Earlier this month, neighboring Zambia reported its first case of the disease. In view of the cross-border risk, the government has stepped up surveillance at border posts and ports of entry. Public health experts have called for closer coordination and information sharing amongst countries in the Southern African region.
UNICEF says more than 400,000 children in Lebanon have been displaced over the last 3 weeks, just as Israel pushes ahead with its campaign against Hezbollah. Francis Udojo has the details.
Ted Chaiban, Deputy Executive Director for Humanitarian Actions at UNICEF, warned that the fighting is also taking a heavy toll on the country's school system. He revealed that 1.2 million children are deprived of education. Ted Chaiban added that public schools have either been rendered inaccessible, damaged by the war, or are being used as shelter. The last thing the country needs, in addition to everything else it has gone through, Ted said, is the risk of a lost generation.
As we sit here today, 1.2 million children are deprived of education. Their public schools have either been rendered inaccessible, have been damaged by the war, or are being used as shelter.
Reports say the fighting has also impacted access to health care, putting dozens of primary health facilities out of service. In addition, 12 hospitals are either no longer functioning or only partially functional. Tess Ingram, UNICEF spokesperson for Middle East and North Africa, fears the consequences for migrant women.
If there's any sort of complications, and then of course deliver the baby safely. So the fact that we've already seen one really serious case like this on the streets of Beirut tells us that it's happening more broadly across Lebanon. And so we need to make sure that pregnant women have the essential services that they need to safely see out their pregnancies and to deliver their babies.
After a year of cross-border exchanges of fire with Hezbollah, Israel has been ramping up its campaign against the Iran-backed Lebanese militant group in recent weeks, including launching a ground invasion in Lebanon. More than 2,300 people have been killed in Israel's strikes in Lebanon, with nearly 3/4 of them in the last month. Francis Udojo, NT News.
And back home, Nigeria is set to invest $2 billion to roll out 90,000 kilometers of optic fiber, aiming to provide internet connectivity to communities across the nation. Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Bosun Tijani, revealed this while addressing participants at the ministry's 3 Million Technical Talents Initiative. Awal Salisu has more on the minister's announcement as well as his inspection of the vandalized Nigerian Communication Commission's Digital Industrial Park in Kano.
This is Fidosi, one of many Nigerian youth benefiting from the federal government's 3 Million Technical Talents 3MTT initiative, spearheaded by the Ministry of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy. Key to their digital skills development is access to facilities like the National Communications Commission's Digital Industrial Park. However, the park in Kano was vandalized, a situation that has disappointed Fidosi and countless other youth from Kano and the Northwest.
Now they have given disrupted our life, our dream to become technical and digital aspect for this 3MTT program.
During an assessment visit, Minister Bosun Tijani gave Fidosi and others hope as he pledged that the park will be renovated soon. In addition, the minister revealed that the federal government is investing $2 billion to connect all Nigerian communities with internet services.
Today is not just a visit to inspect this building, it's a visit to announce that we're getting the support of IHS Towers to actually renovate this space. So we're going to be back in a few months to reopen the center for the benefit of our people.
While in Kano, the minister also visited Government House, where Deputy Governor Aminu Abdulsalam disclosed that 60% of the vandalized equipment had been recovered.
Additionally, I have directed the Kano State Ministry of Works and Infrastructure
to carry out a comprehensive assessment of the damage inflicted on the facility.
The Deputy Governor assured that Kano State Government is committed to using the facility to promote technological advancement and drive digital transformation. In Kano, Awal Salisu, NTA News.
The mouth is one of the gateways through which germs easily gain access into the body. To guide against this, experts advise that effective hand washing should be a habit and not a periodic act to forestall the spread of outbreak of diseases. Let's find out why this act is still important on a day as world commemorates the Global Hand Washing Day.
I can speak for myself that I wash my hands as often as I can.
When I'm home, I don't really do it because I feel I'm indoors, so there's no point washing my hands.
Home science, it was called back in the days of Felicia Sani, a woman who has seen it all right from the period of the World War II. She understands the importance of regular washing of hands, and despite her age, she still rallies market men and women on the importance of keeping a clean hand as the Ministry of Environment and Development Partners commemorate Global Hand Washing Day at the Gariki International Market, Abuja.
Wash your vegetable, wash your hand. This money that you put your hand in your mouth and cut money is a big disease.
About 1.8 million children under the age of 5, reports say, die each year from diarrhea and pneumonia. And for the Minister of State for Environment, who is a medical doctor by profession, hand washing is the safest way of cutting down this number.
If you play with your pets, you wash your hands. If you go to an event, you have to shake a lot of people, you wash your hands, and so on and so forth. If you practice it diligently, I can assure you is your #1 preventer of diseases.
Even in our engagements as the President's eyes and ears in the communities, we will trickle down this program to our communities.
You've heard it, hand washing, but it's not going to end here because you are the ones that are going to take those messages within this market, within your own homes, and within your communities.
99% of heads of households have knowledge of at least critical times of hand washing. Only 8% out of these could demonstrate proper hand washing.
At the local government level, at the state level, the organized private sector in water, sanitation and hygiene will be supporting the efforts of the Federal Ministry of Environment.
It's about health and well-being. You can be rest assured that the Federal Ministry of Education will be proud to be associated with you.
This year's Global Hand Washing Day is with the theme, Why Are Clean Hands Still Important? It reflects a significant progress in hand hygiene awareness and improving hand hygiene behaviors, which remains crucial beyond public health emergencies. Charles Alpha, NTA News.
In a bid to safeguard public health, prevent infections and promote the well-being of Nigerians, the federal government and the National Task Group on Sanitation has reaffirmed commitment to promoting hand hygiene as a key aspect of public health in Nigeria. Usman Zubair reports that stakeholders re-echoed this at the commemoration of the Global Hand Washing Day held in Abuja.
Always wash our hands to prevent the spread of disease, loss of life.
I learned that hand washing, it helps to stop the spread of microbes.
Hand washing with soap is not just a hygiene practice, but a global health necessity. Globally, the 15th of October is set aside by the United Nations for global advocacy on hand washing. In recent time, Nigeria has faced a resurgence of cholera outbreaks, which is further compounded by inadequate hygiene practice and poor access to safe water and sanitation facilities. Ensuring the success of the United Nations campaign drive is the focus of this gathering. The federal government and the National Task Group on Sanitation reaffirm commitment to increasing awareness on the importance of hand washing, which is an effective and affordable way to prevent diseases and save lives.
The NCGS, through the leadership of the Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation, is in the forefront of promoting and advocating for increased adoption.
See somebody sitting down to eat and you know they didn't wash their hands, call them out, tell them. You really need to wash your hands. You could get sick.
Minister of Water Resources and Sanitation, represented by Permanent Secretary, noted that proper hand washing is essential in preventing diseases and also plays a significant role in mitigating the impact of future pandemics. He called for behavioral change and urged parents to encourage their children or wards to wash their hands regularly.
All know that clean hands remain a fundamental defense against the spread of infections, illnesses, and harmful germs.
High point of the event was presentation of prize for winners of the inter-schools competition, among others. The theme for this year's celebration is why are clean hands still important. Usman Zubair, NTA News.
We'll take another break now. More reports ahead. Stay with us.
Imagine a world where your potential isn't limited by your bank account, where your financial dreams can become reality. That world is here with the Nigerian Consumer Credit Corporation scheme, Credico. Credico is one of President Tinubu's initiatives designed to put the power of consumer credit in the hands of working Nigerians. Here to help you achieve your goals, whether it's providing for your family or expanding your home or business. Visit www.credico.ng today for details. This is the renewed hope.
Thank you for staying with us. As technology continues to advance, health experts are exploring new ways to provide safe and efficient healthcare services. A 3-day training workshop organized by National Institute for Cancer Research and Treatment for biomedical engineers and medical physicists aims to leverage innovation to bridge the gap in cancer diagnosis and treatment in Nigeria. Uche Wuchuku reports.
Visualize walking into a hospital for a CT scan or MRI and being told there is no personnel to man the machine. Or worse, a patient with a brain tumor receiving the wrong dose of radiation or an incorrect diagnosis. Unfortunately, this does happen. In Nigeria, the demand for biomedical engineers and medical physicists is overwhelming, yet there is a severe shortage of trained professionals. This, combined with the deadly and ever-mutating nature of cancer, underscores the urgent need for more training in these fields. Participants in this training will gain advanced skills and knowledge in cancer diagnosis and treatment. NICRAT, organizers of the event, are leveraging the platform of the Federal Ministry of Health to ensure inclusive participation.
Let me assure all stakeholders in the cancer space, and indeed all Nigerians, that NICRAT will continue to train and retrain all relevant healthcare personnel with a view to improve their capacity for greater productivity and optimal performance in the treatment of all forms of cancers.
Like everyday engineers and roadside mechanics, biomedical engineers and medical physicists work behind the scenes to keep cancer care safe, precise, and efficient. With enhanced training, their contributions can make cancer treatments more accessible and effective, bringing hope to patients across the country. Uche Ugochukwu, NTA News.
A dialogue on Nigeria's growing population and the importance of family planning in shaping a healthier, more sustainable future for all is gaining momentum at a media parley organized by the Association for the Advancement of Family Planning. Experts called on the media to drive awareness and the need to domesticate resources mobilization for reproductive health supplies in Nigeria. With Nigeria projected to become the third most populous nation by 2050, experts say it is necessary that public understanding of family planning improves to better manage the rapid expansion. A report presented by the United Nations Population Fund indicates that while there is progress, gaps in funding trends continue to affect access to essential family planning services across the nation.
To have their services in Nigeria. You know that for the past 2 or 3 years, no commodity, no money has been brought from government. The 2 preceding years before this government came into power, there was no money for family planning, and what meant that there was stockouts all over the country.
All country members have to contribute. They have to make a minimum domestic contribution for them to continue benefiting from commodities.
When it comes to programming for family planning, commodities are important but not the only requirement. Okay? We need to do things around demand generation. We need to allocate resources and spend them in the area of service delivery, policy and advocacy. We need to think about the financing, supply chain, supporting, monitoring, and supervision.
Government has released $4 million in counterpart funding to support family planning commodities. Advocates now push for the immediate release of an additional 2 billion naira that's been earmarked for family planning commodities but remains locked up in government coffers. The association has also launched the Domestic Resource Mobilization Fact Sheets to rally support and stress the need for local funding in improving access to family planning services. Now, the governor of Borno State, Babagana Umar Zulum, is leading the advocacy for application of local technology in food production in Nigeria. To this end, the governor has pledged to partner fabricators to make available Nigeria-made farm implements to drive food security agenda of the federal government. Calvin Eonia reports that the governor spoke at the 24th International Conference of the Nigerian Institute of Agricultural Engineers in Abuja.
An important element in national security, but the challenges of meeting the food supply needs of the citizens is being impacted by climate change, compounded by age-long subsistence farming method. To boost food production, irrigation and mechanization are considered viable options by experts. This in itself requires application of new technologies. Borno State Governor himself, an agricultural engineer, is convinced that Nigeria has the wherewithal in this regard, but deliberate policy shift in favor of local implement fabrication is needed to make the application sustainable and affordable for farmers.
Planters that I saw in Inca, they are working. But again, we shall look into it and then see how we shall improve upon what has been produced. With a very good political will, I think we can rise up, go to the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, go even to see Mr. President to see how funding shall be provided in order to produce more.
Reinvigorating the dynamics of our professional existence in the national governance space and repositioning our institution as vanguard for promoting agricultural mechanization development.
This conference of the Nigerian Institution of Agricultural Engineers is being used to aggregate opportunities for members in the agricultural sector as Nigeria strives for food security in a sustainable environment. In Abuja, Kelvin Ewonwaye, NTA News.
The Minister of State for Environment, Dr. Isiaq Salako, has re-emphasized government's determination to the continued cleanup of complex areas in Ogoni land affected by years of oil spillage and bring the desired development to the people. The minister reiterated the federal government's commitment when some Ogoni youth and women group visited the Ministry of Environment in Abuja in an attempt to resolve the problem of sectional interests and disunity which are hampering the development of the area. President National Council of Ogoni Youth Raymond Mwibani told the minister group,
enough of this building too many youth groups in a bid to protect or do your own interest. As a people, we are concerned about the development of Ogoni people. If need be for that, then there is need for everybody to work collectively and bring whatever they have on the table for effective engagement and communication. But for any single individual to see that as his own personal means of engaging his people or doing his bidding, that we will not agree.
We appreciate your interest in high prep and what the federal government is doing to reduce the level of pollution and support development of the Ogoni land. You are stakeholders, and we believe that you are very important into the structure. So please, let us disperse, go home, and then be expecting our official response.
The group appreciated the Minister of State for way he promised every issue raised in the letter submitted will be thoroughly looked at for further action. Senate wants the fight against drug abuse to be taken a notch higher as it seeks the establishment of a National Institute for Drug Awareness and Rehabilitation. National Assembly correspondent Lami Ali reports that the proposed legislation passed second reading after intense debate.
During debate on general principles of the bill.
The establishment of the institute is informed by the high record of substance abuse in Nigeria.
It is very important to the extent that drug abuse affects every sector of the society.
My worry is that we are spending so much money on overhead. Most of the existing laws are more of arresting, taking punitive measures, and they say prevention is better than cure.
It will not serve the purpose for which it is intended.
Some legislators suggested that the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency could rather be strengthened to make it more effective in the fight against the menace of drug abuse.
If actually we want to end drug trafficking in Nigeria, we should make drug trafficking a capital offense.
We have a practice here to always allow bills to go further, to allow for proper scrutiny.
Another bill that passed second reading after eliciting diverse views in the Red Chamber is the bill to establish a Nigerian Coast Guard to secure maritime zones.
There is no marine and blue economy without Coast Guard. Suffice also to say that all the countries with the best navy, they have Coast Guards.
Is an initiative that, if it is done, will complement what the Navy and other security agencies are doing.
The first people that will apprehend smugglers will be the coastal guards.
People in boats who get into trouble, we don't expect a naval ship to go and rescue them. Annually, we lose 35 billion to illegal fishing.
We need to be extremely very careful on matters that has to do with national security. It's a lot more that we are seeing.
Away from plenary, the special advisor to the President on National Assembly Matters, Senate, Bashir Lado, has urged heads of ministries, departments and agencies to honor invitations from Parliament.
It remains essential that these opportunities for engagement are prioritized to demonstrate our continued collective commitment to accountability and good governance.
Senator Lado says collaboration between the legislature and executive is critical to achieve the renewed hope agenda. From the National Assembly, Lami Ali, NTA News.
The President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, has expressed displeasure in strong terms the ill treatment of members of the nation's senior team, the Super Eagles, and its delegation to a return leg of the 2025 African Cup of Nations African qualifiers in Libya. In a statement, Akpabio demanded, while calling for a probe, also decried the antics and shameful behavior of the Libyan officials and authorities, saying that the reported mistreatment of Nigerian players is not only unacceptable, but also a breach of the principles of fair play and sportsmanship. Meanwhile, the Chairman Senate Committee on Sport, Senator Kao Sumaila, has called on the Confederation of African Football, CAF, to investigate the unsportsmanlike action of the authorities in Libya with a view to applying appropriate sanctions. The House of Representatives has asked the federal government to invite the Libyan ambassador to Nigeria for questioning over the humiliating treatment meted out to Nigeria's senior football team, the Super Eagles, by the Libyan Football Federation. Adopting a motion by Representative Kabiru Amadu, lawmakers also urged the Nigerian Football Federation, NFF, to make an official complaint to the Confederation of African Football CAF, and the Federation of International Football, FIFA.
Despite their biting reply to a small airport with little or no amenities, the Libyan authority does not allow the team to get out of the airport or move to their hotel. No access to internet, no food. The airport was cordoned and they were held hostage for 18 hours.
This for me is an embarrassment, not only for the team, Nigerians, and also Africans. This matter deserves very, very serious and urgent investigation to make sure that similar incident does not occur in the future.
Dated its Nigeria-Cameroon Friendship Group to investigate the agreement on release of water from the Lagdo Dam and mitigation measures with a view to finding lasting solutions to attendant flooding impacts of the country.
Called upon to mandate the Federal Ministry of Works and Water Resources and the Federal Ministry to mandate the Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Federal Ministry of Works to expedite the completion of the Dasin Hausa Dam in Adamawa State, which will act as a buffer and help to absorb excess water released from Lagdo Dam and rehabilitation of critical infrastructure in flood-prone areas.
Also note the recent flooding in Sokoto State, which resulted in the destruction of Sokoto, Goranyo, Sabon Birni, and Niger border roads.
Now, pending the outcome of investigations by the Confederation of African Football, CAF, into Super Eagles' ill treatment in Libya, Minister of Foreign Affairs Yusuf Tugar says henceforth the ministry will ensure briefing on current situation of any host country before the team takes off. Yusuf Tugar was speaking when he received the Nigerian Football Federation President, NFF, Ibrahim Musa Gusau, in his office. Garba Natala reports.
Apart from reactions condemning Super Eagles' ordeal in Libya, the Confederation of African Football, CAF, also says it is investigating the unacceptable situation. Minister of Foreign Affairs Yusuf Tugar warmly received the NFF President, Ibrahim Musa Gusau, and narrated their ordeal when they were held in that country.
We also tried to make an effort to see how we can get out and see how we can move ourselves to even have something to eat, but that was not accepted by the authorities that were made to stay and put us under that hostage.
It's unfortunate, but it means also that we have to work closely together with the NFF.
It took diplomatic efforts made by the minister for the Libyan authorities to release players and officials to depart.
We had to engage with the foreign minister of the eastern side of Libya, and I believe it was only after that engagement that we were able to get concrete action and results.
Now, awaiting the decision of the Confederation of African Football after an investigation in regards to their unplayed match, the Nigerian team's fate is hanging in the balance whether they will qualify for the Africa Cup of Nations. In Abuja, Garba Muhammad Natala, NTA News.
And now a check on Wednesday weather prospect for Nigeria and other cities around the world. This is where we end the news. Thanks for watching. I am Charles Alpha.
terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel. And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
In the words of Jim Rohn, take care of your body. It is the only place you have to live in. Today, we shall be examining a health condition that the fate or outcome is on the vigilance of the patient. Breast cancer. Yes, breast cancer. Better You Today identifies with a global drive to increase awareness and sensitization aimed at reducing mortality and morbidity, reducing the condition to the barest minimum. My name is Yetunde Jayola. We will go on a short break, after which our mini documentary comes up. Please stay tuned.
TerraCube is available in beef, chicken, jollof and shrimp flavors at attractive prices of 50, 100, 200 and 500 naira.
TerraCube, unwrap joy, unleash taste.
Breast cancer, also referred to as breast carcinoma, occurs when breast cells mutate and become cancerous cells that multiply and form tumors. Breast cancer typically affects females, women aged 50 and older, but it may also affect men and younger women. The cause of what triggers breast cells to mutate and become cancerous is still unknown. However, research shows that there are several risk factors that may increase the chances of developing breast cancer. These include age, being 55 years or older, sex. Women are more likely to develop the condition than men. Family history. If your parents, siblings, children, or other close relatives have breast cancer, you are at risk of developing the disease. Genetics. Up to 15% of people with breast cancer develop the disease because they have inherited genetic mutations. The most common genetic mutations involve BRCA1 and BRCA2 genes. Smoking. Tobacco use has been linked to many different types of cancer, including breast cancer. Drinking alcohol beverages. Research shows that drinking beverages that contain alcohol may increase breast cancer risk. Obesity. This predisposes the sufferer to breast cancer. Radiation exposure. If you have had prior radiation therapy, especially to your head, neck, or chest, you are more likely to develop breast cancer. Hormone replacement therapy. People who use hormone replacement therapy, HRT, have a high risk of being diagnosed with the condition. Menstrual history. The odds of developing breast cancer increase if your period starts before the age of 12 and your period did not stop until you are after 55. In terms of epidemiology, among women, breast cancer is the second most common cancer after skin cancer. It is the second leading cause of death from cancer after lung cancer. Also, white women are affected by breast cancer than any other race. Breast cancer will affect 1 in 8 women in their lifetime. Men can get breast cancer too, but they only account for less than 1% of all cases. Note that breast cancer can also result from factors that you have some control over and can change, such as keeping a healthy weight and getting all recommended screening. Your action can help you to both prevent breast cancer and make it more treatable.
Eket Toole says, awareness is the greatest agent for change. Connecting with the awareness and sensitization drive geared towards reducing the menace of breast cancer on our communities. A sensitization program took place recently. Here is a report on how it all went.
The World Health Organization, WHO, declared the entire days in the month of October every year as Breast Cancer Awareness Month. The theme for this year is "No one should face breast cancer alone." WHO launched the Global Breast Cancer Awareness Initiative in 2021 to reduce mortality rates and save lives through 3 key pillars of action. These are health promotion for early detection, timely diagnosis, and comprehensive breast cancer management. It is in this vein that the Jacaranda Cancer Center, in conjunction with Lion International, organized a breast cancer awareness and sensitization seminar. Resource persons harp on the imperative of early detection, urging participants to listen to their bodies and take proactive steps when necessary.
Gentle touch. You go around the breast like that. You go around the breast, and then the 4 quadrants, I said 4 quadrants, go around the floor. Upper, lower, upper here. Then the nipple. Examine it too, and then squeeze it out to see whether anything is going to come out of it. Then you go on to the, what we call the armpits. The armpit. You see, there can be balls in that armpit without any lump in the breast.
Salient issues affecting the detection, treatment, and care of breast cancer, such as stigma, name-calling, ignorance, amongst others, all came to the fore in the gathering.
We need to go to the rural, urban, suburban, everywhere possible. Media, print, people should read about it. Even a non-breastfeeding mother having nipple expressed and then there is milk coming out, that is not normal. Then people should be well taught everywhere how to do this self-breast examination. All our refined sugars, refined diets, we should be weary of them. God gave us vegetables, high fiber diets, your corn, your beans, all of those natural things should be taken naturally, not refined packaged inside cans. They are not helpful. Please, there should be decrease in intake of milk for people that have cancers.
The Breast Cancer Awareness Month is best known for its pink color. This event is an example of breast cancer advocacy organizations and non-governmental organizations partnering to conduct campaign programs to local communities.
Survival is very possible. There are already 3 million people that have survived cancer, and as much as possible, they should ensure that they take care. They should run away from herbs and make sure that as much as possible, they seek care from the healthcare professionals.
Basically, for people to understand, to have the knowledge about breast cancer, because most people think it is only when I have time or when I have the actual problem before I can actually go for checkup and all of that. But we are doing this awareness so that people can know, even before you feel anything, you can actually go for checkup. It is free, so it's free. There's free screening.
The problem with the people is that they don't want people to know they are having this thing. That's the issue. At times when some of my friends came to visit me, it's not a big deal. So that is it.
Efforts such as this aims to support people diagnosed with breast cancer, educate people about breast cancer risk factors, encourage women to go for regular breast cancer screening at age 40 or earlier, depending on personal breast cancer risk. Fundraising for breast cancer research.
TerraCube is available in beef, chicken, jollof and shrimp flavors at attractive prices of 50, 100, 200 and 500 naira.
TerraCube. Unwrap joy. Unleash taste.
Taking breast cancer awareness to the grassroots do assist in reducing the spread. incidence, and prevalence of the disease. It is my utmost pleasure to introduce our resource person, Dr. Duromola Kende, a consultant obstetrician and gynecologist. He reveals the basic knowledge aimed at equipping Nigerians to take the right steps and adopt relevant strategies, all in the favor of good health and preventing the disease.
Breast cancer is an abnormal growth in the breast, and it's the malignant transformation, unlike those that are just what we call benign, which does not have the risk of causing death. It's very important to put so much focus on it so that such to minimize the impact of breast cancer. And October has been identified as a pink month, for the whole month to put much focus on awareness, screening, and other means whereby breast cancer can be made known. So it requires a lot of focus, a lot of attention, since it is something that can actually be prevented, and if it's identified early, can be managed. So effort should be put more on awareness. Breast cancer, just like any other cancer, there are so many that be identified as likely cause. However, what can be essential in the issue of the cause are the risk factors. The cause are just abnormal growth beyond the normal way it's supposed to be. This can happen in any other part of the body. However, for breast cancer, some factors are identified as risk factors that puts people at higher chance of developing this condition compared to other things. And essentially, importantly among this is black race. Black race has been found as a risk factor. However, it is commoner in white compared to the blacks as a condition, as a disease condition. Also, particularly for those who have high body mass and the body fat, also particularly within the breast. Also among women, those who has first relative who have developed cancer, probably their sister, their mother, or even second relative, their cousin who develop aunt who develop breast cancer, such a woman is also at risk of developing breast cancer. Aside that, smoking has been identified as a very important risk factor for breast cancer, and also some medications have been also been identified, and one of such is contraceptive that we call progesterone contraceptive. It's also been found to be a risk factor. However, once this is stopped, the risk come back almost to nil. Breast cancer, just like many other cancerous conditions, is a condition that has a lot of significant impact in the life of a woman, the life of the family. And we know that in the family, the women are responsible for so many things within the family. So anything that has effect on the woman, particularly those who are mothers, the effect on the husband, on the children is very, very significant. Many a times, because of the fact that cancer is diagnosed late in our environment. So it takes a lot of burden on the entire family in terms of the financial cost to manage these conditions. Even when the fund is available, the expertise to manage these conditions, and also the things required in terms of the care that you go, the medications and other means of managing this condition, it has a lot of burden on such a family in managing it. And of course, the psychological effect of it cannot be underscored, because mere making pronouncement that somebody has breast cancer, it has a lot of impact on the psychological state of the woman, and this can also lead to some other effects on the family. Breast cancer, most of the time, starts with some physical symptoms, like breast lump that can be picked up. Some can be in form of skin rashes on the nipple, on the breast. It can even be in form of redness, change in color. It could be such a way that even the breast can get retracted inside. There are some things that can be seen that can give a clear picture that this is a breast cancer. And essentially, it is better if it's identified as a lump, which increases the chance of survival compared to when it's already started having all these symptoms, not to talk of even getting metastasized or moving to the brain, to the lung, to the bone, and to the liver. So to avoid all these complications, the best is to prevent it. So that makes screening and self-breast examination as the primary step that's been advocated. And the first is to have what we call breast self-examination. Women are encouraged that for each month, usually at the end of the week or within 1 week after completion of their menstrual cycle, they are expected to examine their breast to check for it. And it not only helps them to identify that whether there's a lump or not, it also helps them to be able to identify how their breast looks like, so that if there's going to be any difference at any point in time, they can really pick it up that, this is different from the way it used to be. So that is very important. Also, another important way to also take care of this condition is to do what we call clinical breast examination. And this is done by the nurses and doctors. It's advisable for young ladies between 20 and 40 years of age to do this at least once in 3 years, while those who are 40 years and above are advised to do this at least once in a year, so as to be able to identify and pick whatever they might have missed in the course of their monthly breast self-examination. For those women who are pregnant or for women who have stopped menstruating, they can decide to choose particular dates, and that particular day of the month will be the regular time they will be doing their own breast self-examination. And beyond this, there's also provision for what we call mammogram. Mammogram is a machine that uses low-dose ion radiation, like X-ray, such a way that they will position the breast within it and be able to scan through it and give a picture of how the breast looks like. And if there's any lump, even at a very early stage, this machine can pick it up. This is advice for those who are 40 years and above. However, for those who have a family history, genetic predisposition, maybe the family mother or aunt or cousin has breast cancer, such can be asked to start their own at early period compared to others. So these are the steps that can be taken to prevent it. However, once it is diagnosed that it's breast cancer, the treatment are in stages depending on what is done. Some may require the removal of the lump once the lump is identified, and that can still preserve the breast. Another step, it can go beyond that. It may require doing surgical removal of the breast. And to be alive is better than to just die because of the breast cancer. And beyond this, some, even with the surgery, they might still benefit from what we call radiotherapy, whereby they have to use radiation to be able to destroy the remaining cancer. The same thing also with what we call chemotherapy, use of medications. We also clear off any outstanding tumor growth and that tumor that is remaining after surgery has been done. These are ways to be able to manage for those who have developed breast cancer. For the World Health Organization has made it an important step to make sure that those who have breast cancer are not left alone. They are to be cared for. So the first important thing is to ensure that support is given to people that have been diagnosed with breast cancer. And for those who have had this condition, it's advisable that as much as possible, they should be able to seek medical attention early. This is not the time to start thinking we're going to start using some herbal medication or some other means of care, because it has been shown, evidence has shown that medical care and surgical intervention at early stage can still provide 100% survival for those who are diagnosed at early stage. Even when it's diagnosed at advanced stage, it is advised that such should still seek medical care, whereby proper care proper diagnosis, and as much as possible to reduce the impact of that condition on them, so you should seek medical care, which is the most important thing when it comes to diagnosis of breast cancer, just like any other cancer. However, for those who are at risk of breast cancer, it's advisable that they should start doing screening. They should seek medical advice early, so that if at any point in time they're going to develop this condition, it can really be picked up, and then the chance of survival will be very high in them. And also, for the family of those who have had people that have been diagnosed with breast cancer, we emphasize that we should not leave them alone. We should provide the support and care that they need, so that at the end of the day, they'll be able to live a life that is as much as possible quality life, even with the condition.
If you are just tuning in, you're watching Better You Today, coming to you from the stables of the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA. It is now time to burn some calories. Exercise not only changes your body, it changes your mind, your attitude, and your mood. Let's get to it.
Before you start any exercise routine, warm-up is essential. So we just do this, this, 5 to 10 times. Okay. You find that when you do that, you're ready. Gets your body ready from in alertness to get you alert mentally and physically. So we'll just do a few leg raises. We'll do 10 repetitions. We'll do it 3 times and take little breaks if you so desire. Okay? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20. 2 negative punches, right?
According to Theophractus, time is the most valuable thing a man can spend. We most sincerely appreciate you for spending your precious time with us on this episode of Better You Today. Remember, you can watch this as well as previous editions of the program via our YouTube channel displayed on your screen. I remain Yetunde Jayola. So we come your way again next time. Regular self-breast examination saves life. Eternal vigilance is the price of liberty. Bye for now.
Get ready to indulge in the latest fashion trends and styles on Fashion Vibes.
In Africa, our weddings are very much fashion inspired. Do something that's going to be of benefit, of essence to the people who are behind the big industry we know as the African wedding industry.
From bold prints to contemporary twists, Nigerian fashion is the epitome of elegance and creativity.
Celebrating cultural events provide important social and economic benefit with improved learning and health, increased tolerance and opportunity to come together with others. Cultural diversity is a driving force of development, not only with respect to economic growth, but also as an emotional, moral, and spiritual life.
Embark on a delectable journey of Nigeria, where flavors come to life in Niger's food adventures.
From the savory goodness of akara to the sumptuous of puff, Nigerian food is a gastronomic delight.
Stay tuned as we uncover more mouth-watering delight.
This is the network service of the NTA.
President Bola Tinubu expresses deep concern over escalating tensions in Rivers State following last Saturday's local government elections. Amid reports of arson and explosions, the president has called on Governor Siminalayi Fubara, along with other political leaders and their supporters, to show restraint and respect the rule of law in these critical times. Meanwhile, governance at the grassroots takes a new shape in several states as the governors of Rivers, Jigawa, Akwa Ibom, and Benue officially swear in newly elected local government chairmen, marking a significant moment in local democracy as these leaders step up to steer their communities. In another development, the Arewa Youth for Peaceful Coexistence has issued a strong appeal to Nigeria's political class, urging them to safeguard the autonomy of local governments and uphold the rule of law to preserve the survival of the country's third tier of government. Welcome to Political Update. I am Victor Azo, stepping in for your regular host, Fisayo Ogunfuyi. The Rivers State Governor, Siminalayi Fubara, says although his party, the People's Democratic Party, did not participate in the just concluded local government election, he has to ensure that the rule of law prevails for Rivers communities to benefit from the ongoing development in the state. Governor Fubara stated this during the swearing-in of 23 local government chairmen who emerged winners at the October 5th local government council elections in the state.
The swearing-in ceremony followed the declaration of the outstanding result from a Che local government area, where the candidate of the Action Alliance won the election. Governor Fubara charged them to emulate his leadership style, be selfless, and see their position as an opportunity to serve the people, build sustainable peace, and make life better for their communities.
Continue to use the means of peace, the means of ensuring that this state, the asset of this state is protected, the means of ensuring the federal government that we are not going to be party to any breakdown of law and order in this state.
The governor thanked the leadership of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, for giving him the support to carry out this national assignment. Some chairmen speak on their readiness to change the narrative and ensure that Rivers people in the 23 local government areas are given their rights of place. 2 out of the 23 chairmen are women.
Elsewhere, Jigawa State Governor Umar Namadi has sworn into office the newly elected local government chairmen, urging them to remain steadfast at their duty posts, listen to their people, and address development challenges at the grassroots. Meanwhile, the All Progressives Congress APC won all the 27 local government chairmanship seats in that state.
11 political parties participated in the Saturday, the 5th of October 2024 local government election in Jigawa State. However, the All Progressives Congress APC has won the election with landslide victory. These are the winners of the election, taking their oath of office and allegiance to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in badges. While congratulating them on their victory, charged them to see their victory as a call to service, urging them to collaborate with their vice and councillors to work for the interests of the people.
Therefore, your ability to manage the affairs of the local government will determine the success of our party in the race. We should know that at the local government level, we are the chief executive officers of your respective local government. We have a responsibility to ensure that we have united all the party members at the local government level. We also have to understand that we will have discharged this responsibility with the utmost care of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
The governor has directed the State Local Government Service Commission to organize a retreat for the newly sworn-in chairmen to prepare them for the job ahead of them. Muhammad Uba, the Kudu local government chairman, on behalf of the rest, assured the governor that they will not disappoint him and will justify the confidence reposed in them.
And in Benue State, newly elected local government council chairmen have been told to de-emphasize personal gains but uphold due diligence and selflessness in the discharge of their duties. Governor Hyacinth earlier gave the charge at the swearing-in ceremony, of the chairman at the Government House, Makurdi.
The swearing-in of the 23 local government council chairmen follows their victory in the October 5th council polls held across the state. Governor Hyacinth earlier, while congratulating the chairman and the All Progressives Congress for their emphatic victory at the polls, urged them to uphold diligence and accountability in the discharge of their duties. The governor, who encouraged them to key into the developmental strides of his administration, also called on them to turn down personal gains but engage in meaningful dialogue with all stakeholders at the grassroots level.
And this is a responsibility that demands integrity, foresight, and a steadfast dedication to the principles of accountability, transparency, fairness, and honesty in all your conductions.
Chairman Vandeka Local Government Council, Dennis Guda, on behalf of his counterparts, expressed gratitude for the opportunity and pledged to replicate the governor's footsteps in making life meaningful at the third chair of government. Councillors are to be sworn in by their chairmen subsequently in the various local government areas.
All right, with so much happening at the local council levels, but we have now been joined here in the studio by National Chairman, Inter-Party Advisory Council, IPAC, Yusuf Maman Dantale. It's a pleasure to welcome you to Political Update.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for
having me. Well, a lot of happenings at the local level, but as well, the Edo State governorship election was held just recently. But given all the intrigues during this election, talking about the Edo governorship election, for you, are there lessons to be learned?
Thank you. Elections, that we know, there's no perfect election anywhere. But what we know is we have a free, fair, and credible election, at least meeting minimum standard. One of the things I will commend the people of Edo State and security agencies that there was no breakdown of law and order. There was no issue or no life lost in Edo State. Yes, there are distractions, maybe disruptions left and right, but that did not affect the overall conduct of the exercise. So election has been conducted, a winner has emerged, and for those who are aggrieved, they are already warming up to approach. In short, some have approached the court. I'm aware that PDP have approached the court because of his counterclaim of victory. And I strongly believe the judiciary will live up to expectation and do the needful.
Of course, but you did say while making your remarks that it met minimum standards. Should that be the aspiration of Nigerians when it comes to elections? Just minimum, bare minimum.
The process is ongoing. INEC came out with a publication, I saw it this morning, that they will ensure they will apply the full application of electronic voting mechanism for the conduct of Ondo election. We are moving on. We are growing. I think it won't be fair for me to begin to talk about what is in the court already. The court will do the needful, but I was there, and then the election was free and fair. INEC has done their part, the security agencies have done their part, so any other misnomers that with the election, the judiciary will come up with it. We have congratulated the winner of the election.
Well, as an advisory body, of course, you play a significant part when it comes to advising all political parties. It's a unique position that you hold. What have been your major areas of concern regarding conduct of elections in Nigeria, and what impact has IPAC made in achieving credible election in the country?
What we have been advocating is to ensure that the overhaul of the whole system. You see, you don't just address symptoms of problem without addressing the foundations of the problem. You agree with me that election in Nigeria is so expensive. The election in Nigeria is full of intrigues, and the reason is very simple. Political office holding in Nigeria is business. We need to call it straight. People, are they going there to serve the people? So until we have people going to serve the environment, make it clear that people are going to serve not for personal interest, but for the interest of the people, we will continue to have some of these problems. Whoever you bring to conduct the election, we are all Nigerians. The same man who is the police is a Nigerian. The man going for election is a Nigerian. So the outrageous remuneration, the outrageous economic benefit associated with this office holding is the major factor that people will deploy all the arsenal at their disposal, both legitimately and otherwise, to ensure we must be there. Now look at what is happening in Rivers, for instance. It is shameful. It's embarrassing, Nigeria, that okay, you have somebody who was there yesterday. You know from the day you came to office, you will leave. Somebody else will come up.
Anyway, I guess the Rivers issue is something we will revisit in the course of the program. Let me put you on hold and get back to some other political stories that we may have. And still talking local council elections, Akwa Ibom State Governor Umoyeno wants all newly elected council chairmen and their deputies to avoid distractions, stay in their localities, and deliver on their mandates. Now, this was during the swearing-in ceremony in Uyo.
Swearing in the newly elected council chairmen and their deputies, Governor noted that no arm of government can completely operate in isolation, hence the need for council leaders to synergize with the state government to ensure the provision of democratic dividends at the grassroots. He charges them that elections are over, therefore party affiliation should be kept aside to serve the interest of the people.
Receive your funds directly. Remember, we have shared responsibilities, and those shared responsibilities must be carefully thought out. How our teachers will be paid across board, how their allowances will be paid, how their gratuities will be paid. This administration is big on welfare.
Some of the chairmen, while appreciating the governor for his support, assured that the temple of development will be sustained and even improved upon.
But they know my capacity because I've been with them. I know what they really need as a local government.
I will make sure that whatever the governor, His Excellency Governor Moino, is doing in the state, in his Arise agenda, I'll do the same to my people.
I expect inclusiveness. Everybody will be carried along.
The People's Democratic Party, PDP, won 30 out of the 31 local government areas, while APC won in the Senudem local government area.
And the Arewa Youth for Peaceful Coexistence is urging the political elites to jealously safeguard the autonomy granted the third tier of government and tour the path of the rule of law at all times. Now, the youths were reacting to developments in Rivers State, describing happenings there as capable of jeopardizing the prevailing peace in the country.
Youth for Peaceful Coexistence stand firmly in support of a democratic process rooted in law and transparency. The law and transparency that brought in Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu must be sustained. We urge all stakeholders to join in advocating for accountability and integrity in our electoral system in Nigeria. Together, let us ensure that the voices of the people are respected, the voices of the genuine citizens of Rivers are respected, and that the rule of law prevails in Rivers State and across Nigeria.
And the All Progressives Grand Alliance, ABGA, has faulted the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, for uploading names of non-members of ABGA on its website as the national officers of the party. Addressing newsmen in Abuja, Sly Ezokenwa, who claims to be the authentic national chairman of ABGA, challenged the INEC to present certified court orders that validates its action.
The All Progressives Grand Alliance, ABGA, has been grappling with leadership contestation, leading to various subsisting court orders. Sly Ezokenwa, who claims to be the authentic national chairman of ABGA, alleges that Edozie Njoku, another who lays claims to the same title, and his escorts whose names were uploaded on the INEC website, are not members of the party.
We challenge INEC to present any court order recognizing Chief Edozie Njoku and his band of co-travelers as the national officers of APGA. This group has persistently sought, through fraudulent means and blatant disregard for the law, to destabilize APGA and derail our democratic process.
Sly Ezeokenwa also faults the recent suspension of critical members of the party as announced by Edozie Njoku.
This purported suspension, issued from a place of sheer imagination rather than any legitimate authority, is not only laughable, but also serves as a clear indication of the length to which Njoku will go.
APGA, he says, will continue to uphold the integrity of democratic principles.
Well, let me get back to Mr. Dan Taleb, who is chairman of IPAC. Now, some state governors have conducted local council elections and the newly elected chairman, sworn in, but there's been a trend. It appears that most of the seats in all the states, or at most, or in most of the states, have been won by a single political party. Why do you think this is so?
The inter-party, even though the State Independent Electoral Commission is a creation of the Constitution, IPAC have always advocated for the scrapping of State Independent Electoral Commission because what they do does not meet up with minimum standard for conduct of election. It is mere coronation of loyalists of the ruling party of such state. And you cannot have democracy when there's no democracy at the third tier of government, the government that is closest to the people. And it is responsible for majority of the socio-economic problems, the insecurity we have across the local government areas. Because the local government chairmen are not in charge. They did not win election. You just see the state governor pocketing the State Independent Electoral Commission. Until it is scrapped, we cannot have any meaningful election or competition at the third tier of government. Yes, today some persons might be benefiting it, but in the interest of the generality of the people, it is evil. It must go. INEC came out recently to say what happens at the local government in the name of state independent conduct of election at local level is mere coronation of individuals. Okay, fine. Now you see the INEC is the one conducted an election at the FCT. The state independent, here recently in Rivers State, a court came out to say do not give a voters register a name of the voters register to State Independent Electoral Commission. What it means is that they do not even have the requisite arsenals for the conduct of election. The State Independent Electoral Commission do not have voters register, they do not have PVC, they do not even have ballot boxes. They do not delimitate these constituencies. What do they have? Nothing. All the things you use in the conduct of election is provided to them by INEC. So why won't you allow the same INEC to conduct election? INEC conduct election, all elections in the presidential election, House of State Assembly election, senatorial and rep, all these elections go down to the same wards that these elections are being conducted. So what reason are we advocating for not taking State Independent Electoral Commission away?
Well, some have argued, I think critics have argued that the Independent National Electoral Commission has a lot on its hands, and adding local government to it will overwhelm them.
INEC came out to defend. INEC said we have the capacity to conduct this election. Why not let's give them the try? INEC said we have, the same body said we can before the National Assembly. The INEC chairman under the leadership of Professor Mahmoud Yakub said we have the capacity to conduct local government election. So what are we saying?
All right, and going forward beyond handing local government elections to INEC, what would be your advice to ensure that we get it right in terms of conduct of credible elections at all levels?
We should come together as Nigerians I think, let me start by applauding what the President of the Federal Republic just did, President Asiwaju Ahmed Bola Tinubu, for convocating a youth summit, or proposing the convocation of a youth summit, which is coming up. I really, because there was a time I made proposal for that, so that we sit down and talk. What do we really want? Nigerians need to sit down and talk. What do we really want? Is it government that will represent the interests of the people or interests of a few individuals? We are all guilty, including me. We are guilty as politicians. We are not looking for this power. Why are we looking for this power? Yesterday, our secretariats, local government secretariats are being burned down because the interest of some people is not. It is madness. It is stupid. The same people you claim you want to serve, you are destroying the common interest, the common patrimony of that people. What are we? Does that make sense? But I equally applaud the president for coming out to call on the governor. And I want the governor of Rivers State to take this seriously, that you should ensure that there is peace and order. What that means is an endorsement that you are the chief security officer of the state. The ball stop on your table. Because I saw a publication that the governor said that the president mentioned. No, from mentioning your name as a governor, it is an endorsement of what you have done. And directing the IGP to provide security. What it means is do the needful. If there's any support you need, revert to the president to support you to take charge, full charge of your state. That's my understanding of that call.
Indeed, let's hope that the Rivers State governor will also understand it the way you have understood it, and get across to Mr. President if for any reason he is unable to contain the crisis in Rivers. Thank you very much, Yusuf Maman Dantale, National Chairman, Inter-Party Advisory Council, IPAC. It's been a pleasure engaging with you on the program.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And that's a political update for today. We urge you to keep a date with us on Friday, when hopefully Fisai Ogunfuyi will be back with you. I am Victor Azo. Bye for now.
COVID-19 is a global crisis. Businesses, cities, even countries were shut down by a disease traced to a wildlife market. We must never let it happen again. In captivity, wild animals are potential sources of disease. To protect our wildlife and our health, say no to illegal bushmeat and report wildlife crime. Keep them wild and keep us safe.
Fire is beneficial to humanity, but becomes an enemy when its presence is destructive or devastating. Fire outbreak can happen anywhere at any time, mostly without warnings, whether you're at home, in school, or in public places. Knowing how to prevent and respond to fire incidents can make a difference. Fire extinguishers are vital components of fire safety strategies across various environments. They enable immediate action, helps prevent the escalation of fire, and protect lives.
When you pick up an extinguisher, the first thing you should do is to pull out your pin, the safety pin. You can put it in your pocket if you have the calmness. If you don't have the calmness, just pull it out. And then you now have to lift the lever, you know. And then when you lift the lever, you're holding the nozzle. Professionally, we understand what we refer to as the source of fire, you know, or the base of fire. This is where the fire is emanating from. So you squeeze your lever and then you move your nozzle from left to right or right to left, if the case may be, at the seat or base of fire, not the flames.
Let's explore some tips on staying calm and assisting others during a fire emergency. 1. Stay calm. Panic can spread quickly and make the situation worse. Take deep breaths and focus on what's next to do. 2. Evacuate immediately. Don't stop to collect belongings. Follow your pre-planned escape route or the instructions of emergency personnel. 3. Use stairs, not elevators. Elevators can malfunction during a fire. Always take the stairs to exit the building safely. Assist those in need. Help children, elderly, and those with disabilities evacuate safely. Stay with them and provide necessary support. 5. Follow instructions and stay informed. Stay informed about the situation through official channels. Remember the tips and be prepared to act swiftly and responsibly. Stay safe.
Fasting, you are trying to be closer to God. You are trying to tell God that, yes, I am your child.
I was commanded to obey my mother and worship God and to establish prayers.
They are a place that when you come with reverence.
You should tell the believing women that they should lower their gaze and guard their modesty.
Until when we meet next time, same station and same time. My name is Limon Fuad at the end.
Hello, I'm Africa 54 Managing Editor Vincent McCory in for #The Awards. Welcome to Africa 54. Here's what's coming up. President Joe Biden visited areas affected by Hurricane Milton in Florida and announced new funding, even as officials warn that misinformation is spreading rapidly as Election Day draws near. In the countdown to the U.S. presidential elections, we look at how American women could play an important role in deciding the 2024 U.S. presidential election. And more than 700,000 of Lesotho's 2.3 million people are facing extreme hunger due to the severe El Niño drought. We'll bring you a special report from the Kingdom in the Sky. All this and much more coming up on today's Africa 54. We begin here in the United States and the visit of President Joe Biden on Sunday to areas affected by Hurricane Milton in Florida, where he also announced $500 million in new funding to improve electric grid resilience. But even as relief and recovery efforts continue, officials warn that misinformation is spreading rapidly as Election Day draws near. VOA's Veronica Balderas Iglesias has the details with reporting from Patrick Bresnan in North Carolina.
U.S. President Joe Biden surveyed Sunday the areas devastated by Hurricane Milton in Florida. He also announced $612 million in funding to support the communities affected by both Milton and the hurricane that preceded it, Helene.
This funding will not only restore power, but will make the region's power system stronger and more capable and reduce the frequency and duration of power outages while extreme weather events become more frequent.
Disinformation surrounding the federal government's response, however, has spread rapidly. Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas told CBS's Face the Nation he is incredibly concerned.
It is extremely pernicious. We have individuals in need of assistance who are entitled to assistance who aren't seeking it because of the false information. We need individuals, elected officials, people who have the platform to really debunk this false information, and we're not seeing enough of that.
Democratic presidential nominee and Vice President Kamala Harris spent the weekend in North Carolina. On Saturday, she joined relief efforts as the western part of the state grapples with the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. Harris's political rival, former President Donald Trump, has criticized the Biden administration for what he considers a poor hurricane response. Trump's vice presidential pick, J.D. Vance, was asked Sunday about falsehoods promoted by the former president, including that aid to Republican disaster victims is intentionally being withheld by federal government agencies or given to undocumented migrants.
We've got Republican congressmen who are on the ground who represent that area saying that they have to call the White House to get food and water to FEMA. I don't frankly think there's anything malicious going on here, Martha, but I do think that we've had an incompetent response to this particular crisis.
VOA toured hurricane-stricken areas in the city of Asheville, North Carolina, and spoke with some of the affected about the government's response.
I've seen just in the air, helicopters, all that kind of stuff. We've seen National Guard driving around. I mean, I think there is a decent response.
We haven't had any support from our government or FEMA or the city government yet, but it may be coming still.
As resources are running out, Congress is being urged by the Biden administration to approve additional emergency disaster funding before the presidential election on November 5th. Veronica Valderas Iglesias, VOA News, Washington.
Authorities in Southern California say a Nevada man with a shotgun, loaded handgun, ammunition, and several fake passports in his vehicle was arrested at a security checkpoint outside Donald Trump's campaign rally Saturday night. Riverside County Sheriff Chad Bianco told reporters Sunday that deputies arrested a 49-year-old man identified as Van Miller of Las Vegas as he drove up at a checkpoint near the rally in Coachella, located east of Los Angeles.
There were many irregularities that popped up. The deputy noticed that the interior of the vehicle was in quite disarray. The vehicle had an obviously fake license plate, and that prompted further investigation from our deputy into why the person was there and what he was doing.
The department said in a statement that the man was arrested on suspicion of possessing a loaded firearm and possession of a high-capacity magazine. He was released after posting a $5,000 bail and is scheduled to appear in court on January 2nd, 2025. Security is very tight at Trump rallies following two recent assassination attempts. A man was indicted on an attempted assassination charge last month after authorities said he staked out the former president for 12 hours and wrote of his desire to kill him. And the Florida arrest came 2 months after Trump was shot and wounded in the ear in an assassination attempt during a campaign rally in Pennsylvania. As the U.S. presidential elections draws near, Democratic Party candidate Vice President Kamala Harris and Republican Party candidate former President Donald Trump are crisscrossing the country to woo as many voters as possible. In our first installment of reports seeking to shed more light on the different aspects of the U.S. elections, we look at one voting group and who might benefit more from it. Here's Jackson Vunganye with more.
American women are poised to play an important role in deciding the 2024 U.S. presidential election. In recent years, women have registered to vote and cast votes at higher rates than men, and in the 2020 election, female voters outnumbered male voters by several million. Although women are not a monolithic voting bloc, the trends favor one major party over the other, as Dura Meko reports.
Voter turnout rates for women have been higher than for men in every U.S. presidential election since 1984. And women have voted for Democrats over Republicans in every presidential election since 1992.
Not only do women turn out more than men, but they live longer than men. So those older groups are going to be much more represented by women. So it's important to have women if you're a Democrat running for office.
Using the latest U.S. Census numbers, demographer William Fry of the Brookings Institute analyzed what the women's vote will look like in 2024. He says the trends favor Democrats, in part because more voters today are college-educated women. Non-college-educated women, who are historically more likely to vote for the Republican presidential candidate, will account for less than 40% of the electorate. Back in 2012, these so-called working-class women made up almost half of the voting population.
Back in 2012, white non-college women were 48% of all women. Now they're just 38% of all women.
Meanwhile, the share of college-educated white women, voters who are historically more likely to vote for Democrats, is rising. They made up 23% of the electorate in 2012. In 2024, they account for 27% of eligible voters. The percentage of Black and Hispanic female eligible voters has roughly remained the same. In 7 key battleground states, the share of white non-college educated women far surpasses the number of white college-educated women. But
even among those states, the college-educated group of white women is increasing, the non-college is decreasing.
which candidate will be able to harness the power of the woman's vote? Women made their voices heard during the 2022 midterm congressional elections. A majority of men voted Republican, but younger voters, especially women, were largely credited with thwarting a so-called red wave or a Republican sweep.
Young women made the bigger difference in that younger group.
The issue of abortion rights drove many of those young women to the polls. But abortion is also an issue for Democratic female voters over the age of 50.
Conversely, we see on the Democratic side issues like threats to democracy, abortion, and reproductive rights being high issues that are driving them to the polls.
Then there are the factors demographers and pollsters can't calculate, and that's whether a woman candidate, who is also a woman of color, will drive up turnout among women voters.
College-educated women tend to turn out more than non-college women, number one, and if there's a special, excitement about this candidate, the fact that we now have a woman candidate may propel some of that a little more.
Women comprised more than half of all voters in the 2020 presidential election. As with most presidential contests, who wins ultimately comes down to which voters turn out in the biggest numbers for the 2024 presidential election.
And that was a look at how the shift in women's voter demographics could impact the upcoming elections.
But a Sudanese network of volunteer rescuers said on Sunday the military carried out an airstrike a day earlier on a marketplace in Khartoum, leaving 23 people dead. The market is near the main camp in the capital of the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, RSF, with whom the military is fighting a civil war that has killed tens of thousands of people. The war in Sudan, which erupted in April 2023, has forced almost 10 million people from their homes, sparked widespread hunger and famine, and seen waves of ethnically driven violence blamed largely on the RSF. Now, most hospitals in the Khartoum area of Sudan have been destroyed or evacuated as fighting in the capital continues. VOA gained rare access to a hospital still operating in the area and to one gutted by the fighting. As rights groups say, those responsible for the devastation should be held accountable for war crimes. Henry Wilkins reports.
Hamida Abdel Manin Abdel Rahim was injured in crossfire in Sudan's Khartoum area in early September.
The bullets were all over my body, my hands, my stomach, and my legs. I lost a lot of blood. Both my legs got shot. Both of them are broken. Also, one toe was amputated on this foot, and 2 toes were amputated on the other foot.
She is a patient at the Al Now hospital, one of only a handful of hospitals still operating in Khartoum, a capital city ripped apart in Sudan's civil war. The World Health Organization says only 16% of healthcare facilities were operating in the capital region as of July, citing Khartoum's health authority. Human rights lawyers say that both sides in the conflict, the Sudanese Armed Forces, or SAF, and the Paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, or RSF, are responsible for the destruction of hospitals.
The hospitals have been subject to indiscriminate shelling, reasonable basis to conclude that that has been perpetrated both by RSF forces as well as SAF forces.
On a recent trip to Omdurman across the River Nile from Khartoum, VOA visited the so-called Chinese hospital, which has been gutted since the war started.
This hospital is under the control of the Sudanese military. They say they took back control from the Paramilitary Rapid Support Forces in February of this year.
It's not clear which side is responsible for the destruction of the hospital. The SAF told VOA that security personnel stationed in the hospital were police and volunteers there to deter thieves. Rights groups say military use of hospitals is banned under international law. The SAF are not the main culprits for illegal occupation of hospitals, however, says Letitia Bader of Human Rights Watch.
In terms of the occupation of hospitals, this has been very much more on the RSF side.
She said it's indicative of the disregard shown for hospitals in Sudan, which could amount to war crimes. The RSF told VOA in a statement the Rapid Support Forces have not occupied or destroyed any hospitals. These accusations are completely untrue and blamed the SAF for violations. Henry Wilkins, VOA News, Omdurman, Sudan.
Now to the southern tip of the continent, where more than 700,000 of Lesotho's 2.3 million people are facing extreme hunger due to the severe El Niño drought. According to the World Vision, 80% of Lesotho's poor live in rural areas and are heavily dependent on crop and animal farming. However, these people have been hard hit by the El Niño drought, leaving nearly 1/3 of the population in dire need of humanitarian assistance. Our reporter Tuso Kumalo visited Lesotho and filed this special report from Mokena village.
The Lesotho drought has been described by World Vision as a complex emergency that has left the country at the brink of a humanitarian disaster. Both animals and humans have not been spared from the harsh effects of the drought. In the villages of Hamasana, Hamantsebo, Lekalong, and Hamufuka, east and south of the capital Maseru, crops have wilted away, leaving villagers with no food to eat.
The main problem we are facing as a community is serious hunger. People lost their jobs and most of the villagers spent some days without food to eat. The absence of rain for a long time also impacts negatively on agriculture-related activities.
The grass has dried up and the husks of withered crops are quickly running out, posing a threat to domestic animals. Unless the owners of these animals have money to buy feed, they could soon lose them. Water sources are running dry too, putting villagers in panic mode. In this Mukema Komakoma village, villagers and animals are fighting for drinking spots at the only river that is still running. The water here has all kinds of revolting impurities, but for these villagers, there are only two choices: drink it and risk developing all kinds of diseases, or ignore it and die.
We are facing a big challenge of water scarcity because of the absence of rain.
We use water from the river to do household activities because we don't have tap water. We share the river water with animals. This is the same water we use for cooking and drinking.
Non-governmental organizations are now calling on the government to remove all red tape and urgently intervene in the affected communities.
These short-term handouts are not sustainable, and the government cannot have enough money to do that. So we need now to be embarking seriously on the summer cropping.
Others say developing agricultural capabilities of the rural communities and creating jobs for the urban dwellers remains a permanent solution to the hunger problem in Lesotho.
I think that we need to invest a lot more in terms of ensuring that lives of Basotho are enhanced, in making sure that a lot of them get involved in agriculture is one of the sectors that we think we can make a contribution in.
As the night falls on this village of Mukema Komakoma, hope of survival for these villagers is also fading away as they keep waiting for government relief. In response to this crisis, Lesotho Prime Minister Matekane has declared the state of national food disaster. In a televised address to the nation, Matekane described the situation as critical and called on regional and international humanitarian organizations to intervene. Tuso Kumalo for VOA News in Mukema Village, Lesotho.
And we'll be right back.
Health, wellness, sport, beauty, medical breakthroughs. Healthy Living cares about your well-being. What are the main health concerns in Africa and around the world? Find out the latest on coronavirus. Connect with our experts and ask them questions.
How long does the virus stay?
Join me, Linoch Mudu, in Washington, every week on Healthy Living, right here on VOA.
The World Bank said on Monday it had lowered its economic growth focus for sub-Saharan Africa this year, mainly due to the destruction of Sudan's economy in a civil war. However, in its latest regional economic outlook report, Africa's pulse at the bank said growth is expected to remain comfortably above last year's 2.4% due to higher private consumption and investment. The World Health Organization said on Monday it had approved Bavarian Nordic's Bavacor for adolescents aged 12 to 17 years, an age group considered especially vulnerable to outbreaks of the Mpox disease that has triggered global concern. The WHO declared Mpox a global public health emergency for the second time in 2 years in August after a new type of the virus spread from the Democratic Republic of Congo to its neighbors. And Namibia's president, Nangolo Mbumba, tells VOA he will not run for presidency, but instead he has endorsed incumbent Vice President Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah as the presidential candidate of the ruling SWAPO party ahead of the coming November 27th general election. In an interview with VOA's Peter Clote, President Mbumba talks about his decision not to compete in the coming polls, as well as his confidence in the electoral body's ability to organize a credible vote.
The party, SWAPO, has already done its work well. They have already gone through what we call the Congress. We have elected who were the leaders. The leader of the party was President Gaingo, was the president of the country and president of the party. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah was the vice president of the party in the cabinet of the president. Okay? Then we have a Secretary General, a lady, and another, a man, okay? So we were preparing with Dr. Gaingop to leave office because in our 80s, man, oh, well, what do you want to, why do you want to hang around until people say, we'll borrow you out of the office? So why should we do that? The mechanism was already there. I could have, as so we are talking about being wild, I could have said, since I was left in the office and the term was not completed, I wanted just to hang around for one term or whatever. But one term to do what? To do what? But the most important thing is that with these elections, if or when Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah assume or go through the elections, is elected, I hand over. I'm not only handing over to her as Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, I'm handing over the authority to a representative of the SWAPO party, the party that liberated Namibia.
So does that mean that you're going to endorse her for?
We don't have to endorse, we're already campaigning for her.
So do you have confidence in the Electoral Commission of Namibia to administer free, fair, transparent, and credible elections? Because some of the opposition have, accused the SWAPO of using its dominance to ensure an uneven playing field during the elections. What is your response to that, Mr. President?
First of all, the Electoral Commission is independent by law. It has capable people chosen for that purpose, and that purpose only. Anyone who doubts the ability or the legal position of the Electoral Commission of Namibia should not then participate in the elections. So there is nobody who is going to be favored. You have just to work hard. You have to campaign very hard. You have to crisscross the country and get whatever votes you get it from the people who support you or the people who support your party.
That was viewers Peter Clodo speaking with Namibian President Nangolo Mbumba. Now, Columbus Day is a federal holiday in the United States. It is the anniversary of Christopher Columbus' arrival in the Americas. However, since 2019, the state of California officially celebrates Indigenous Peoples Day instead of the federally recognized Columbus Day, which falls on every second Monday in October. Viewers Genia Dulot visited the celebrations at the Getty Museum in Los Angeles that drew around 2,000 people.
Andrea Jimenez, founder of Herb Club LA, leads a garden tour at the Getty Museum in Los Angeles during a festival celebrating Indigenous Peoples Day. She shows the visitors native plants to California. For example, yarrow, a flowering plant that is known for its medicinal properties.
So native peoples who could use it for healing wounds, for healing indigestion, for healing, all sorts of things. And it has been known as one of those plants that is called a panacea.
The third annual celebration of Indigenous Peoples Day at the Getty Museum drew about 2,000 people, making the event one of the biggest in Los Angeles, says festival founder Chelsea Anderson.
So the mission of the Family Festival is to share resources of artists and makers from Indigenous diaspora in Los Angeles. We love the educational component of sharing traditions of the past, but also we really celebrate contemporary voices and contemporary artists.
One of the artists, Shigo Belilitso, a dancer with the Wild Horse Native American Association, says Indigenous Peoples Day brings recognition to his people who lived on the land before Europeans came.
I remember growing up, a lot of some teachers, they didn't even know we exist. Some people think we're extinct, and we're not. We're here, we're alive, we're well, and we're thriving. and we're passing this to our next generation, our singing, our dancing, our traditions.
The state of California does not observe Columbus Day, having replaced it with Indigenous Peoples Day in 2019. Solange Aguilar, a Native American poet, says growing up it was a struggle celebrating Christopher Columbus Day.
There's this story about him that he discovered America, but you can't really discover something when there are already people there. It's important to learn that history and understand that he was a really bad guy, he was awful, and that history of him, that mythos or whatever, is a real thing. It's a real trauma that we carry.
Erica Barrenwall, who moved last month to Los Angeles from Columbus, Ohio, is celebrating Indigenous Peoples Day with her family for the first time. She believes recognizing Native peoples will make a better future for her mixed-race kids.
That's important to us, for our kids to be able to grow up without people making so many assumptions about them based on the color of their hair, the color of their skin, their last name.
Columbus Day is currently a federal holiday in the U.S., unlike Indigenous Peoples Day, whose status varies state by state. On Monday, New York City is holding one of the biggest Columbus Day parades in the country, celebrating Italian-American heritage, culture and achievements. Genia Dulo, VOA News, Los Angeles.
Well, that's our show for today. Be sure to watch Africa 54 on our website at voaafrica.com. From all of us here in Washington, thanks for watching.
literature is based on the incorporation of recognizable historical events, while fiction is a creation of imagination. This is African literature on the largest television network in Africa, the NTA. Nena Basi is still my name, and I'm glad to know you're watching. This week's edition examines faction and fiction in literature.
There has long been a tradition in literature of combining the real with the imagined. In fact, as anyone who dabbles into creative writing will tell, it is quite impossible not to do so, only if you are creating an entirely new universe where you wish to challenge perceived ideas about everyday life. Kole Omotosho, known for his commitment to fusing a socio-political reappraisal of Africa and respect for human dignity in his work, Just Before Dawn, adopts fact and fiction as a style of writing.
This theory that Kole Omotosho engages to write Just Before Dawn is called faction. Now, from the word fact and fiction, that's where the word faction. So facts plus fiction. Now, how factual is this book? In this book, you have the name of Maitama Soleh. In this book, you have the name of General Murtala Mohammed. In this book, you have the names of characters, let's say military officers who were in the army during the Civil War, because he talks about the Civil War and some of the ironies of the Civil War. For instance, he was saying, some of the military officers says, anyone who does not make money during the Civil War will not make money again. That suggests that there was a lot of looting and also spillage of, or pilfering rather, of the natural resources of the people that we were supposed to be warring to keep as one Nigeria. So invariably he says the war was insincere, the war was futile, the war shouldn't have happened. Yeah, so these are some of the issues, and so they are facts because they are things that happened. So I have argued in my work that anyone who has sense of history, if you read historical books, let's say newspapers, bulletins and journals published at the particular time that Kole Omotosho's book covers, the chances are that he might even be more historical than these historical documents. The only difference is that he does not use dates and times, which you would have in history. So that is where you have maybe what you call a point of divergence between history and fiction.
Kole does not think things work straight in his environment. Therefore, his use of a non-linear plot approach.
Plot is actually not linear because the argument is that Kole Omotosho does not think that things have worked linearly in Nigeria. And since there have been interruptions, disruptions, so he patterned the book in such a way that there were also disruptions in the course of the narrative, and therefore the plot is not a chronological plot, but a sort of a going back and forth. Sometimes you start from the end and then you come to the beginning, depending on which story that the writer at that time is telling.
The story is told using multiple narrative style.
He uses multiple narrative point of view. So sometimes we have first-person narrative where we engage the characters in the novel, telling the story, particularly if they are what we call the lumpen plurality, let's say very poor masses. They tell the stories in the novel. The characters who are not rich, who are not highly placed in government, will tell the stories from maybe their own point of view, which is the I. Then you have what we will call the omniscient narrative point of view in literature, which is the eye of God. So here we would say with all fairness that it's the writer's voice that comes in, and so he tells the story from multiple points of views in order to maybe make it more plausible, because the more the voices of narration are, the better the plausibility, or what we call the verisimilitude of a story. That is, you want to make the story true to life. So he uses this, these connections of narrative voices as a style, and then he writes it in a simple language.
Philip John gives a brief of the stories weaved in Just Before Dawn.
Just Before Dawn is a book or novel as it is that begins with Nigeria's, or what will become Nigeria in the late 19th century. So Kolo Motosho started to talk about the geography. For instance, he talks about Ajayi Crowther, how he was kidnapped, maybe stolen as a boy, about 8, and then he ended up in the Americas and later on in Sierra Leone. And so you look at, that tells you of slave trade, the experience that this geography was going to have with slave trading and the impact thereof. Then subsequently, the story takes us back to independent Nigeria, or maybe to the amalgamated Nigeria. So you begin to talk about what maybe Lagos Colony, the Northern Protectorate, and then other issues. For instance, the formation of the new Nigerian Development Party in 1922. So at this time, you're talking about Herbert Macaulay. Yes, Herbert Macaulay would be one of the most outstanding names. Then later he was talk about certain characters, maybe the first surveyor in Nigeria, and then talk about other lawyers of that time and what they did. And so you have this issue of politics, you have this issue of history. So in my analysis of the book or reading of the book, I've always said that the book is a social commentary of the geography that was to be called Nigeria and what has happened before and what is happening now. So when you look at the way, the style in the titling, Just Before Dawn, it means before you think about what is happening now, just before we wake up, let's say tomorrow, which is Nigeria of tomorrow, we need to understand what has happened in the past and how these past have actually affected the present. And so there he talks about the split in Nigeria with regards to ethnicity, he talks about the split in Nigeria with regards to religiosity, and then also the 3 major regions, as we will talk about, south, initially south, then south, north, then later we have west, east, and north.
Tribalism, electoral violence, and fraud are some of the themes raised in the work.
He talks about sectionalism. So he talks about sectionalism, and one of the ways you would see sectionalism would be in a title in the novel that he calls a strange bedfellows. Now, so if you have to sleep in the same bed with someone, which is the case with Nigeria, and then you are strange fellows, it actually tells you that there is a difference in terms of sectionalism. And he presents this with lots of facts that sometimes you begin to doubt whether Kolo Motosho is actually Yoruba. Now, because, for instance, he talks about the West African Pilot, which was the newspaper Nnamdi Azikiwe established, which was domiciled in Lagos, and the kind of acceptability that he had and the wider coverage that that newspaper had. And according to the novel, one of the days, Chief Obafemi Awolowo of blessed memory was visiting one school in Western Nigeria, and saw a young boy who was said to be very fond of reading the West African Pilot. And it was to be reported in the novel, or maybe he surmises that Awolowo said, okay, by the time he was done, establish his own newspaper, there won't be any West African, there won't be Nnamdi Azikiwe, there won't be any West African Pilot. Now, when you look at this, whether it is fictionalized or real, then it actually tells you that it is an issue of sectional biases. Then he takes you back to maybe Ahmadu Bello, Sir Ahmadu Bello, the then leader of the Nigerian Northern People's Congress, NPC, and he's not wanting to maybe sleep in Lagos. If any meeting ended, Ahmadu Bello would prefer to be back in Nigeria, to be back in Kaduna. Now, some of the things I did when I was studying this novel, in order to even understand whether what Kolo Motosho was saying was indeed true or just fictionalized, I had to read the autobiography of Ahmadu Bello, which is titled My Life. And then I had to read Awo, the autobiography of Chiobafemi Awolowo. Then I had to read Odyssey, the story of Nnamdi Azikiwe, the big three, as he calls them, because somewhere he calls them the big three, and then he's referring to these three people as representatives of whatever interest that they stood to represent, and then sometimes he talks about them as trench bedfellows. So these are some of the key ways, and this covers the issue of what? Sectionalism. Then he goes to talking about electoral violence. Yeah, he talks about electoral violence, and maybe if you call it electoral fraud, it is in the fraud that you find electoral violence. So in some of the in one of the chapters, he was saying that a politician was addressing his followers and saying, you have to make sure we win by all means. Now, this may be fictionalized in the context of the novel, but definitely those of us who are adult Nigerians who have been around, we know that these statements are actually said to the youths. So if the figures is 7, make it 70. Now, so this is one of the charges that you find, or admonition that you find a party stalwart saying to their followers just before the 1979 elections. So these are some of the ways. So he talks about electoral fraud. Then he talks about, like I said, even military officers. So there's corruption.
Omotosho employed literary devices such as realism, imagery, and more to drive the theory of faction adopted in his work.
He uses realism as a field of reasoning to conceive this novel. So, and it is realism that will give birth to faction, the blend of facts and fiction. And then, because of what he wanted to achieve, to actually ask a question: where are we from? Where are we now? How did we get here? So he uses satire. And one of the satiric elements of the novel, for instance, on page 303, he says, the character says, right now Ahaji and myself and my company based in London, naturally, are negotiating the importation of nuclear waste into Nigeria, which will be a source for cheap energy for the country. Nuclear waste. As at the time this novel was written, the issue of nuclear waste was not even very popular in this part of the nation. Now, so first, images. So he uses imagery to create how the stench of corruption, that somebody will import nuclear waste from London to Nigeria. Now, so in this excerpt, he has used a lot of techniques or literary devices. There is sarcasm in it. There is imagery in it. There is even satire to actually say, see, this is how, if you like, exploited Nigeria has become, that people even negotiate contracts that were not usable now to the country, and yet this contract would be approved.
Characterization in the work is a blend of real and fictional characters.
Characterization of this novel is one point that Kole Omotosho departs from most of what Nigerian writers of his time would have done. So first, the characters are a mixture of identifiable persons that we know, and then there are definitely, since it's a novel, there will be fictitious characters. But the number of fictitious characters in comparison to real characters or tangible characters, I would say that 90%, if not 95%, are identifiable characters. For instance, in this novel we have Odemegu Ojukwu as the military administrator of the area of the east of Nigeria at the time the secessionist move was declared. You have the name of General Yakubu Gowon in the novel. The book actually starts with the coup of General Murtala Muhammad, and it calls it General Murtala Muhammad, not in the way maybe you would have in, let's say, which of the Anthills of Savannah by Chinua Achebe, where he does not talk about the names of the persons, but we kind of carve another association to the characters. Characterization is very ambitious, because I talked about Sir Ajayi Crowther and how he left Nigeria, or what was to become Nigeria, and how he came back home to Abeokuta. His village definitely comes from around Abeokuta, and It is captured in the novel. So yes, the characterization does not pretend that we're talking about Nigeria.
Philip sees Kole Omotosho as a phenomenal human being and a man of many parts.
Omotosho is a phenomenal human being. He studied French and Arabic during his undergraduate days, and he had done some work in journalism. Yes, then he now did drama, theater. So he was teaching at the Department of Drama at that time at the University of Ife. So these things play out now. So you have French language, you have Arabic language. Then Kole Omotosho reads Yoruba fluently, he reads English. So he's already a polyglot. And that gives him the advantage that you would find in the novel, because he did not just write this novel out of nothing. He sort of did what we call a juxtaposition between history and fiction.
Kole Omotosho is an African writer and an intellectual committed to fusing the socio-political reappraisal of Africa and respect for human dignity. Let's meet this enigmatic human being.
Just before dawn, a literary piece by Kole Omotosho, considered a hybrid of real and fictional events, dramatizing the first 100 years of Nigeria. Most of the characters and incidents in the book are real. The story covers riots, uprising, private hopes and grief, coup d'etats, and many more issues. It is a history marred by violence with an outcome satisfactory to none. Just Before Dawn was awarded special commendation in Norma Award for Publishing in Africa in 1989, which described it as providing a more profound understanding that is available in conventional history books and novels. Bankole Ajibabi Omotosho, a renowned and intellectual Nigerian writer, is considered an intriguing writer, university lecturer, columnist, dramatist, documentary producer, advertiser, who has since perfected the art of combining the town with the gown and earned himself a name Yebo Gogo Man in advertising in South Africa. Born on the 21st of April 1943 in Akure, Ondo State of Nigeria, was raised by his mother and maternal grandparents after death of his father. Omotosho attended King's College, Lagos and University of Ibadan, then undertook a doctoral thesis on the modern Arabic writer Ahmed Ba Khatib at the University of Edinburgh. Kole Omotosho worked as a lecturer at the University of Ibadan, University of Ife, University of Western Cape, Bellevue, South Africa, and University of Stellenbosch, Midland. He wrote for various magazines and newspapers, including Sunday Guardian of Nigeria. He served as patron of the Etisalat Prize for Literature from 2013 to 2016. He has been involved in various television adverts for Vodacom Mobile from between the mid-1990s and 2010s. Omotosho is married with 2 children that are writers and filmmakers. Most of his writings are informed by a passionate concern for society and politics in Nigeria. Some of his works include The Edifice, The Combat, Fela's Choice, Sacrifice, The Skill, Memories of Our Recent Boom, Achebe or Shoinka, Miracles, The Curse, Shadows in the Horizon, and more.
A person who is opposed to, struggles, or competes with another is an antagonist. But Is that all there is about this character in literature? Well, our next segment will check that out.
An antagonist is usually a character who opposes the protagonist or main character of a story. An antagonist is the principal opponent of the main character. Can also be seen as trouble for the protagonist. It represents the opposite of the protagonist. This trouble can be a group of characters, an institution, or a force against which the protagonist must contend. The relationship between the antagonist and the protagonist is key in storytelling. It is more than just, you can't have one without the other. The two operate in a symbiotic relationship. Most of the typical antagonists are villainous in nature, but it's important to note that all antagonist characters are not villainous. The word antagonist is derived from anti, meaning against, and agonizetai, to contend for a prize. It is a Greek word for opponent, competitor, villain, enemy, and rival. Types of antagonist. When most people think of antagonist, they think of a bad guy. But there are actually many different types of antagonists, of which the standard villain is just one. 1. The villain antagonist. This is the most common type of antagonist. This type has evil or selfish intentions and wants to stop or hinder the protagonist. Hero antagonist. This is a character whose intentions are noble and mainly to stop or obstruct the affairs of the protagonist. Group antagonist. This type may be a group of people in a story, a country, or tribe rather than one person. Non-human antagonist. This type includes non-human elements like killer shark, natural disasters like earthquakes, tidal waves, or societal customs that thwart a protagonist's course. Internal antagonist. This represents itself in literature as an internal flaw or issue of the protagonist that primarily stands in his or her way. Functions of an antagonist in literature. While a protagonist tends to supply a storyline with a person that the audience can identify with, as they strive to achieve some goals, the antagonist is who or what creates the tension or conflict that makes goals harder to achieve. An antagonist gives a story a sense of drama or action. An antagonist introduces conflict to a plot. The conflict brings a plot climax and generally serves as a premise for much of the story's action, which makes a narrative engaging. Conflict brought about by an antagonist also helps to test the morals and beliefs of characters, thereby helping the readers or audience fully understand the protagonist and what they stand for.
I'm sure it's been an insightful half hour. Let's do this again, same time next week. But before then, reflect on this African wise saying. Stay safe and bye.
Created in 1938, Garamba National Park is a national park in the northeastern Democratic Republic of the Congo, covering nearly 5,200 kilometers square and encompassing vast grass savannas and woodlands interspersed with gallery forests and marshland decorations in the transition zone between the dense tropical forests of the Congo Basin and the Guinea-Sudano savannas. The park, which lies at an elevation between 700 and 1,065 meters, consists of an extensive plateau and marshland decorations dotted with incel barks made largely of granite. It is among Africa's oldest parks and was designated a World Heritage Site by UNESCO in 1980 for its protection of critical habitat for northern white rhinoceroses, African elephants, hippopotamus, and giraffes. In fact, it houses the last worldwide population of the northern white rhinoceros, endemic subspecies of Congolese giraffe, and a mixed population of elephants combining forest elephants, bush elephants, and individuals demonstrating morphological characteristics common to the two elephant subspecies, giving tourists real value for their visits. The park is also characterized by an exceptionally high level of biomass of great herbivores as a result of the vegetation productivity of the environment, extending over 490,000 hectares and surrounded by 752,700 hectares of tree hunting grounds that contribute to an effective protection of the property against threats from the adjacent area, making Garamba an outstanding sanctuary with its unusual mix of large spectacular mammals. In addition to the rhinoceros and giraffe, the purely savannical species found in the park include the lion, the spotted hyena, and numerous species of antelope, as well as the species typical of the forest, such as the bongo, the forest hog, the chimpanzee, and 5 species of small diurnal primates. This unique park also supports a variety of bird life, harboring over 340 species of birds such as colored red and blue carmine bee-eater, heron, wattle plovers, black crake, knob-billed ducks, long-tailed cormorants, white-backed pelicans, pink-backed pelicans, spur-winged plovers, and many more. Garamba National Park can be visited all year round, but it is during the dry season, that is January.
Protecting Nigerian athletes, Minister of Foreign Affairs Yusuf Toga receives NFF President, vows to ensure safety in host country.
Unfortunate, but it means also that we have to work closely together.
Vice President Shetima tasks Nigeria